they were able to overcome, but it wasn't a comfortable match. Going up against Fnatic is going to be completely different if they don't change anything, right? We're talking about a team that goes without Initiator and the Sage and all of the things that we do not see often, into a Fnatic that has improving on this one. And I think Lotus is the prime example of Fnatic before and after. You can look at Fnatic 4 weeks ago and think, what are they doing? Why are they not listening to each other? You can see it round by round. Now, the other day, it was a completely different team.
It really was. Heading to Lotus
Today,
first
Team
is going to
Heretics
be,
against
I
Fnatic.
think, the ultimate testing round, to be honest, to be starting off this best of 3
And then
series
foot
for
jamming.
us.
My money is on
really interested
Heretics
to see how
and
Breeze ends
foot.
up going, but we got to stick to the first map first.
I think Heretics
No
is like
surprises
the
in the
strongest
Asian
team
picks.
right now in
Everything is
EU.
going to stay as we expected it to. It's not the moment. It's definitely the moment to warm
In
up
the
if you're
EMEA.
Fnatic, but it's not the moment
And,
to change the composition.
Foot
If
is
everything
still,
is going
like,
to be ready for Shanghai,
mechanically
our eyes
insane.
have to be in that
Casey
huge
is
duel
strong
between
too, but
Durka and
I think
Miniboo.
Foot
You know,
is
Miniboo
like
got his
right
number.
now
That's,
they are
that's
like
all right. But
better.
now he's playing on the Raze. He was telling us the other day that he wasn't really sure. Like he got even his utility confused because he wasn't so used to it. But again, I also so want to see the Leo versus Foot.
It's going to be interesting to see, because what also is this player who's been playing, what, 5 agents total so far since his debut here on Split, the first Split here for EMEA.
Yeah, and in the interview also said, absolutely no problem. We can play it once and all as well. So let's see, of course, the proof is in the pudding. Let's send it over to our casters for this one. Mitch and Tom are ready.
Thank you so much, Zoe, and our wonderful analyst desk. Yes, it seems like our desk wants us to go to 3 maps. Tom,
Me too.
how do you see this one go? Do you think we'll end up on Split, though?
I think we can.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think that this map pool is one where Heretics clearly come in feeling very confident. They've gone for a map that was known as Fnatic's map, but has definitely moved away from it a little bit. And I also think Breeze, considering we've barely seen it in general from Heretics, and it also is a map that they haven't played with Woot yet, I think that it could easily be a 1-1 that hits a split. That's what I'm hoping for. Maybe I'm just projecting, but we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, the map pick of Heretics about to get off to, well, we'll see how the start goes. 5 Ghosts and a quicker pace towards Rubble. A battle for Team Heretics off rip, but it's denied by Fnatic. They sit back, even opening the door themselves and giving some space to their opponents. Looks like we will have a slow and tempered beginning. And on that defensive side, last time we saw Durka on the Raze, on the Odin. It was a highlight for me. It was a highlight of the game. We'll see if that carries on into this, or if Fnatic have a new vision on how to approach this map.
I hope they do.
I don't.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know you don't. You've already brought it up. We've only been in the game for 40 seconds.
Can't even buy an Odin yet.
Yeah, the fact is, they've got a 4-man stack up towards that A side of the map. A little bit of a jump spot for Alpha. For the side of Heretics, looking like they're about to attempt to explode onto the B site. Now, there will be a quick switch of direction from the 2 players playing towards the broken door, so they will still have eyes on this. But it seems like, for now, breaking that turret was more so of a ruse.
Well, this is where there could be some trouble brewing for Boo. He's trapped on the back, but his teammates are on the way over to help. Swings out ahead of them. The position taken by Chronicle good, but he's getting none of the kills until Miniboo falls. It was Leo grabbing both of those, and he's up close, ready to finish off Benji Fishy with a wide swing. 3 kills for Leo in the pistol round. A fantastic start for Fnatic. It's not only Leo who doesn't die this time, it's an Andalusia flawless for Fnatic. Beautiful start to their map, or to their opponent's map.
Yeah, no, a great start for them, I think, especially on this defensive side as well. I do think that this matchup is always going to be one that, even though it's competitive, even though it's exciting, it's just a little bit wholesome for me. Because I feel like this, for a lot of the players over on the Heretic side, will be sat there looking at this as like, okay, these were the players we wanted to be able to compete with last year, like when they were in the tier 2. I think Benji's even said it. He looked up to someone like Bosa, wanted to play against him, beat him in the first game of Split 1. And now has the opportunity to make it to the grand final for the 2nd time regionally by beating them again. It would be an incredible storyline. For Fnatic, it's almost the opposite. They had the high highs of last year, looking unstoppable. People thought they were going to do the 3-peat in trophies, which no one had ever won 2 in a row before. They did that for the first time. They're looking to get back to that level. And yeah, you're highlighting an Odin in a round again against Classics. You did it.
Glass
you did it
cannon.
yesterday. I couldn't care less.
Round 2 Odin buys. They just tickle me. It makes me feel good. It's something you don't typically expect to play against.
I want him to get right-clicked. Like, just one shot. I want him to get insta right-click.
Somehow through a wall as well.
Screw it, why not?
I don't think that's going to happen. You know, any weapon in the hands of Durka is a dangerous weapon. For Heretics, pistols all around. This is a round where they just try to get some value out of it by dropping weapons out of the hands of their opponents. With the buy that's in play, Fnatic can lose one player, but after that, again, it will become costly. Durka hasn't invested into shields with that bigger weapon, and he's the backup player for this site. Boaster has a bit of pressure on him to at least drop a player or two, do the damage, make it easier for that spray that now will be through the smoke to get it done. Durka, no shields, and he's just running at them. That's one way to handle it, I suppose. And back-to-back Andaluthia flawlesses for Fnatic.
Yeah, I hope for Heretics' sake, this is where that ends. Otherwise, we could be in for a truly terrifying series. But no, this is where they have the rifles. This is where they can start really getting things back on the board. Leo definitely closest to getting that ultimate online. The Nightfall,
30 seconds.
perfect for retake scenarios. But that's the thing. Fnatic, especially in the first map of series, have been off to incredibly slow starts. We've talked about like 5-0, 9-3 comebacks that they've needed in both maps yesterday. And well, we're back to the regular. The early spams to try and deny any of that extra space, or at least tickle up players if they do look to take that control. Although saying that, it was taken initially. And it seems like for now, Heretics are more than happy to just wait patiently. Maybe expecting a little bit more aggression in this round because of a couple of slightly weaker weapons.
Yeah, you know, Fnatic have been stacking towards this side quite a bit. The rubble control early hasn't been there because they're looking to contest on range, in this case spamming. And this means that they put a lot of presence towards this A site later on in the round, having to fill in these gaps, see if players are still here. They're realizing now that Heretics have taken this to the other side of the map, and the rotations only began a few seconds ago. At least Chronicle was able to make it here. Snakebite had gone through. Good nanos, and that's drop Boo. On the back of the Decay as well. Alpha's catching Mini Boot utility in hand, and no one else could make it through thanks to that utility setup in play. So now they go back. Heretics want the B site, and Boaster's here to defend it.
Nice shot from Rians. That will at least be an opener, but they have taken a nasty chunk of damage on the way in. Durka trying to deny them getting aggressive, but he's caught. He's attempted to spam, and because of that, he's lost his life. Woot is about to meet his counterpart, his doppelganger of Leo, but doesn't even see him coming. Puts this into a 3v2 advantage for Fnatic. Benji at least finding one, turns on a dime, but doesn't manage to connect the second shot. Now Rians with everything to do. Stun will come back online. Gives him a chance to try and isolate a couple of these fights, but both players looking to take this one together. They know exactly where he is. Looks to get the spike to half. In fact, Leo could have maybe just stuck that one. Tries to bait him in, and that's exactly what happens. Well played from Fnatic in that 2 versus 1.
A lot of respect being shown to their opponents there. Even in the 2v1, not wanting to give them the chance to actually isolate a duel fully. This setup, though, this is what won them the round. Completely destroyed the pace that Heretics were going for. They managed to have a decent recovery. Very well could have been their round, but not expecting the second player sneaking up top. Early on, though, Fnatic, I see some danger signs if Heretics do up pace. I mean, B side is left a little open, but they can fight from the off angle in towards the broken door. It's the C site that's really in isolation. Alphair has to be able to slow them down as they push through. This time he had the rotation of Chronicle to help out. As we said, the Snakebite was there, the Poison Orb had already been put down. But in rounds where Heretics make that switch of sites that little bit quicker, there could be challenges, could be problems. For Fnatic, they adjust, they take a rubble control early. Now they're ready to fight on B, because they've got 2 players in the early stages of the round on site, ready to scrap. Utility slows Heretics, and now they're basically blocked out.
That's not really a good way for them to go, other than trying to retreat all the way back. And the weaponry they have only really works towards that B site, unless you're going to be able to close down the gaps. And you can see again where Fnatic are playing from, already reclaiming a lot of the control that they gave up in the early stages of the round to turn things back into much more of a default. The one space that only has a singular player on it is Alphair, which, again, if he's in form, sometimes that can be worse than anywhere else. For now, it's just going to be about orb control for Heretics, trying to retrieve whatever they can. Boo did manage to get an orb, but it came at the cost of his life. And the spike. But again, Fnatic are more than happy to just sit back and just spam bullets through. They saw the spike drop, so they could just deny.
And all the while, you're tagging these players up giving Boaster an opportunity to grab some. Leo, who's rotated in, picks up Woot, catches the cross, but not the shot.
That's his first.
It's only the first for yeah, isn't it? Only the first for Team Heretics, though. Still 4 players to drop, and one right up close is Alpha, backed up by Chronicle from main. That's a 4th round locked in for Fnatic. Minimal losses as well. For this being Heretics map pick, it's not the start you're looking for in that attacking side.
No, this is already starting to get a little bit worrying. Again, we know this has been a fantastic map for them. I'll be honest, when I saw the veto, I thought that maybe we'd see Heretics actually pick Split, and Lotus would end up as the last map, rather than the other way around. But
really nice, boys.
Clearly this is one they're feeling confident on. And you know what, it's fair enough. They've managed to beat Na'Vi in recent times, even beat Fnatic in a very close game. That was at the beginning of the season. Fnatic do look like they've improved a fair bit since then. And for the defense, there's just no stopping them. Look how far up Durka is already. It's a complete change of pace. Chronicle's now the one with the Odin, but he's already low.
Not an easy fight to take, especially when Wood's spamming back on the other side. Okay, Chronicle, decent bit of damage. Rien's down to 55, but the kill gets him Rolling Thunder. They have that to work with for site take, but they're using it a little bit deeper in towards the spawn. Looks like it'll catch at least the one. Boaster tried to dodge it with the Shrouded Step, but still gets caught. This denies them any sort of congestion around that spike plant. Late lurk being sent out by Durka. There is a player towards the broken door, Benji Fishy, who's sitting down waiting for the re-aggression of this side. Fnatic need their point of contact to make a play, and with the paranoia put through, Boaster wasn't able to make it away from Rien's. Benji Fishy catches Alpha. Now they know his position, but Durka's steps are heard. The nade used, it might push him out into the open, into a wide angle, but Benji's able to win the fight nonetheless. And this is a much better face from Team Heretics. When the rifles come back out, the wins are found. Leo grabbing one. I'm not even sure if that's a echolocation or just a wild spray, but either way, fair play to him.
First round on the board. Much better stuff from Heretics. I think even just being able to deny some of the spams. I think Chronicle might feel a little bit hard done by. Like, Durka's been spamming that every single round. The one time he tries to do it, they've spammed him right back. But then even just, I like the way they're using all of the utility, especially Rien's. Having that Rolling Thunder deep, making sure that you can get the plant with no problems, but they don't just then give up that space. They have further counter utility to make things much more awkward for Fnatic on the retake, and their first round ends up being relatively clean. The problem, though, Fnatic's rounds have been so clean, they buy up easy.
That they do, yeah. Plenty of credits in the bank. Even for the next round, some of these players will be able to buy up. Ults are coming online as well. So is Boaster. Right up top, but caught. Shrouded Step from Boo gets a little ahead of where they were ready for. And Fnatic, you know, we saw this in, I think, round 3, round 4, where they went for the aggression around Rubble. It got them a lot of control. It allowed the early rotates, and ultimately, you could argue, won them the round on the C site. But now, completely different result to be found. Or rather, there was a B site push when they had pushed up on Rebel. Now they lose their smoker, lose Boaster, Durka down to 56 HP, and 0 information on that defensive side as to where this push could be coming in.
Durka already tagged him. Definitely makes things a little bit more awkward. Alpha's position is being revealed. They know exactly where he is, and they're now going to try and put the pressure on. He has no support, and they know that. The neural theft gave them every single piece of information they ever could have desired. Now, Alpha's pulled off miracles from here before, but Boo is more than ready for it. Leaves 3 players trying to rotate in time. Leo doesn't quite manage to land the shots. In fact, it's Durka. He's quickly found 2. Chronicle's found another. This was a 2v5 just a split second ago, and now it's very much doable.
I mean, Heretics have Rien's on low HP and the spike still to be planted, Tom. If I was to favor anyone here, it might be Fnatic. But Heretics have got Benji snuck in to that corner. If Durka doesn't clear it, and he hasn't, that will be a free kill. The second player, I think Benji had an idea, but the timing is terrible. Chronicle, pit online. Does he want to use it here, though? No idea quite how low Rien's is. Perhaps 29 HP, and I think Rien saw him go in the corner, but the shot is hit.
God.
3 kills for Chronicle and a 5th round on the board for Fnatic.
That's a 2v5. That's a 2v5.
We need a replay of what Durka just did. Those 2 kills coming in so quickly. Wow.
Oh, that one's got a sting, though. Like, Heretics finally managing to get their first round on the board. The openers were great. Like, Boo did an amazing job. Like, he predicts where Alpha is going to push from. Also countered Boaster in the early fight. And then connects onto a second player, waiting for them here. And and it still just doesn't go their way. Just the
Oh!
what? All right. Okay. Well, I guess that works out for you, doesn't it?
What? I'm not even sure how he reacted to the first person dying so quickly to transfer. That was so quick. I think Dirk has found a new favorite weapon. I don't know. Couldn't do that with a Vandal.
Maybe. Well, it seems like we have ourselves a technical pause.
It was like Pansy in the
I did
building.
notice that Neil wasn't even in the room when we just saw that replay, so I wonder if maybe it's something to do with him. I don't know. We just see Weber on his own looking frustrated, which is definitely a little more interesting. Luckily, in this scenario, the coaches wouldn't be able to talk anyway. That dull, huh, guys? That dull. In your pajamas, going to bed. What's going on? Oh,
4-round gap, man. I mean, for Heretics, I'm surprised when we went to the player camps there. I kind of do think it's something to do with Neil, because Benji is smiling ear to ear. Sounds like he's heard a good inside joke.
That's the thing. There was something I was confident about going into the season, was that Benji was always going to be great for the vibes. Like, whether he was good, the player he is right now, I didn't expect. I didn't expect him to be as good as he's been.
Not.
You look at the match yesterday versus Foot, he was genuinely unbelievable. But he was always going to be someone that was able to bring up the vibe of the team. That's why I actually don't worry too much about Heretics in a lot of these scenarios where they have slow starts, or maybe someone's having a little bit of a rough game, like Miniboo currently quiet, Woot a bit quiet as well. It doesn't worry me because they have those players that are able to turn them back. It's also funny then when you compare to Boo as well, because Boo is just this cold, calculated, well, here we go. Is this man phased?
Oh, he looked up at you, Tom.
Nothing phased about it. Yeah, he can, somehow, he can't hear me. He can just think what's going on in the room. I genuinely believe this man is a genius.
I think so. I think so. His demeanor is disturbing. I'll be honest with you. It's win or lose, clutch or get stomped, get around, taken off you 2v5. He will have the exact same look on his face.
Well, that was the thing. I got to film with him in Masters, and I was saying to Miniboo, like, oh, you're going to be the competitive one of the brothers, because he's so calm. And he goes, no. And then Boo goes, I want to win. Like, it's just like, this guy is a competitor through and through. He just maybe doesn't show it as much as some other people on the team. Nonetheless, well, it seems like maybe Neil has found his way back into the chair, because otherwise them calling a pause is a little bit interesting.
Maybe they're trying to find Neil. He's hiding somewhere in the room. It's a fun mini game. Keep the vibes up, you know.
See, I feel like it would have worked better if it was Where's Woot. I don't know how. What would we
Where's
call it?
Where's Neilzinho?
Yeah, it doesn't have the same.
No one's seen Neilzinho.
There, he's back.
Hey, we found him. We won the game. Unlucky. He doesn't look too happy. 5-1 down. You wouldn't be. This is Heretics map pick. Attack side. They need to warm up into it, and they're running out of time. We know the Fnatic are a team that can make those comebacks happen from, well, at this point, it could be 12-0. I still won't give up on them. Heretics need to earn that accolade, though.
No, I think they need 3. That's the magic number for Fnatic. It's always 3. But no, I think, especially the manner in which they lost that last round, like losing a 2v5, one to just an Odin getting a double kill, but then also the way the 2v1 was played, it looked like Benji was caught a little bit out of position. There wasn't really any opportunity for trades. So I think it's probably just like getting them back into that right mindset, because we've seen this team just be so clinical when they get into those advantages. Letting them slip like that, especially when it's Fnatic on the other side, you just can't allow that to happen.
There's always been another player taking those first fights, whether it's Alfier, whether it had been Leo, but Chronicle in following up and trading out. The guy's 9-1 right now. For Fnatic, everything is going right, and they've caught Boo. An ambitious play, I'll call it that, to go straight into the spawn, to stick the TP, and from the shadows he came, and from the shadows to the shadows he went. Nice shot by Miniboo.
He's just gotten his first 2 kills in quick succession. As said, I never worry about it when it's this guy. I think he's had 1 quiet game the entire season, and he was definitely aware of it. That round was already looking pretty dangerous with the first 2 kills going in the other direction, but Heretics fighting from a deficit, not in a bad spot now.
Well, as much as I love the Odin, these players are well aware of what they're facing against. A Rocket, though, that works out. Durka taking down Miniboo, and both players remaining are low. The nade's back online, and it's perfectly positioned. Rietz12 has to run, and Durka catches him with a headshot. Benji Fishy, though, they know this off is in play, and they've nothing to deny it. They have to face him in open combat, 61 HP, and he hits the shot, down to 33, halfway defused, and another shot for Benji Fishy. The Red Bull clutch And the doubling of the rounds, Heretics back on the board. That could be the fire lit under them.
There's always things where you just see like your Cypher players bought up an operator and you go, that's really interesting. But when it's Benji, I just don't feel like you can even worry at this point. This guy is so good in scenarios when he's needed. That clutch capability even baits in Boaster almost. Like he gets hit by that paranoia seconds after he manages to land the shot. And then just clinical with isolating the jaws, knowing the timing of when he needed to peek for that counter to already be gone. Oh, there we go. Your second favorite gun in the game.
No, I'm not taking that slander. This gun sucks.
You said you were converted when Enzo was playing it.
When Enzo
you
has
specifically said,
when Enzo
oh,
has
I have to take back everything I said about it because it's looking pretty good now.
Listen,
and now you're talking smack about it again.
I slept on it, and now I disagree with those words. I mean, the guy's already got 50 bullets left.
As in you slept on the Ares, or as in you slept on it and now you think it sucks again?
The words that I said, I slept on that perspective, and I no longer hold it. The gun is trash. Basically, I played it in ranked again and realized it's just terrible. So what you have to...
Maybe that's just you.
Huh. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. As LMGs go, this thing might as well be a water pistol. He's already picked up Rienz, though. Durka looking to make a fool of me, but he's caught out. 1 kill, and now we go to much weaker weapons. To be honest, in my opinion, stronger weapons, but that's neither here nor there. Chronicle's caught up close, has some backup from Leo, late flank out of Alpha, with a Marshal in hand, and the entirety of the attacking squad ignoring these players, just moving into the B site where they'll find a plant. Alpha has to go to the Classic. The Marshal isn't the weapon for this fight, although a lot of these players are tagged very low.
30 seconds
The
left.
Classic being spotted already. He's going to go back to it. But now that they've seen that player, they rotate over to the C site, where Heretics are finding a nice open plant and even picking up Chronicle along the way. Chances here pretty low, but Leo's recovered a rifle, and a lot of these players on Heretics have been tagged up. Don't think he'll go for it, though.
Yeah, that's the thing, is whether or not he wants to just throw the rifle into the wind, and a lot of that damage maybe not necessarily confirmed. Already things being given up. And you can see that this is more of the controlled aspect of Heretics that we've come to see. Very passive, even got some deep control towards the spawn, so they have their rotation out of there already. They don't need to fight any of the remaining players on Fnatic. They can leave the site without too many problems saying that. He actually hit the tag onto Wu while doing the spam. But I think that Alpha, in the end, is just going to decide to die to the spike, and Leo will just hold on to the rifle.
Well, everything's gone according to plan in the late round for Fnatic, but not in the early. 5-3. Heretics starting to creep up on their scoreline bit by bit. This round there'll be a little bit more resistance, though. Although a few ultis are online for them pretty soon. Fnatic coming out of this with the deaths they have and the orbs they found. It's going to give them a chance to have Viper's Pit and Lockdown online. Boasters from the shadows hopefully will find more success than Booze. Or even just stay in the bank.
Funny thing about that first fight is that must have been their own stunt. That catches Miniboo.
Well, yeah.
So he was just happy to just play through everything. The util combo early, a lot of that's almost used just to try and catch Boo, who has been teleporting across. A lot of damage done, but Miniboo, as I said, he was 0-6 just moments ago. Never loses confidence, never flees from a fight. And he's going to find Durka in the very first seconds of these rounds.
A very big kill as well, because just a millisecond beforehand, a headshot was hit through the wall onto Rienz. He was being tagged up heavy by that spray. So a big peek out of Miniboo to find that opening. And leave Fnatic without that aggressive stance on Rubble, but they have decided to gamble towards A site. And it seems to be the C site. Killjoy setup. Leo in the back lines, Chronicle on the quick rotation, Turret still holding B. And Heretics, I'm not sure if they're going to decide to open that door and move to the B side or angle it all the way around to C. If it's the latter, they could be in trouble.
They've got Nightfall available if they want to use it. Miniboo has been caught out, but the rest of the team were going in another direction. Now this actually helps out Fnatic a bit. They're going to be left in a 4v4. They've got the lockdown to try and force them out of position, although Nightfall has been used just to try and deny that early space. I don't know how much that has actually helped Heretics, because they're going to have to flee anyway, and they're being pushed further into the direction of Boaster. They've also misread where some of the players are, so that Rolling Thunder has done absolutely nothing. Boaster now coming in with the timing, but Alpha is way ahead of it. And he's going to pick up 2. For Benji, has to fall out of there. And honestly, this round for Heretics has been a bit of a nightmare. They commit a lot of ultimates, and they get nothing for it.
Chronicle's got to be kicking himself, at least, because he used the Viper's Pit right at the end. I think as he left-clicked to deploy it, all the kills came through. Unfortunate, but hey, better to be safe than sorry. And this time, they're at least safe at the half. They won't be losing the lead. 6-6, the best possible scoreline for Team Heretics. As we said, nice opening pick, even with the paranoia. The reveal got them what they needed to find that kill, but Alpha up close. He found two, but that third was coming his way nonetheless. A little too clean. Rian's was so low as well.
But the problem I have is that both ults there from Heretics, it seemed like were used to delay, but the lockdown just ruined everything they were going for. Back into the round. Again, we're going to see a more passive position this time with the spams from Durka. Not going to try and fight them out in the open like last round. The thing is, though, Fnatic a very similar setup with 3 players towards that broken door. No opportunity for a rotation. And actually, the Nightfall is going to get quite a lot of info here.
Oh, it's also lighting these players low. That wild spray through. It doesn't land this time. Despite a little bit of damage being done, the Nightfall is most of what you were seeing on your screen, so it's all going to decay right back up. For Durka, no success on the spams, but he has declined any further aggression from the side of Heretics, who will now go back in the other direction. This whole time, Benji Fishy has been sat on C, up in hand on Mound, waiting for an opportunity, but Alpha's playing super passive. Chronicle, on the other hand, goes pushing, only finds the one.
Spike was dropped, so they're going to have a decent idea that it was rotating, and in fact, Boaster now pushing up on B. Maybe able to get an extra little bit of information. The only problem is again, it looks like it will come down to Alpha.
30 seconds left.
Has to give away his position as well. They're not deciding to isolate him, and instead running through all those nanos has cost a lot of HP. Miniboo's down to 40. The push is delayed. The kill is clean and easy for Alpha Yair. Now repositioning for when this cage falls and he can take a fight, but Boo wins it. Everyone on the side of Heretics is tagged. 12 seconds left to get a plant. Still a nade online. The blast back in. Here he comes, and there he goes. Leo and Durka out of the round, and a chance for Boaster. 6 HP is the margin that was in it, with Wu just about holding on for long enough to deliver a headshot back. 6-4 now. And a 2-round gap. It's doable for this attack side to equalize at the half, and the credits are starting to run a little bit lower on Fnatic.
Yeah, it's not going to affect them massively this round. It might just leave Boaster with a weaker weapon, which has been quite a common theme, I'll be honest. We've seen that quite regularly in their matches so far. And actually, I think we just heard Benji. That was him saying not to take the operator. So maybe going to go for something a little bit quicker in some of these rounds. Not having that in play. Okay, Durka. Miniboo's bit the dust again. There's been a back and forth between these duelists, but once more, it's only ended in a trade.
And there was an attempt at aggression by Boaster up on B mid, just clearing it out. Maybe even to open the door and meet up with his teammate, but Durka gets dropped. Granted, it takes almost the entirety of Heretics to get rid of him, but they do it in the end. And now they slow it, pump the brakes, and let Fnatic second guess themselves. B site will be left open with the turret holding on to control. And the ultimate used by Benji Fishy reveals the positions of these Fnatic players. They can now look to open that door, move into the B site where they've seen it's a little bit more open, but in fact, that's all a ruse, just telling Fnatic that that's the play they want to go for instead. The stun is being set up, the play is back towards the C site. Leo's just rotated in on time. Alpha up top, to be honest, this is not a position I think they'll be very ready for, but by the looks of things, Heretics are going back once again.
Yeah. Boaster in position, but he doesn't have the gun to fight them with. It's going to have to be the retake once more, and this time there isn't the ultimate to force them out. Instead, though, there is Chronicle. He's already picked up one, and again, Heretics are going for another late rotation. Boaster, he's heard the steps. He knows that this is heading back to the A site, and gives the information over to Chronicle to reposition once more. This is getting right into the late round for the side of Heretics, really playing those rotations. The fact is, though, they need a kill. They need to pick up one of these players. Chronicle would be ideal, and that's exactly the man they removed. Now the remaining 3 of Fnatic, all coming from a similar position. Wu up close, ready to brawl. First goes his way, but that's the trade of the player without the gun. Leaving it into a 2v2 scenario. Rien's stun is not going to connect, but he lands the shot anyway, and even gets the second as well. Heretics' climb back continues, as they're now only 1 away.
A very impressive resurgence. 4 out of the last 5 rounds. The attack side's got their groove back. And on the side of Fnatic, yeah, slowing down, trying some new ideas, even finding opening picks. But when it's traded out like this, oh, the timing on that as well. Flash just a millisecond earlier could have changed the game. It's always easy to look back.
The credit I'll always give to Heretics, even though some of these late rotations do seem very risky, I love the fact that the whole team is always all in.
Yes.
Like, there was never anybody left behind. The second that call is made, 20 seconds, they're gone. They're going with the squad. Again, we're going to have this early battle, and again, Boaster has met the same fate. The showstopper not going to connect, and there's one on the other side. Mini Boot. Just trying to clear angles at this stage, making sure they can't be caught, and well, it looks like Fnatic are going to need to win another clutch scenario as they're in a 3v5.
They even saw Alpha coming up with the trap, so flank is being watched, being held. Sends Alpha in the other direction.
Planted.
5 players still alive, but they've lost the 2v5 in the past. They need to be careful. Position of Rienz is the main danger as they cross to site. I thought timing would be what gave him the advantage, but in fact, it's just his cracked aim that brings it across the line. Still standing in position, stun ready, on hand, pushes Alpha into the open, but still hits the shot. Rienz, no trouble to be found until Leo steps up to the scene, but there's 4 players left. Losing a 2v5 is one thing, but if Leo picks up all 4 of these kills, that's one for the books. I don't think he's getting away with this, with a player just off angle being Mini Boot, and the scrap through the boxes was all just a bait to get him to walk in. Wasn't needed as they win the first fight 6-6. We get an even half out of what was a 5-1 lead for Fnatic.
Yeah, they had a really good early start, which has not been common for them. And Heretics have proven, okay, we can fight back in the late game. I think one of the most impressive things for me so far this half, and this is an example of it, is you'll watch Rienz put out his stun. A player will peek him while he's doing it, and he will still be able to get his gun out and hit the headshot before they can. That's how clean this guy's aim is. That happened again in the round before, where he's pushed on while trying to stun and just manages to connect the shot. The guy really is a talent. Another one of those players we've seen come up from the tier 2, from S2G. Among 6-6. A great resurgence now onto that defensive side, and Fnatic, well, historically always known for their attack, but as it was mentioned, when they played versus Liquid, it was their defense that was impressive.
Yeah, but this is the thing about Fnatic, and we heard it from Elma Putty earlier in an interview with Zoe, that they just cannot figure out that first half. They'll do it on attack, they'll do it on defense, they'll show weaker faces, and then they'll come through half 2, completely different squad, and get out of their own way. I think that's how he put it in a lot of these games they've been playing against
Maybe
themselves.
he just needs to tape over the board that they're like 10-0 down.
It's half 2, boys.
And they'll just play good all the time. Yeah, like, oh, there was something that goes on, so we have to play with a huge deficit. You know? Maybe someone used a cam. They
starting 7-1 down. Yeah. Don't worry, boys. Vivo Keeter back.
There.
Well, Heretics' defensive side now to be put to the test, and after a little bit of poking and prodding on the map, Fnatic are deciding to take this towards the A site, door to be opened moments from now, and a retake for Heretics. I find it very unlikely that Boo starts to scrap on these angles. We'll see how much utility Fnatic expend on the actual site control. Already Paranoia is taken out of the round, and just take a look at the sidebar. There's basically nothing left bar the refreshing utility in the late round, although it is a classics ghost round here in the pistol. We don't expect to see a ton of that supportive util. The Paranoia was the main danger, but it's still in play for Boot.
Also, just look already how deep Chronicle is currently sat, just waiting. They're going to clear every angle other than where he is, because why would anybody be that far back? It may not matter, though. Already one comes in, there's Mini Boo down. And they've still got to deal with him, just causing a nuisance while the rest of Fnatic fight on the site. Finally, Rienz has managed to kill him off, but by that point, the round is already over. Boaster waiting within the smoke, and it's another pistol, both going the way of Fnatic.
Yeah, I think every single angle that they decided to hold, Chronicle from behind picks up one. They're scrapped out across the site, holding their angles, winning the fights. Nice, easy pistol. Often it can come down to a coin flip, but Fnatic have won that flip both times now for an early lead in the half.
The thing as well is, you might think, oh, okay, how come they haven't cleared Chronicle? It's because normally you might be someone behind rubble. So they actually put Haunt above rubble to clear. He was playing even further back, just almost knowing that they're methodical enough to check it, and adding that to his repertoire of going even further back.
One of the main things that we heard from Heretics as well was how strong that counterplay was in their previous series. It was Benji tweeting out a lot of props going towards Neil Zinho and Weber for preparing them so well for their matches and up against Fnatic. This is a map that we've seen a fair bit of. We know how they like to play it, and for Heretics on the defensive side, I'm curious as to how they'll be playing into that. We can already see that the trap setup for the second round is towards the B site. Having invested into those, giving them a much better chance if that's where Fnatic decide to crunch it. And with the camera up aggressively, there's a chance that they think the Cypher setup is C. It's maybe not worth pushing on a low buy and go running into this trap. In fact, the spike is shifting back to the right.
Oh, they're desperately trying to find out where that defensive Cypher cam is. We saw a similar thing yesterday.
Yeah, the spams.
They still haven't managed to find it. The problem is you've spent all the utility looking for that cam. The cam's going to tell you they're there, but you just don't even have the weaponry to really act off of it.
Oh, no.
It's a couple of sheriffs, and they're now going back into the stack, but even still, that might not mean anything. Durka with an easy opener, the rest of the weaponry, it's just not enough to trade. If they had this sort of stack up and around with guns, I think that would have been an easy win for Heretics.
Spike planted.
Fair enough.
But the trap setup at least got one.
Last player standing.
But I think good prowlers on the way through.
I don't know if that was the setup. That was a man right-clicking a smoke.
Yeah, well, he was caught by a trap wire. He wouldn't know where. There's a man right-clicking in the open. Boo's a bit of a fiend for those long-range angles on the right-click classic. I don't think he'll be getting anything. Well, listen, if he manages that, we'll have to take him off the stage.
If he manages that, I'll buy the bundle.
I thought you bought it already, Tom.
I haven't bought all of them, that's for sure. Oh, never mind.
No,
I'm not buying that skin.
Yeah, the minima is, I mean, it's a close second to the Smite for worst skin in the game. 8-6, 2-round gap. Fnatic doing well as they find this round with 3 players left alive. A couple of credits farmed over, a little bit of reinvestment here, but most importantly, in the first half, they very much won. I believe it was the 3rd round off the back of Leo having his ult online. The Nightfall was used to counter out an aggressive B push alongside a Viper wall. Ton of value from that early ultimate. This time, the player farming those kills and plants early is Durka, Showstopper. Now that can have a little bit more of a direct impact on a round.
Fnatic get a second bonus.
Unfortunately for the other side, not really able to farm up too much.
That would be huge.
This would be again where Heretics really need to kick things up again, although they managed to come back from 4-0 in the last half. I wouldn't gamble on that happening twice. Pressure being placed onto Benji. He's normally pretty good from these scenarios, but looking like he's just going to back off. I think knowing that that showstopper is going to be in play. He's got to be careful, really needs to get himself around that corner. Durka is going to go as far as he can, and it's not quite enough. They were very ready for that.
But that was close. I mean, Miniboo is just outside the range of that explosion. Durka keeps the control. Deep nade, but the stun forces him back. In goes Miniboo. It's like a bottle rocket, but he's taken down just as quickly. A short-lived life on that aggressive stance. Great paranoia, but the off angle from Alpha Yer, good for the trade, and he gets out alive. 2 players still on the site to scrap and slow them down, but in fact, slowing them down has nothing to do with it. They take all the kills and put 9 on the board. Fnatic steaming into the lead. It's going to be hard to stop them if this keeps up.
Yeah, well, at this stage, we always talk about winning both pistols. It gives you like an 80% plus chance of winning the map.
It's strong.
Winning both pistols and both bonuses, it's got to be like a 95. Like, you got to be as high as it can get in terms of winning this. It's definitely not a good sign for Heretics, especially as they're the ones who picked this. And I genuinely, I can understand it. If this was last year, I would have called them crazy, unless they were loud. This year, it's been a map that has had problems, but it seems like Fnatic are improving as they go. The stars are definitely online today. Durka is one of them. He's definitely had more hit and miss performances than last year, but when he is on, he can be an absolute menace. Utility already deleted for Benji. Only that cam remains, as both trips are already gone.
Few sheriffs ringing out, yeah, but sending Fnatic back towards their spawn. This isn't a round where they need to feel goaded into a fight. Play this one nice and slow. Moving back towards the B site. Quick check on the utility for Leo. You see his last Prowler leave his belt. Clears up the close angles. Did it not clear the close left? Ah, they're worried about the traps, of course. It could be a slightly higher trap wire that it managed to slip past. Not spotted. Chronicle taking the space, his teammates rejoin him. The A site will be hit. The wall is there. The only thing is, Heretics have got a bit of a read, Tom. They're all rotating to the A site right now.
30 seconds left.
Being methodical, taking their time to clear utility and try and bait them. Hasn't worked out. Miniboo ready for one. Oh, he's going to take a hell of a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter if you hit the first shot. He's got another nade to deny them even further. Woot now on here as well, but Miniboo doesn't need any help. He's got himself a third kill, was already low on HP. His brother's going to chime in, and now it's left up to Chronicle. 9 seconds, going to try and bait him in, and well, it may not even matter. Benji's there to support. Heretics off to the races in this second half.
A thrifty round win to get back on the board. I was worried about them because I said if Fnatic keep it up, it's going to be over pretty damn soon. I thought it would be the next round where we'd see a glimmer of hope for this squad. Running through a snake bite, vulnerable, hitting the second headshot, and wow, the adjustment on Alphayer as well. This guy is dueling for days on the side of Heretics. They've just been given a lifeline. Showstopper online coming into this round. Odin bought up by Woot. And on the side of Fnatic, Viper's Pit. If they get a plant, it'll be hard to push them out of that spot. Although, I think that's where the Showstopper could find a lot of value. Early aggression from the defensive side up towards Mound. Taking a lot of control, tucked themselves in the corner up close with Boo. The problem is, they've committed a lot of players to this side of the map.
Trying to get the orb back. He's just about going to be able to claim it. I was a bit worried he might get pushed at the same time, just with how many players are currently around that position. Instead, I quite like this setup. They've almost completely abandoned B, but with Mound control already, they can have a quick rotation in that direction, and it means that they have both an Odin spam plus all of the Cypher utility with some pretty ratty cameras ready and waiting.
I like the reposition from Wood as well. He's already aware that these players are going to dump utility to clear him from that position in tree, so he backs off, avoids the paranoia, avoids the further aggression that would have been coming his way. Fnatic avoid the setup. As they move away from the A side into B, nade is used, but Viper's Pit up and in. Here comes the Showstopper already past Chronicle, and he's got the angle up top. Beautiful positioning. Snakebite slows any further aggression, and Boo is caught through the pit. Even the aggression out of Durka. He's looking for that Odin. He wants it back, but Chronicle was dropped with the wall bang from Woot. Now looking for a little more damage, but not catching anything, with Durka awaiting him on the other side and the decay fading. He's right back up to fighting form. Benji, Fishy, and Rienz left with a difficult decision as to whether they even commit to this or not. It looks like they will. Good stun! Benji's got 2! It's only Durka left up top, and Benji's got him as well! Gorgeous utility from Rienz, but what a follow-through from Benji, Fishy.
It's the flip of the script. We saw some crazy rounds won by Fnatic in the last half, and now Heretics have just stolen one of their own. I think I saw Benji's reaction. I'm not overly surprised they've taken a pause here. I think he definitely needs it. The heart rate definitely pumping after what was a perfect stun. Boaster a little bit lost, it seemed, in the madness, and he's going to get absolutely everything.
And that's all muted. On the first, I saw Let's Go. Saw some other words too. 1 round gap between them. What a recovery from Heretics. Like you said, Tom, not just losing both pistols, losing the 3rd round after as well. The follow-up. They come in with a thrifty buy, and that seems to have set them in the right direction. A pause now as they take Nilzinho and Weber into their comms, have one shot at how this one's going to go. But here's the problem, Tom. Something you brought up. You've been tracking this for Fnatic. Those guys, they do pretty well after a pause, regardless of who calls it. I think Koi learned that the hard way.
I think many teams have learned it the hard way. I think Liquid learned it the hard way as well. Every time there was a pause, it seemed that Fnatic would win the next round. So giving their coaching staff an opportunity, of course, it's doubled up in this case with Mini alongside them as well. That's the thing, though. It genuinely will be an incredibly impressive victory for Heretics if they go into a map that, Fnatic have played 6 times already this season. So bear in mind, obviously, they didn't go to the last international, so that's only kickoff and here. They've gone close pretty much versus everyone. I think the worst loss they've had on the map is 13-10 versus KC, and that was back at kickoff. Ever since then, it's either been OT or a flawless victory. Go in, lose both pistols, lose both bonus rounds, and then win the map? That would be insanity. It shouldn't even be possible. And for Fnatic, that would definitely be a questionable matchup, especially with some of their players performing very well. Like, there have been, almost lights out performance from Chronicle. Dirk has been online as well. But that's the thing with this Heretics team. I sort of said it earlier in the day. If they win this match, they will have beaten all of the top teams. Like, it's not like they've, by any stretch, had an easy route. They had to eliminate Na'Vi. They had to beat Foot to get into this matchup. They beat KC towards the end of the season as well. They have gone through all of the teams that we're saying, okay, this could be the best team in EMEA. If they win this matchup, they are the best team in the region.
This is the thing. Looking back at the old days, Tom, going back to Summon FC for Fnatic, they faced a fairly similar thing where even when they were winning games, even when they were beating top teams, people were like, oh, it's a one-off. It's the bookie strats. Yeah, it's gonna work this time, but what are they gonna do afterwards? What about when a meta shift comes? They just don't have the players for it. And over time, over a long time, they proved it again and again. It's one of my favorite things. Neil Zinho a long time ago, Benji had a poor map, tweeted out about it, and someone went in on him. Told him he's there for clout. It's the only reason he was there. A long time ago. And Neil Zinho always takes the opportunity to go back to that thread and say, just another one there.
Neil keeps receipts.
Just so you know, just proving it for the 5th time, you were wrong. For Heretics, they're proving the international scene. They're proving the regional scene that they're one of the best. But this could be the best, and what a way to do it as well. A competitive map, one that's good for Fnatic. They come in, they have a good start, they win the pistols, they win the 3rd rounds. That is a death sentence for 99 teams out of 100. But they might just be that one.
Of course, left with a little bit of time to think about it, I guess. It's not a bad scenario, I guess, for them, because they managed to win a round that they probably shouldn't have done. It will be the Fnatic players that will be left stewing in it. But at the same time, they're Fnatic. I almost feel like they brushed off far worse. Even throughout the season, they brushed off far worse. So I don't think it'll be the end of the world. It is exciting to see them as well going back to that international stage. I think everybody expected well, basically, if you look at any predictions, including my own, we would talk about, oh, who's going to be the team going to all those internationals with Fnatic? Like, that was always the talk. Them missing it at kickoff was genuinely mind-blowing. Like, I think that completely switched the script on how this year was going to go. And if we're being honest, Heretics were right near the bottom of everyone's list, because you had a lot of youngsters. They were going to have a lot of problems straight off the rip because they weren't able to have Woot playing because he wasn't old enough. That's another thing that's crazy. Like, we're talking about what, this is his... Is it, what, 5th game with the roster?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like that. It doesn't feel like that at all. It feels like he's been a mainstay within the league. A little bit of a quieter game here today, probably because he's been using the Odin, which, I don't know. I'll be honest.
I'm not sure. Whoa, hold on.
I think it's good for a lot of people when you are the Turkish aimer, when you're the guy who hits every one tap, don't use the Odin.
Wouldn't you say Dirk is that guy, though? Not the Turkish part, but the other bits. And he uses it pretty well. Maybe he just needs to learn to use it. Don't say like me with the Ares. I don't want to hear it.
I don't know. I think Woot has himself the better headshot percentage. I haven't looked, but I'm confident in it.
Okay, Tom, the desk did this a while ago. I want to ask you, who'd win in a 1v1?
Who? Woot or Durka?
Woot or Durka?
Woot.
You're confident in
All
that?
in. All
Your
in.
bald brother thrown under the bus.
Turkish aim.
All right. No, I'm glad I got to see what kind of person you really are. We learned it here today. Well, Tom, this has been a bit of an extended pause. This is never good, just seeing us in general. But these things happen, Tom. What can we do? I believe that this pause is going to go a little bit longer, a bit of an extended one while they work on things in the background. We'll get you more info on that in a little bit. And thank you to the folks coming out to sit with us here in the stadium. For now, we're sending it to the other side of the stadium, to our analyst desk. We're going to fill you in for a little bit. Enjoy, folks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, let's talk about what already happened thus far in this match. Heretics are starting to pick up speed, pulling back after losing both pistol rounds. They've actually managed to gain some rounds after that.
Yeah, exactly. Tom was talking about it. It's already a good statement, a good fact that you win both pistols. If you even manage to convert those bonus rounds, it's even better for Fnatic. But Team Heretics, on the other side, does not look defeated at all. It's not like they lost hope. I think that Neil, for example, had a very, very good pause. It also makes you think of the solutions that they tried and find during their attack side, right?
It really does. I mean, I think it's insane that you have Fnatic starting out like 4-0, ends up being a 5-1, and then the half ties up 6-6. Says a lot about what Heretics are bringing to the table with the adjustments that they're making, even putting Benji Fishy on that operator to lock down that seaside over towards Mound, giving more of that opportunity for that secondary calling, for the rotations after Heretics were making so much noise over towards A, even pushing and pulling over at that B side as well and drawing those rotations away.
And even hoping at some point, right? Because one of the problems that they were finding onto C was Alphayear having brilliant setups that were slowing them down a lot. A lot of voting plays because obviously Mitch is on the house, so they just have to run a lot of. Yeah, it is a thing. He loves it. He loves it. He loves the arrows more though. But yeah, I think that it's been happening for a very long time. How the Odin has been using this in this map. I think we understand why, especially after seeing Dirk get such a in with it.
Yeah, I mean, especially like as that counter over towards like the ledge that you have on the C side on towards top site, it's so wall bangable with those classic plant spots there on default. Yeah. But then you also have to consider the fact that I believe in one of those interviews as well that we had with Fnatic over this past week was them chatting about the fact that they're just throwing everyone on the Odin now. So you kind of have to guess as to who's actually holding it. I know, it's insane. I don't think we ever really expected Durka to be satcheling in as a raise with this gun.
So here's the thing. So to give you a little bit more context, so you understand that it's not only that it does damage across the walls, and for also people that might not understand why it's so powerful in some of the instances. In most of those entryways, you need to think that they have a Killjoy and a Viper. So the Viper molly applies vulnerable. So for a few seconds, they take 4 times as the damage that they would take, right? So if you, for example, at the beginning of the round, want to take that angle, if you combo it with one of those mollies, you would, most likely deal a little damage, maybe even get that kill. With the Killjoy, the alarm bot, if it triggers and catches someone, the same vulnerability is applied. So it is a lot of damage, and that's what we, besides the fact that it can shoot through walls and helps very much retaking spaces and helping with the post-one, there is a lot of other reasons why the Odin is so good in this map.
I'm pretty sure we haven't seen the last of it. We're now getting ready to get back into the game anytime soon, and for all the action once again, of course, we're going to hand it over to Mitch and Tom. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, folks. Appreciate you stepping in to fill that. Take a little bit of weight off our back. Now, as we move back into the game fairly soon, it seems our pause has already subsided. Players have their issues fixed. And we're about to see Team Heretics attempt a crazy comeback. They've been behind. Fnatic seem to have everything.
One whole round.
But this is the thing, before that, they're 5-1 down. Fnatic slow a little bit on the gas, and Heretics catch back up. Then Fnatic win the pistol. They get that little injection of rounds. It's 9-6. It's again looking like they're just going to run away with it. And on an eco round, they find a win. They follow it up with a beautiful buy round, and now a chance to equalize things all the way. Fnatic's control over this map is starting to wane. And for Heretics, a little bit of aggression to Mound, a little bit of aggression to Rubble. They're spotting these players early to look for their stances, but Fnatic poking and prodding around this B area for some counter spams from Boaster to deny that C aggression. Hasn't done a lot of damage, but I love and applaud the idea.
Yeah, much slower take at this point. Chips being moved, Benji still spotting. It seems like they're heading into the heavier stack site. Of course, with the broken door already being open.
There.
Gives opportunities to sort of switch back quickly.
My ultimate is ready.
And more importantly, having that lockdown. Getting that orb early is going to mean that they can try and clear things out. A little bit of extra information already for Boaster, but that might just be attempted as a ruse. It does seem like they're going to fight into this, though.
Well, the lockdown at this point should send Heretics back in the other direction. There will be a late stun put through to try to slow their push, delay that advance. It doesn't seem to do too much. Fnatic are in. Plant is being secured as we speak. Big swing, though. Heretics are going to attempt it. The stun has pushed them away from that plant. In goes Durka. Good for 2 somehow, and he's out for free. They still need to plant, but with the nade exploding right now, they should have plenty of time. Benji Fishy trying to be the thorn in the side. Big kill from Miniboo. Durka's low. Oh, and Durka's down. Chronicles in the second position. What a shot! Benji's doing it again. 3 kills already. The last man standing, Boaster with the big old gun. Some damage done to each player. It makes it somewhat easier, but he has to find them, and Benji's up top for his 4th kill of the round. He needed a pause to cool down, as they've just equalized on Fnatic.
I can't believe it. We saw it earlier in the last half, a 2v5 on the C site going in Fnatic's favor. And I was saying you can't afford to let rounds like that slip. And now Heretics have done exactly the same the other way around. And Benji Fishy is at the heart of it. They came into this season picking up young Turkish superstars, picking up Miniboo, one of the better duelists in the tier 2, and picking up a Fortnite guy who went into streaming and then came through the tier 2 as well. And at the moment, he's looking like their best player. It's truly impressive how good he has been. And Fnatic have now had to take their own pause, going, all right, guys, we can't allow to let rounds like that slip away.
I remember a long time ago, looking at Benji as a player, mentality and ability in other games, but it's hard to imagine it translating well. I had faith, Tom. I had faith he'd be a good player.
Not this
but
much
he's
faith.
a bloody great player. It's unfathomable to be able to compete at the top level in so many different sports, so many different ways. 18-10 up against one of the best teams in the world at a time, uncontestedly the best.
Kill Benji.
Yeah, Benji.
Fishy as soon as possible.
Check Benji Fishy buyout.
Check Benji Fishy PC. Maybe that's what the tech pause was for. Are you sure he's legit?
I'll be honest, I'm the one that called it. I had to see. I had to see, but we've been assured. The man's playing the game fairly, but it doesn't look like it. 9-9, tied up after pistol wins and follow-throughs. Fnatic are now no longer in the lead, and not even in a good position economically. Stingers ×4 in play and a Guardian for Alphier. But a big rocket in the back pocket. That could be what turns the tide of the round in
There's a
Durka's
lot
favor.
of red thing on B.
Gonna have this early brawl. Spam has almost killed Chronicle. He's on his last legs already. Durka has just gone though. He has sent it straight into the B site. Space has been taken. Nade will slow any
That's
form of
a
rotation
split.
for now.
Sent them back out to
And
the
even
players.
the paranoia is decent, but it doesn't even matter.
That's
It's
a
just
good
going to be
play
the
by
two kills coming
Fnatic,
through.
but like,
Corner cleared as well for Woot with Miniboo
Heretics is
alongside. Any
just
danger
hitting
in
their
this
shot,
round,
like-
they have dealt with it. They have dodged it. While Leo, I'd have been impressed if he even managed to get that kill. And Andaluthia flawless to put them in the lead, Mitch.
I'll give the applaud to Fnatic in this round for at least having great ideas. Did it work? No, quite clearly not. But the idea to have Durka go aggressively on B, start to get those players who are pushing up rubble every round to come back to start that support play, and then the nade goes through. It forces them back. Well, it forces Miniboo forward, unfortunately, but the rest of them go back straight into 3 players who were pushing up on A. Whether you want to blame it on weaker weapons or what I've seen is shots hit again and again by Heretics, they find the win. They put it now 10-9, a 1-round lead, and an aggressive stance that is denied by Durka.
We've seen these two battle and brawl throughout the match, and I will say Durka's come out on top most of the time. I don't mind it though, it's disruptive from Heretics. It leaves them a man down, however. Around where Fnatic are coming in with the buy, they've still got that showstopper from the last. Leo is 1 away as well, so I assume he's going to be the one taking the orb here to get that Nightfall. Nightfall showstopper, one of the nastiest combinations, just because of the fact that you can get that information. They may not even need it. They're going straight through, just putting that pressure onto Benji. Fact is though, he's just holding for now.
Patient play, he knows he's got backup. They can't push up without someone spotting. Rian's
that
caught behind the
paranoia
wall,
was a
the Nightfall
little
in.
off.
And then I fall in on the other side as well. Even footing for these players. Showstopper pop by Durka, looking for someone, spots the trails, and the shot is good. Boo is down, Benji Fishy only good for 1. This is a much better round from Fnatic now with full control. And Woot and Rian's on the same angle to fight through a Viper orb and almost take down the Viper. 35 HP left on Chronicle. It seems somewhat doable. They need to find these opening picks. That's a good one with a stun right after. Rian's moving around the snakebite that just faded. But no flashes for him. A Prowler for Woot is all they've got to work with. One flash could make all the difference. Instead, it has to be dry peaks and fights that will not be won. Guaranteed by Durka. His 4th kill onto Rian's as we equalize things yet again.
Yeah, he's been having a fantastic game. Now moves himself up to the top of the board, 21-14, but a lot of this round was off him alone, like finding that opener. He then takes the space. I really like the way they use the Nightfall, because a lot of the time you're gonna have Nightfall in and he'll chase it with the showstopper. If there's no one there, you've used 2 ults and you got the site. Okay, you got the site. But instead, he takes the space of the site just off his own back, and then they put the Nightfall through, so he guarantees a kill. He knows there's gonna be someone there. They're not gonna allow them to have that site for free. Slightly delayed take, but it works for them. Still, Heretics have been climbing back. Finance is still good. And now they have that operator onto Miniboo. Woot, though, is going to come under some serious pressure. Not with the Odin this time, however, so he's taking a bit more of a
Nice
risk
shot.
with some of the angles. He's won that one out. I don't know if he's going to be able to
Needs
escape
help.
from here. That's going to be much more difficult. Everything being thrown into that corner, and
Yeah.
eventually he's taken down.
Yeah, just a
One for
straight shot
one.
needed to put
Spike
him low enough for the snake
recovered
bite to
by
finish.
Fnatic.
Especially that little vulnerability applied. So one downside, right, of having that player there, even if it's Mini Boo, he can blast back out. You'll often see Jets there. You'll see Boo. I think actually going to Fnatic, Boaster was the player in those positions because he had the Shrouded Step just to bail. But even with smokes up, it's not going to be enough a lot of the time. Team Heretics fill in the space of the player lost with 2 towards the A site. B site double stacked up on as well, despite the camera being there to spot. And all the while, Fnatic have set their sights on the wide open site, the undefended one on C, and the post plant has been strong for this squad.
They don't even have information. Normally you might have a cam around this position, but instead it's set outside of B. They're almost forced into the retake. Now they do have the showstopper. That's going to be good to clear some of the positions. Nade, Boombot available, flashes, aftershock, and a couple of smokes. So there's a hell of a lot of utility available in this scenario for Heretics to use. But just look at where Fnatic are going. They're almost playing completely outside of the site.
And for good reason. That showstopper is about to be used. Mini Boo now won't find any easy targets. Even swinging in towards Mound, it's a hard angle to hit them from. Goes for the wall in the back. Even if it does damage, it's not enough. Shot not landed.
Oh my
Monster on
god,
the
Boaster.
double Chronicle showing up here. And Mini Boo's
Mini Boo.
all alone. 1v3, up in hand. It's
Yeah,
not the
it's
weapon for
over.
this fight. And it's not a situation he sees as winnable. Running away to save the weapon. Fnatic have claimed themselves an 11 and the lead back in their hands.
Yeah. Good overall calls in this round. Like that was firstly the rotation to find the gap in the first place, to get into the C site, with the Heretics gambling on the other 2. Then the read of the showstopper being such a high impact ult to play from outside of the site. And then the second it's fired off, just the re-aggression to make sure nobody can get anywhere near that defusal. Good round from Fnatic. But was starting to look a little bit dangerous. Now has them back in the lead, back in control. And although they kept that operator through, there's still going to be a few issues when it comes to the finances for Heretics.
That there most certainly are. None more so than their support player, Rians. He's coming in with a full belt of utility, but a Sheriff to work with. He shouldn't be the one fighting first anyway, so...
And another A fight.
It's absolutely perfect. It's pushed them back, it's denied the aggression, it's burned a flash out of Rians as well. The Aftershock even used. A lot of utility out of the hands of Heretics for no real control. They haven't got rubble. In fact, they realize they have to concede it.
Definitely leaves them with a problem. They put Mini Boo in space over on C just to make sure that Fnatic can't go for the same rotation. Actually, looking like they're going to push up on B as well. They really don't want to just sit back and let the ground go the other way. But even with the 2-man setup, Alfia is able to spray down both.
Feel like
It leaves that
everybody's
B site
stepping up
wide
for
open.
Fnatic.
It leaves Mini Boo walking up, and if they
Boaster
go back
had like
here,
2 impactful
they
kills.
just walk directly into him. But
Now
with an
it's-
operator from this position, I don't know how many kills he can
It's
expect to get.
Alpha. 40
Well, nothing as they're not
seconds.
even walking towards
They
him.
need to pick a side
B
and
side
go.
now turns into the threat for Fnatic.
It's gonna be
Smoke
B.
to the left side, smoke up top. Only right that they've got to clear. And now with the door open, a potential challenger steps up. Mini Boo. But the AWP will not be given a
Mini Boo,
chance
what
just
can you
yet. They wait for
do?
the door to close, but he's going to swing it right back open. Even still, Dirk has already bypassed him, caught himself a kill. Now Mini Boo doesn't want that fight, but the door being open betrays
gonna
him.
get killed.
Leaves Alfia the chance to shut him
It's
down.
a flawless.
Put 12 on the board for Fnatic. Now 2 in a row for Heretics. Just to claim an overtime. It seems unlikely, but they've done it before from worse
Oh, yeah.
positions.
Oh, and Andaluthia flawless as well, though, for Fnatic. This was unfortunate. They hit the headshot, and then every other bullet goes astray. But from then onwards, Fnatic were in complete control.
Nice, Alpha.
Not letting any more of the rounds slip that we saw earlier. And you even look at the ultimates, they're definitely in their favor. A couple of orbs will get that lockdown again. A Viper's Pit as well. You have to feel like Fnatic have what it takes to force this over the line, but it's safe to say Heretics are not going to give this one up without a fight.
I got the spike.
This is dangerous. We saw the orb picked up by Alfia. If they claim site control, he'll be planting, and they'll be finding themselves A nice lockdown afterwards to push these players out of position, buy more time. Durka shut down, and so too is Chronicle. No Viper's Pit anymore. Woot onto Boaster as well, and never mind the plant. They can't even get on the site. A jump up top now leaves Leo surrounded and shut down. And right when they're backed into a corner, Heretics answer up 11 rounds now, just 1 for that overtime.
It's just ridiculous after losing 3 rounds in a row. It's just an Andaluthia flawless that brings them back into the game again. They're definitely getting their money's worth today because we've had quite a few of these rounds. Benji as well, just a pixel is all he needed. The flash comes in just seconds later, but he's still able to find the frag. 21 and 13 up there and out. Nice! But you've also got Chronicle and Durka still going. They come in with the better ults. They still come in with the rifles. All Fnatic needs is 1.
Well, it's either been a dominant victory on this map or overtimes for Fnatic. This is their chance for a 13-11, a regulation win. Previously, I believe it was 15-17 in favor of Heretics when it got to that OT. They turned up when they needed to. Lockdown is used in this round as we see Fnatic take control, but look how quickly Heretics are right back into the fight, and they're winning every duel! 3 kills already, and it looks like Fnatic are set
OT?
for another overtime on this map. It's a nightmare for them. Even with the pistols and the follow-ups, they can't put it across the line in regulation. Short of a big clutch from Leo and Alphayer, it's going to be the case yet again. 55 seconds, spike down on B. No real utility to get them through. If that reveal even manages to find a player, I'd be surprised. There's 4 guns on the site ready to fire.
Pull off something truly absurd, and it is not even going to be remotely close. OT on map number 1. Both these teams able to dig deep when it seemed like they needed it most. And honestly, this map has been an absolute banger. It seems to just swap on so many occasions of who is going to be dominating, who's going to be in the league. Because a lot of these rounds have been squeaky clean. And there's been so many as well that could have been, and then resulted in a 2v5 or a 2v4. Both teams have managed to pull off those sort of rounds, and now heading into OT. Those are all that matters. Who's going to step up the biggest? Everything that's happened throughout, be it pistol rounds, follow-up rounds, even bonus rounds, all of that is irrelevant. All that matters is who wins by 2.
Well, a wise man once said, the past can be a great teacher. Here's where you've got to apply everything that you've learned. And those spams are near perfect from Woot this time. Durka down to 58 HP.
Still revealing though.
Yeah, it's surprising to see him still spamming right back. It's only a matter of time before Woot's in that position up top on platform to fire right back. Durka predicted it and actually spammed it ahead of time. We're getting into the mind game territory with these Odins. But they're not worried about Durka anymore. They know they're all in safe positions, waiting for the wider peak. Eventually, you've only got 300 bullets. I mean, it's a lot of bullets, but you're running out of them by spamming them all around. Someone has to peek and confirm there's still players here. The Prowler is the one to do it in this case. Durka, it's so close.
Oh, it's so risky though. When you're this low on HP, but he gets the kill anyway.
Oh, he gets out.
Escape. He should have been dead to rights, and eventually
Oh,
he
he's
will
dead
be.
now.
He has a teammate there. Boaster's not able to capitalize, but he
Boaster
eventually gets
finds
one. Still,
someone.
though, just gonna be those trade outs. Boo left on just 10 HP, but the aggression
Holy
of Woot with his
shit.
Odin is not gonna stop. He's stuck in the mud though. Already, the trades just continue.
Yeah, the
leaving
drop,
things
no?
back into a 2 versus 2. Chronicle might have taken the angle earlier than expected. Now Woot is left to try and clutch this out. Still, that Odin in hand. He knows exactly where Chronicle is. And if Chronicle peeks, it's
Holy shit, Chronicle. Chronicle is such a clutch player for
and that will
Fnatic.
be Fnatic taking the lead just about by a whisker.
Like,
Just about indeed. This could be the first time they take it in OT.
He wins
It's that
them
they either
so
smash a
many
team
fucking
or they
rounds.
lose in overtime. For Heretics, they'll hope to lean back on that history. But this play from Durka, ambitious, and it worked out. It pulled them into the site. In all these fights where Boaster's able to pick up that one more great reveal. And it's good to see Leo following up on his own utility. Fine, I'll do it myself. 13-12. One more now for Fnatic to be going into Breeze, their map pick, with the advantage already under their belt.
Back onto the attack. That's quite funny, really, that you'd say in buy rounds, Heretics have been better. You lose the first 3 rounds of each half and still take it to OT. But that's the thing with Fnatic. They're always the best in the late game. You might be able to get it all the way to 12. But when Fnatic are in the server, that's completely irrelevant. Boo, up close. His position going to be revealed. Getting out of here is not going to be easy. The paranoia is good. He doesn't have any plans to get out of here. He's trying to stick around. In fact, he's got a couple. Almost disrespectful. They expected him to try and retreat, but he wants to take this round into his own hands. They are still trying to deal with him. And in the meantime, the rest of the squad has arrived.
That smoke as well, sectioned off these players. Let the fight be taken deeper, and with kills under his belt, Rians has the ult to work with on the orb. Easy stuff with the Rolling Thunder, and almost an Andalucia flawless, robbed of it by Rians going down, but hey, I don't think they're gonna care too much. 13-13, and they get another swing at this.
I think it's just absurd as well. Like, you can't really blame Fnatic for not expecting him to try to retreat.
At all.
I think there might have even been a moment in their mind where they went, oh, he must have got out.
Well, it wasn't even that. You saw Boo, because he'd been hit by the paranoia, he thought, oh, he's probably using this to Shrouded Step up top.
Yeah.
It's either away or up top. So I'm gonna look up top. He comes out of the smoke, looking up there, gets shot in the side of the head. Guy is still stood in the same place he was. It's ridiculous, but he made the decision. At some point, running away will just give them the opportunity to chase you, and I don't know that there would be teammates close enough by to help out in that fight. Instead, he stands his ground. He'll die for the cause, and, well, he doesn't even end up doing that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess in his head, it's like, if I go 1-for-1, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Just
he's confident in his ability to hit those. Well, he's 16-16. He has been going 1-for-1 the entire game, so it's understandable. Heretics now going to take themselves a pause. Neil, one of the coaches that has been able to make Masters events with multiple different teams. Weber being alongside him in it. This duo has definitely proven themselves over this season as a powerful coaching duo. The fact is, what have they got for us here? Because the same can be said on the other side. Elmer Putty alongside Mini will definitely have some ideas.
There.
The operator is going to be in for Durka. Now, of course, this is a sacrifice of shield, so it definitely has its risks about it.
Boo's not afraid to go for that challenge up and around Rubble.
Toxins going up.
Spams haven't yet started. Chronicle a little bit more patient with it than what we've seen from Durka. Letting these players get close, waiting for a step to be made. And there it goes, rattling away. Same old play that you're up against here for Team Heretics, they know. And this one's typically played out. Benji very aware of the player in the corner, but he's just lurking up to destroy utility to cause headaches. Make sure if there isn't someone on B that there has to be, they'll rotate in. But in the meantime, I take a look at that defensive positioning from Leo. He's moving away from B heaven, moving instead towards A, popping his reveal here, but they've waited it out. A good sense of how Fnatic like to play this defensive side. They've watched them and how they like to breathe these rounds, and so far everything's going according to plan for Heretics. The dash in is perfect. In fact, the flash might even have just revealed him.
Still have to deal with Chronicle.
5 versus 4, Chronicle
And that's
surrounded
done.
and taken down, and the sight is there for Heretics. There's nothing Fnatic can do but hope for another 2v5.
Yeah, and with Nightfall, there's not going to be any surprises, although Alpha does get an opportunity. Nice shot from Durka. As said, no shields to play with, so he's even lower than you might expect, considering he hasn't taken any battles. First goes his way, but the trade is immediate. No
Good
chance
trade.
to find a gap in the armor of Heretics. They'll take themselves the lead. Now their opportunity to convert.
There were a few points along the way here, Tom, where I was close to saying hope was fading for Heretics. 5-1, pistol round and third in the second half as well. The 9-6 lead.
They might call you a heretic for that.
But for Heretics, they've somehow kept themselves in it. In the darkness, you have to give yourself hope. And look, they've done that. One more round to claim their map pick and put Fnatic into a very familiar situation with an OT loss on Lotus.
Yeah, the only time they won an OT was actually back at kickoff. Since then, it hasn't
Long
gone
time
in their
ago.
favor. That was versus Vitality in one of the first matches we saw. For now, at least, it is definitely looking like the opportunity is sat in Heretics court. They've been good on this defensive side. One of the major problems is the fact that when it comes down to that C side, getting through Benji has not been easy. Like, honestly, he is proven to be an absolute master of the Cypher. One of the best in the region without a doubt, maybe one of the best in the world. We'll have to wait and see. Both teams, of course, already booking their tickets. It's all about that final. And that's the thing, like getting into the final, having that upper bracket advantage, and more importantly, get the new thing of getting to choose your opponent.
Yeah, we don't know how that's going to work.
It's going to be so interesting to see, like, winning the region actually having some real value for the teams. Okay, the points are cool.
Yeah.
But they have the same points value as kickoff, so they'll be matching up to the likes of KC.
It'll be interesting as well to see, because I to my knowledge at least, there's the video out from Leo Faria and Bill Pan, right? And they said in that there'll be more information later. So I'm not entirely sure how that's even going to pan out in terms of if 4 teams come in as the top seed of the region and say, hey, I pick the same team. What happens? How does it work? Is there a priority system? Is it RNG over who gets first pick? Or is it a favors list? Could be many other options as well. For these teams, they don't know exactly what they're competing for just yet. All they know is they need those wins under their belt to give them the best possible chance to push forward on the international scene and here in regional. Already locked in for Shanghai, both of these squads. The pressure's off in terms of elimination, but a road straight to grand finals would be much appreciated by either squad, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm also certain as well that, especially for the Heretic side, if there's a trophy on the line, they're gonna want to be the ones lifting it, especially after kickoff, falling in the final after losing to a team they already beat. I don't think they're gonna want to allow that to happen again. So getting that first spot, it's gonna be integral, and you also have to bear in mind the teams that are down in the lower bracket. Like you're looking at KC, you're looking at Foot, teams that both of these teams have had to play throughout the season, teams that are solid. And I think, to be honest, a couple that maybe in the terms of Foot had a little bit of an off day yesterday. We know the sort of performances they've been bringing all season. One of the 2 teams that managed to go 4-1. Unfortunately, Heretics already sent the other one home. Definitely a bit more brutal. But for now, at least, to get our heads back into the game is down to 1 round. Fnatic, as said, when things get tough, that is where this team seems to really just pull out the best of their rounds. We've seen crazy clutch moments from the likes of Chronicle and Durka in particular within this series, but let's be real, any of the 5 on that Fnatic squad could easily turn this back for another OT.
From what we've seen so far, Heretics have a pretty deep pool for those late round clutches as well.
All right.
Benji Fishy especially, 23 and 14 on the Cypher. Whether it be the AWP or the rifle, the man's able to get the job done. Attacking side for Fnatic as we get back into the game. The barriers are up, trap already spotted and destroyed on the way through on B. Some presence shown early, but no committal from Fnatic. They're spread in a 1-3-1. 3 players contesting for this B main control, taking utility out of play for Heretics. So no matter what, they have to commit a player to watching that angle, making it easier to push into a site in theory. But Heretics have decided on top of that to rotate their second B player to the C site. Now Rienz is here, quicker resulting utility from Rienz, but it's all gone. Now it's down to just rifles, where Benji Fishy and Miniboo are doing the brunt of the work. Alpha sneaking in, almost had an angle, but they've spotted him, dealt with him as well. And it looks like this is where this one ends. An hour and 20 minutes, give or take, a long one. And a tough loss to take for Fnatic, who seem to have all the pieces lined up to take it across the line. But Heretics find the win and now move on to Breeze with a 1-0 advantage. We'll be seeing Breeze in just a little bit. For now, it's time to go to a break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us.
Say
Oh, almost.
bro, you're improving. Thank you.
I mean, brum, indeed. Brum, 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 brum.
I can't roll my
see
R's.
Boo laughing?
I thought that was a glitch. I wasn't sure if that was real.
I'm
that
just
it
thankful
actually-
that that wasn't the actual Benji
Did you
screaming
like it?
without them, without being beauty. Yeah, I actually liked it.
Did you like it? I thought it was a little scary because it came out of nowhere.
Okay, a little bit of a jump scare
Yeah,
for
a
you.
bit of a jump scare.
That's fair. That's
That's
fair.
how I want people to describe my smile and my love. That's very nice. Zoe here, joined by Kakuka and Ash. Let's break down what we just saw, because heading into this match, we talked about, you know, Fnatic coming back from those deficits. But really, in this first map, it was Heretics having the odds stacked against them and still coming out on top.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like they learned a bit from what Fnatic was doing yesterday, especially in the rounds where everything seemed to be against them. Heretics managed to get the rounds on the board. And as we're saying, it's not only getting the buy rounds, it's actually rounds like this, 2 last rounds, where things are not making sense, how they can stay on top of their game after they have already lost the rounds that they were supposed to win. They also get an eco here and there, and there is no opposite side to the resilience that they showed on the map.
No, there really isn't. I mean, I feel like this team is one that really thrives in the chaos when it comes down to that micro in these really scrappy fights. You can even see it just within their IGL and Boo in himself. The way that he was able to work around Rebel so many times when Fnatic were dumping utility towards him and still finding 1 to 2 picks, and then also even getting out or buying time for the rotation for his team, it is impeccable to see.
And a lot of that obviously always comes down to some heroics from individual players. Benji Fishy, once again, of course, super stood out in more than one occasion. We've seen him here doing the aim labs warm-up, getting ready for our second map. Breeze is coming up. What are our expectations, our fears, our thoughts?
So here's the thing, right? Benji was super important in this map, and it's not only the frags and the rounds that he was getting. Also, I need his routine to not lose his voice, because I cannot understand how he can still speak after screaming the way he screams. But he was the one shutting down Leo and Durka the most. And thinking about Breeze, thinking about this second map, Durka is going to be a constant threat. He's improved so much in the Euro. Every single protocol in Fnatic has improved so much, and how to implement it. And yesterday, Leo was doing wonders to set him up, not only with the ultimate, but with every single piece of utility.
I mean, not even just Leo, but you're looking over at Chronicle as well on that KO that we
Really?
expect to see him here on Breeze. Again, what Fnatic did so well in their match yesterday against Karma & Core was isolating that Sentinel that was Tomazi on this map here at that Cypher. But Benji, we also see him being very dynamic with his positioning, something that I think that he has that edge up compared to that match yesterday, where you are going to see him being a bit more fluid with where he's looking to position himself. He's not going to set up in the same spot every single time and allow himself to get isolated.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we haven't seen Heretics play this map since week 2. Woot was not here. Patatek was still filling in that spot in Heretics. So what is he going to be playing? The thing is, what are the expectations? We know the Heretics in the past has been like, okay, let's just throw a Reyna here because there's no way that you can prepare against it. But there's not much to be prepared against. Like, they played against Vitality. We know that Vitality loves this map, and they made it their home ground. Anything that they do here does not need to be that outrageous of a surprise. At the same time, we see they can play anything, so you can put it on literally any part of the map.
I think that makes it so difficult for Fnatic to also read into this, because on paper you would think, okay, he just slots into that KO role. We've seen him play this agent on other maps, but like you mentioned, there's that surprise factor, and that's what I'm saying. The opportunity to even lean into the Yoru Jet meta here on Breeze could be an insane surprise opportunity for Heretics. Okay, so
Boring
won't say more.
Heretics. Come on. Funny enough, Fnatic here starting on the attack. On the previous map, we were talking about how good their defense in Lotus was with those retakes. Yesterday, the set plans, those set strats against KC, gave them a very, very good attack in half, and they were very comfortable with it. But now, they also need to recover mentally from a map that has been extremely long for, circumstances also outside of the game. And now Heretics have a chance to just send it over to that grand final.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how both teams will be faring on this second map. And for all the action, we once again going to hand it over to Tom and Mitch. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Zoe, once more. Yes, it's time to dive into map number 2. Heretics this time with a 1-0 advantage up against Fnatic. Let's hope their Breeze on Fnatic is looking a little bit better. OT on the first map, expecting a close one here?
I don't know. I think it depends almost purely on one player, which I know sounds ridiculous, but Miniboo, when he played versus Na'Vi at kickoff, he went 24-6. Like, he had a truly unbelievable Yoru performance. When he played versus Vitality, it wasn't the same. And that's the thing. I feel like this is not their most comfortable map. It's not one they're going to be picking themselves. But when they're forced into it, he becomes such a pinnacle point. And he's up against a Yoru who's done exactly the same on the other side. Some of Durka's performances in their matches, again versus Na'Vi, were utterly insane.
One of the things Durka was doing was pushing down this tube, getting some nasty little angles to play from on the defensive side. Looks like Boo will not be quite as aggressive, but it's early days yet. Jump peeking out, hasn't spotted them just yet, and look how close Fnatic will be by the time he eventually sees them. But it doesn't matter, the correction is perfect, Alpha Year's dropped, and now the control is entirely in the hands of Team Heretics. They've got tube, the only thing they've lost is the sight, and as a plant comes in, it's a two-man disadvantage the Fnatic have to fight back from. Look at the damage too, a good shock dart, though it doesn't land. Still could have been deadly for these players.
The only real danger is going to be Leo's aggressive position, but it's not even that valuable when you see where the players on Heretics are mostly coming from. Util for Boaster's going to be completely denied. Isolating these fights, not going to be easy, but he has managed one. Flash is going to make things awkward, but Boaster's still holding his ground. It's going to have to be an ace for the IGL if they're going to be able to take this one over the line, being pressured from multiple angles. He somehow connects the shot, but didn't expect Benji. A really nice try from Boaster, but it's not quite going to be their third pistol of the series.
Well, we heard a holy moly guacamole from Jake in the last map. I don't think he's going to be quite as upset after that. What a start. 4 kills under his belt, but the pistol slips out of the control.
Boo looks surprised.
Oh!
I don't think
he got a reaction out of Boo now. That's quite a day.
He pulled a muscle in his face.
He didn't limber up before the game. He wasn't expecting that much of a surprise. What an attempt.
Oh, it's
so unlucky.
And you understand why he went that way, because you think all 3 players would be coming from 100%. The same spot.
He made the right call, but the wrong read in this situation, but nothing you can do about that. A pistol round bound for Heretics. Not something we got to say on the previous map, Tom, but it didn't matter. They were still able to find it in the end.
Well, it's just 3 orbs away from a Viper's pit.
Very powerful start. Could even make that third round the difference in it. As we expected to be online by then. 3 players spotted. Woot, good for 1. This site control seems to be entirely theirs. A little sneaky play from Boaster, who's already just 2 away from that Viper's pit. Great snake bite, and it makes it easy for Chronicle to follow up.
Made this one costly, but that's about all. There'll be a couple of players drop, but Heretics have managed to convert themselves that second round. Now we get to see if they can do the same thing that Fnatic had done to them and truly make things difficult on their map choice. This is the way you expect things to get a little bit more difficult. I'd also make the assumption that Fnatic may play for an orb here. Now, obviously, you can do the same with the plant. You get the plant, get the Viper's Pit. I think it's one of those ults that you can pretty much wait for that to happen. And for now, at least, Fnatic look like they're just going to be playing this one in more of a default.
Understandable for the round that's in it. A lot of weaknesses for Heretics. Miniboo's Outlaw could be dangerous. His position could be even more dangerous. Pushing down on mid, taking that close range angle. Solo A-site holders. A lot of support in this round is put into this mid play to make sure that nobody's coming behind Miniboo in through the elbow. Gives him the chance to be the point of that spear, but the orb is blocking out any control, and the reveal forces him back. So good early denial by Fnatic as that advanced map control is taken out of Heretics' hands. They have to fall back into somewhat more of a gamble. 3 players on B, hoping that's where the hit comes in, but as we can see, and the Viper wall there as well. As we can see, it's the A site that seems to be the real target.
Rian's almost trying to bait somebody into the fight.
Deploying drone.
Boo's going to be the major danger, but with the wall that's put into place, it just makes things so awkward. They've actually intentionally just blocked off where he is on the stairs. Alpha, the timing here could be everything. It's only going to be the 1, though. And that's actually a rifle for Woot. That's not too bad at all.
Not a bad start. So much more still to be done. Leo, I thought he suspected Woot's position. Instead, he's tucking in for the late round play. Lurk coming through from Benji. Fishy caught by Durka. Good read from him. And now this is where Leo starts to step forward, making his way towards that door. Being the diffuse rather being tapped. It's being seen that that's not being stuck. Good kill for Rian's. Follow up is there as well. trading over the weapons so he doesn't have to reload. He can defend right here and now. 3 kills already. Durka trapped in the corner, but no info for Rienz. He had to clear every angle. He didn't pick the right one to start with. Fnatic pick up that round, but it's a damn costly one.
Yeah, no, that's a really good bonus. Like, that was a couple of pistols, still a couple of bulldogs. I think it was only the rifle, really, that they picked up on Woot that was actually anything of real value, and they managed to drop 4 players while they do it. So, although Heretics lose the round, I don't think they're going to be too unhappy with that one. They now come in with Rienz on a Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft available as well, and only a couple away from having the null command. So, this is not a bad spot for Heretics to be in whatsoever. They just now need to capitalize on the round, and that Viper's Pit is still there. Boast didn't use it just as a bolster to economy. He wants it for this round.
Careful here. I think it's a better call. See a lot of Vandals considering a pit in play. Might not be the A plan. It's a little bit of a backup. I expect some shorties in the back pockets too if the credits allow. It seems like they do. Good flash for Woot, and he's through for one. Getting out could be difficult. The spams are going after him. He's down to 45. Miniboo picking up Alpha though, who tried to fill in that little bit of extra space, assuming it was a heavy play towards the mid angle, which it had been before. We saw a lot of Heretics focused up there, but they were ready for that A play. And now the numbers thinned out down to 3. That Viper's Pit looks pretty tempting, if you ask me.
It's just whether or not Boast is actually going to be able to get him to position. He's so far away from the rest. Well, they do look to build into this B side, but just look at the rotation. 2 players are already into that back corner while also having the Cypher set up. Like, this is everything and more that Heretics could need to defend this. I feel like Chronicle was going to have to hit some crazy shots, and well, that's not what he was looking for. It may even just have to be a save now for the side of Fnatic, because going into a 2v5, okay, we've seen a fair few of them won, but it would be pretty optimistic.
Well, really, it's the fact that there's no flashes, right? There's no way to get through these angles. Like, if you can get that Viper's Pit in play, maybe you could even get it done in the 3v5. The 2v5, it's tougher and no way to get into position to put the Viper's Pit in. Yeah, saving is the right call. There was a decoy put through on B, but no further signs of aggression from Heretics, who are happy to allow Fnatic to carry these weapons forward. Of course, it's not like anyone on Heretics really wants to be in a position where they have to buy something in the next round. Credits are pretty low, and this is a good money maker round. It's also a good lead extension, because now they're up 3-1.
I like this. Again, just the early aggression coming out. The pop flashes. This was something that Fnatic struggled with when they came up against GX as well, was just these mid-pressure plays where they have pop flashes to just send it through and then just look to try and hold on to the ground. And the thing I like about Heretics is they're very happy to just take that advantage and leave. They're not going to overcommit, they're not going to overface, they're not going to risk too much and allow Fnatic back into the round. Both players take that initial fight and then they're gone. And while for Fnatic, this round's going to be all about heroes. Can Durka or Leo put up enough numbers to pad the gaps? Get them into a late round, that Viper's Pit still there.
It'll be one of those games where we end up saying that for quite a while. I can feel it coming. Round 5, aggression good. Stocked up right at this trap, and I'm guessing it's going to be broken any second now for a wide swing. Rien's the one that would be in danger from it, but he's already spotted it.
Look at the wall cup.
Taking a lot of damage. And the push-up from Heretics is strong. I mean, it all depends, though. If they lose this control that Rienz is holding on to, they'll almost swap positions. They'll isolate Boo, but instead it's Miniboo who's picking up kills. 2 from behind. The backup by Durka. The shots aren't quite hitting, but he gets there eventually. Look, it's manageable. It's winnable. The spike is down, but Durka has ult to try and retrieve it.
That's the last thing that Alpha wanted. He was trying to be so sneaky. And then the Neural Theft utilized by Benji to sort of just reveal him in the backlines is the worst possible scenario, and Boo just holding his ground. Good cleanup in the end for Heretics. A 4-1 start on this defensive side, and well, Fnatic didn't have a mass amount invested, but I think there's already going to be some alarm bells ringing with the fact that just the mid push that came in from Heretics, just the gall to just go walking all the way in towards their spawn. That's got to be frustrating.
I know exactly.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you can see from this perspective, as we started out the round, the attempt to take control, I really enjoy, especially when you've got those weaker weapons. Sending someone up through tube, playing on the back of the trap. This was an idea I don't think we're going to see played out in a full buy round. So it's not the biggest of dangers for me. Now, okay.
Here.
Ult is used already by Durka. Good information. 2 players spotted towards the A site. Wood already dropped. Now, Durka looks to finish that ult. He'll just go into it on site. Not looking to take a fight in the back of it, but they've lost Alfier. Now Control falls out of their hand, and the ult from Miniboo is going to confirm all these positions. They will now know, or potentially know, where Boaster is. The Hunter's Fury is thrown through. Miniboo searching for this Viper so they can manage to take down that pit, but there's no chance. The shots have not connected onto the right players. Pit still up, 3 versus 4. Although the numbers favor Heretics, getting through this setup will be very difficult. The flank out of Benji Fishy perhaps stands a chance of turning the tide of this round. In fact, his position is absolutely perfect. Just seconds ago, Boaster stepped out of this ult. If he does that again, he will be down and out. Hunter's Fury by Leo is good. Takes down Miniboo, but he's last man standing, not able to connect onto Rians to shut him down. And at this point, how can he possibly deny this defuse? He's realized there's no chance. He's getting out.
Yeah, the idea from Fnatic again,
Strong start for
it was mainly
Heretics.
revolving around having either a snake bite or the Viper Spit, which I don't believe is actually covering the spike plant. So the goal would be that they'd be low. I think one of the players was, but the rest were not. So I don't mind the idea, but it didn't quite work out, and they also needed to catch Benji. Like, that was the thing. Him being able to flank and just remove this Viper's Pit completely makes that idea so much more problematic. A 5-1 start for Heretic, a scenario that we've seen many times from Fnatic throughout this season, but the fact is, the lower bracket almost seems to await them at this stage, losing that first map in such a close fashion. And right now, they've not turned up to the races on map number 2.
Fnatic slow to start. Who would have seen it coming? Is there any way for them to get back into this game? Oh, it might just be over. Things we've said before. Things we've regretted almost immediately. A timeout for Fnatic. Typically where they bounce right back into things. A lot to discuss coming into this round. And, well, it is an opportunity for Heretics to run away with things. They've got credits even if they lose to buy right back into it. This is where Fnatic's back is against the wall, but typically that's where they hit hardest.
It's definitely a worry though. Like, if there was any map that I was kind of feeling would go more confidently in a team's favor, it would be this one. One that Heretics really haven't shown much on since their defeat to Vitality. They played it once this stage, once at kickoff, and that's it. We haven't really seen it whatsoever. We've definitely not seen it with Wu. But as always, it seems like he just fits right in. Miniboo, thriving. Rians is having a great game as well, and right now Boaster sat at the top of the board. The majority of his kills coming in the pistol round. Durka, though, it's looking a little bit more disrespectful. The pop flash, oh, just about. He even gets the TP off, but it doesn't matter. He's already dead.
And those numbers way down. You can see
Cage triggered.
good old-fashioned Fnatic pause.
Here.
Right off rip, able to take some kills, find themselves a favorable position to close out the round. Now they look to the B site. Now, there is a rotation in play. Benji Fishy and Woot, 2 very dangerous players occupying this site. Benji's going walkabouts. He wants to come through and clear mid. Boaster's got the angle, a little slow on the reaction, and Benji punishes ×2. Give this man an inch, he'll take a mile, and already making it competitive for Heretics, but still the man disadvantage. The A site open, that's where the spike is going. And now they know where both players are.
Yeah, they've already seen Benji, obviously, just moments ago, and then with Woot being spotted by the drone, that was everything they could have needed. Chronicle somehow still aware, and Woot not going to give it another go, buddy? No. Failed the jump once, you just pretend it didn't happen, walk away.
I didn't even want to jump up there anyway, it's all good.
Yeah, I was just doing that to bait everyone at home.
Head taking it.
A 1 versus 3. Spike ticking, fairly far away, and definitely aware that someone is pushed up down here. Even gonna pop flash the angle, the read is there, but Leo, crosshair placement, just too good. Fnatic, they take their pause, break straight back. I'll be curious to see now what happens with that middle control, because the last few rounds, Heretics have been able to set up, get their own flashes in, and instead, Fnatic look to directly counter that play. Now, obviously, it was only by a millisecond, so I don't know if they'll shy away from that altogether. But I believe we've seen other teams do that, like go for a mid play, it not work once, and then just give up on it for the rest of it.
Yeah, we have, for sure. I think the second that your opponent sees you're trying to fight it, that's where they're just going to turn and dump their utility. I think mid is a more favorable fight for attackers typically than if you're sat on the A side having to break through a choke point, or sat on the B side trying to break through a choke point. You know, mid's just that little bit more open, gives you a lot of angles to compete from. You'll see those late lurks out of Alpha as well. That can be a big problem if you are dedicating a lot of manpower and a lot of players to that position. Their team Heretics, they have given it up, conceded completely, but the idea here is that Fnatic will probably go walking up. They'll probably test it again, maybe even do the same swings, the same punishes, and that's where Miniboo, from miles away, can take that pick with the operator. For now, though, a very slow approach to the Fnatic attack, perhaps expecting some aggression. More particularly, Alpha Yair is the one expecting that. This position tucked in the box of Elbow, it sometimes just plays no role, takes you out of the action, and that's the end of it, but sometimes it's massive.
Most has placed the wall they used previously for that A take, but he's using it more so as a ruse, trying to even bait him with some steps, and actually he's just peeked and taken out Miniboo. It's the second time he's TP'd away. Look where the X is on the map. TP'd out but died just before it was available. A little bit unlucky. Benji, though, they walked into his site.
Oh, he's jumped up though. Just the one kill to be found, well, the second, I suppose, but the trade out by Rienz, by Woot as well, leaves Chronicle against the world. 1 versus 3. An idea of Woot's position for sure, but Rienz and Boo have repositioned, have made it around to B main, where Chronicle will now have to have a crazy reaction to take both of these players down. They're pushing to go. Oh no, they've split up. Okay, maybe an opportunity, but jump up top right afterwards. Chronicle doesn't predict it. Boo's able to trade out. Heretics are able to win another round and put a 4-round lead into their back pocket.
Yeah, I think even just again, Benji doing well, like coming out of there with 2 kills when his position was completely known. We saw this just the other day from Fnatic on this map where they were very good at predicting. I think it was Tomazi. They knew exactly where he was, and they were just throwing all of their utility into the back of the site. And that's exactly what happens here, and Benji still comes out with 2 kills. And then just the quick reactions of Rienz and Woot to be there in time.
That was insane by Benji, bro.
Agreed. Nice! 6 and 2. Fnatic once again left with some weaponry weaknesses. Chronicles had to spread the wealth to get them a couple of guns in, and they do have the ultimate for Durka once again. So that might be an opportunity to at least garner them some extra space.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Decoy's gone running into B. As it went in, rotation from Rienz comes into play. 3 B stack. Much lighter on A. But there's an opportunity for Boo to pick one and reset into it, hiding from this Yoru ult. Durka's spotted him already. He's seen the op in his hands as well. That's a good opportunity for him to take him down. I thought he was going to commit on the back of the flash instead, scouting out the rest of the site now, making his way in. They know they forced Miniboo back. They heard the teleport sound as the gate crash was used over on the stairs. Alpha has to be very careful, and he goes swinging into 3. An easy trade-off, and down goes Durka. Things aren't looking good for Fnatic.
No, they're having opportunities. Alpha looked like he might have hit the timing there, but he doesn't manage to land the shots, and Chronicle even desperately low. They're going to need something truly ridiculous to be able to pull this round back, and they don't even have the utility to do it. The counter flashes from Wu are fantastic. The dart even revealing these close angles. Sure, the snake bites are going down. That will buy a bit of time, even get them an extra kill. And actually, here comes the fight back. Leo with 2. This round should have been all but over. It should have been done. And instead, Wu is going to try and fight forward, try and find Boaster, but look how far back he's sitting. The IGL doesn't want to give him anything, and sure, he'll take the final frag. But at this point, in the 3v5, the round goes to Fnatic again.
Now that's an old school Fnatic round if ever I've seen one. Get the site control, allow them to put the pressure back on, but then in comes your utility, just perfectly timed. Miniboo died, Woot got tagged down low, was vulnerable, couldn't even push into main to take the fights they wanted to because of the vulnerability.
Explain this from Leo.
And then you give Leo a chance to do Leo things. You know, that's what it's all about. You gotta create your own hope. And from the darkness, they've emerged 6-3, round back on the board, competing blow for blow with Heretics now, and a chance to string them together. We said Heretics had a lot of money, a lot of credits. Now that's starting to run a little bit dry after a competitive couple of rounds. Judge in play for Boo, but he's got his Viper's Pit to back him up. Banji Fishy, who has been one of the big hitters for Team Heretics, is left down to a stinger.
Such a ratty B-site defense. This is not a map that normally you get away with using this sort of weaponry.
Take flight.
Drone might put a spanner in the works. It's going to be the Judge scene. They know exactly where Boo is. They've still got to find Benji, and they'll know he's here somewhere.
That Judge is scaring them. They push the backside instead. Benji's not aware. They're going to go swinging through the nade. There was a small gap allowing them to fight, and the Judge just not good on that range. 13 HP on Leo, but it's enough. He'll survive in towards main. Keep that control for them late on into the round. And there's a TP from Miniboo. He's just gone for it, and they didn't hear him, but they've heard him now. Leo's just realized the steps coming through behind him. At least I hope he has. I think he has. Maybe he hasn't.
Not.
No, he didn't. He should have heard those steps. I don't know how Miniboo was able to thread the needle and slip past them. And we know Spike plans. This is very dangerous. Everybody's spread out. 25 seconds left, and a need to make it towards the site. But with Rianne's falling, that should make things
is
a
never
little bit
gonna
more doable. In fact,
expect Leo.
okay, the timing not fantastic for Leo here.
Even though there is a timing.
Rotating.
He has a timing on the plant.
To be fair, I'm now a little bit scared. If this position is as much of a surprise as I think it will be, he could grab a pick, and at that point, this round is winnable again.
It does seem like Fnatic are less aware. The problem is he doesn't know how much he's got away with. I think that's the more difficult thing is he may have managed to thread the needle past multiple players, but even still, it's whether or not he'll be able to get 1, 2, 3, and then get out of there with an operator. I'm not so sure. Fnatic are going to take this one. And that's the thing, this was a round of flanks. The fact that Miniboo got as far as he did is terrifying, but look at where Alpha got to. Like, he walked all the way into their spawn, basically, to kill Woot in the backlines. And I think that the players with the low weaponry actually did a decent job. It was the rest of them just being sort of caught off by some of the angles that they lost in return. There was a bit more of a problem. Again, Fnatic at a mass deficit of 5-1 down, slowly climbing their way back into the half. Now, the last 2 times they played it, has been dominant attack sides. 10-2 versus KC, a 6-1 to close out versus Na'Vi. The time before that, they went 9-3 versus Gentlemates, but that team was running a Phoenix. So,
not a fan?
No. Not on this map. I'd like them running it on other maps, I'll be honest, but Breeze is optimistic.
It is interesting. It is curious. I'm not sure what the ideas are behind it, but I'm almost certain I hate them. Heretics call a pause. Time to touch base with their coaches. Like we said, Fnatic have been winning the rounds right afterwards, but they're on a 2-round streak now. It's time to put a stop to it. 6-6 half still possible, but Heretics want that lead when they swap sides. Do they have what it takes to get there? In terms of credits, maybe not in this round. 7-5 could be the best thing they can hope for. Miniboo at least still has that operator. Everyone else on Sheriffs. And again, we've already seen rounds like this one, but I do think it's a little different doing it on Lotus than Breeze. You have to have the gamble right on Breeze. The second it comes to retakes, Fnatic should have it in the bag. Not least because of their utility, but even just the range advantages they can hold.
Yes, this should
It's gonna be easy.
This goes here.
But at this stage, I've learned not to doubt this Heretics roster at any turn. Whoop having a rifle, Miniboo having an op. There's always going to be chances. And again, it's always tougher when you let a lead slip. Especially versus a team like Fnatic. They're never going to be giving up. Boo's definitely given up a bit of information, but I think it was just bait. I almost believe it definitely was bait. Just tap the cage so that he's expecting someone close and then give Whoop the angle. That's already a massive start. Another rifle into their hands and a player dropped their lurker in Alpha, yeah.
This is getting more doable. A Viper's Pit for Boo, looming over the round. Fnatic seem to be moving towards him. It's the A site. Gate crash left in towards middle. Maybe Durka is just going to try to take some more space. They've already been spotted. Shot rang out. Boo knows his player's close. Viper's Pit's going to be activated on the back of it. Flash is close. Boo doesn't get caught by it. He's got all this control to play with, but there's the TP as they start to look in the other direction, moving it in through these doors. We've seen this wall before. So have Heretics. They know what it means, what it often means at least. Good nade. It's actually forced Boo out of the ult, but they don't expect that. He goes swinging into them, finds one, and he's back in safety. And with a shot from Benji Fishy, the only man standing is Leo. A demon in clutches, but he's got so much to fight through, and the first shot is the one that seals it. Benji Fishy on the Sheriff, picking up 2 in a round like this, so valuable, as Heretics now find themselves 7-4 up.
Yeah, I think also credit needs to be given to Boo. the beginning of the round, just baiting for his teammate to give him the firefight versus Althea. The Viper's Pit just being forced out of it, but finding value nonetheless. While Benji's there to hit a couple of shots at the end, it's going to be 7-4. Half at least is going in their favor. And as said, from what we've seen recently, Fnatic have been troublesome when it comes to that attack side. Now they're the ones with some vulnerabilities, but they have a fair few ults.
You just heard the call there from Miniboo as well. He's confirming. I don't know if it was his call in the first place, but an elbow pushes to come through. Decoy is the one leading the charge, but then they swing from the other angle. Nobody's here. Although they don't get to execute a play off the back of it, they do get the information early. It's going to mean those snake bites come through a little bit earlier as well. Try to delay this squad from taking space, but Durka can do it all by himself. Gate crashing in, finding the plant. Never mind. Denial at the last possible second from Woot. Just about finding that, denying the post-plant Viper's Pit, post-plant Hunter's Fury. And now Alphayear's caught on the lurk, trying to make up for lost ground. This is a beautiful stance to play from. Ult used by Miniboo, he even gate crashes in, and he's good for the kill as well. Chronicle walked all over, and so too is Leo. Boaster doesn't stand a chance. And the lead now for Heretics.
Damn,
what
that
could have been
defense was
a
like
6-6 half. What should have been, perhaps, with the last round being Sheriffs, is now double the scoreline of their opponents, with an Andalucia flawless, the cherry on top.
Yeah, a spot in the second final they'll have this year regionally is on the cards if they're able to close this one out. Of course, it's always easier said than done. They've done that last round as an Andalucia flawless as well, but...
He hit him with the nade! That's what gave away where he's... Oh, that's ridiculous. Or was it the corner?
I'm not even sure if at the end, Miniboo even knew where he was.
Just spray in. See if I get it.
boys.
Completely lost in it, but here we go. Fnatic again, fighting from a deficit. The last map. An OT thriller, this one looking more dominant for Heretics. If there isn't a turnaround, it has to start with a pistol. They won both when it came to Lotus, still lost the map. They've lost the first one on this.
Orb emitting. Poison's off.
Durka may have been spammed down through the smoke last round. He wasn't happy about that. He's gone walking through it in this. The pistol round, defensive side. Sees aggression from Fnatic towards A main. Double push on Halls, and nothing found. Again, that early aggression, finding them at least some information that they can now quickly begin to flank on, but with mid control going this way for Team Heretics.
Just nervous about Boo.
That's the spike. That's the spike, and it's dropped.
That's the spike down. That's such a problem already for them. They need Rians to fight back, and he's got to be careful because now there's another player looking to round the corner. It's definitely not the cleanest to fight, but he is able to hold on. Somehow, the Woods just got walking into the site. The spike has been taken, or at least it was for a second. Rians is still alive. He's on just 4 HP. And they don't know where Leo is. He's still looking to come up around the corner. Timing here is going to be absolutely everything. He's heard the steps, knows that they're going back towards the site. They're still clearing everything else along the way, which will give a little bit of time. And more importantly, what is that? I don't know how Rians is still alive, but more importantly, he's put Leo to an even lower health than he is. They're looking to try and fight him, or at least reposition to get back into a better spot. Woot taking the aggressive position to try and kill him off early. And now this round looks all but done. The shot connected. 4 HP versus 3. Leo to try and turn things back from what looked like an impossible position just seconds ago. The shot could be what ends it because he's normally so good with these, but Rians has managed to dodge it and lands the shot in the end. He could have died about 6 times in this round, but he'll survive.
A Jim West round from Team Heretics. Swinging through on those Sheriffs, kill after kill found, and I mean, this started by them losing the spike. A lot of damage being done, and players on Fnatic just shredded. That walkthrough from Woot is unreal. How he finds that much value, I don't think I'll ever know, and that was a headshot through the wall. And then a headshot not through the wall to finish him off. That's got to be a frustrating way to let that one slip, but for Fnatic, I'll say commiserations, because that's a round that you can't really do a lot about when they're hitting shots like that on Los Niños.
Turkish aim again. 9-4. Heretics.
Right here.
4 rounds away from making it to a final. A bit of an awkward fight to start, but Leo shouldn't be getting away with too much here. Doesn't have much support. Not a whole lot invested either. Oh, the biggest surprise, Alfie really has been having a rough time this map.
They've shut him down again and again. He won't be catching that kill as they fade behind the wall, and although a headshot's eventually delivered.
I heard Benji make that call on the stage. I heard him go, mid, like just screaming.
I guess he was jump peeking, right? So he just caught him. The panic coming through.
He's so loud that I could hear him through the headphones.
Let's hope he's not making the start around calls. Oh, Fnatic have stuck B for some reason. I wonder why. Well, the plans come through. Miniboo low on HP and caught by Leo, but it draws him into the open. An easy trade, and all it does is delay the inevitable. A round win, double digits for Team Heretics.
Planted.
And dare I say it, a tough score line to come back from on the side of Fnatic if Chronicle cannot find this 1v3. Even if he can, still going to be 9-5 at this stage. So many players to take down, so much time left. So little time, rather, left to do it. I believe he'll just be playing the exits if he even gets a chance. Angle held and swung on by Boo. Nicely done, double digits for Team Heretics. This is Fnatic's map pick, Tom. I don't want to get ahead of myself. With any other team, I would. But at 10-4, it is looking spooky. I'll say that.
It's looking done.
No, Tom, we did this yesterday. We literally were here yesterday.
I'm not going to change. I'm not going to change my thought process. They can prove me wrong again. It's looking done.
How many times do they need to do it, Tom?
Every time.
Every time.
Every time. From this scoreline, they need to do it every time because it is absurd. The way that Heretics are playing right now, they look like the better team. 10-4 up.
Poison orb emitting.
Looking to get themselves almost confirmation. Like if this round is lost by Fnatic, oh, you're going to need one of the best pauses you've ever seen. Because I don't know if I can truly believe that the players on the Heretic side won't be able to squeak through an extra couple of rounds. Trying to destroy some utility, but nothing there this time. In fact, as usual, it's Durka taking a little bit of early aggression. But all of that was just a ruse, an attempt to try and sell a fake as they do look to head towards this B site in the end.
Yeah, it looks like Fnatic are stacking up for some A aggression. It's coming in at the wrong time. Maybe it'll get them somewhat of an early flank, but not at this stage. Heretics set their sights on B. Knife goes into the back, doesn't catch anyone. Traps will still be online. Snakebite in from Boaster. Lets them know that he's here as well. You're running into a Cypher and Viper setup. It's going to be tough to break this defense. That was committal from Miniboo, not a fake gate crash. In fact, he's all the way through, but the flash, poorly timed, gives Fnatic a way back in. Benji fishy. Okay, he's good for one, but the flash gets him. The decoy doing its job. Woot, last man standing. A reliable player in clutch situations, and the shots don't hit for Alpha. A very tough game indeed. The 3K for Woot just around the corner, and it's Chronicle standing in his way with 15 seconds left, but only one bullet needed. A Red Bull clutch and an 11-4 lead for Heretics.
That's the difference between the two. Benji's going, come on, we got to do our little fist bumps, and Woot's going, I want the orb from the plant. Like, that is a man that is locked in right now. He knows he's getting his ult from this. A Red Bull clutch, and that's the thing. Every single piece of information was there. They used the cam to reveal him. They knew exactly where he was coming from, and just the shot's not connected from Alpha yet. This has been one of the roughest games I've seen from him in a long time, but the shots we're seeing out from Heretics, the ability of this young man. In week 2, he got his visa. During Madrid, he turned 18, just old enough to play in the league. And right now, top fragging versus Fnatic on a map he's yet to play with this team.
Yeah.
And if they win it, they're in the grand final.
And for Fnatic, I don't know how many Uncle Eero quotes they read to make these comebacks happen, but now they'll be thinking of life like a tunnel. You might not always see the light at the end, but you keep moving. You'll end up in a better place than where you were. That's their hope. 4 rounds on the board for the defensive side. 1 opening pick secured. Chronicle looking for that little bit more. The timing almost got him, but Alpha's able to deal death from afar. Shots for Miniboo, eventually correct. He's on 16 HP, but I wouldn't count him out just yet. Hunter's Fury put through, and it's huge! So much damage, and still chasing down more. Miniboo Boo, ult on site. He's got the info to play with the deep flash. He sees the defuse. It's being started. In fact, it's already halfway. They'll see that rising 5 HP on Rien's shock dart through. It's close, so it doesn't catch Leo, and he doesn't get a chance to fire the next, but Miniboo somehow has found a third kill on low HP. The gate crash reposition. Perfect, and Boaster now running low on time, low on HP, and low on chances with Boo right around the corner. 12-4, and one of the most impressive comebacks needed for Fnatic to even buy a third map in this series.
Oh, it's not happening. It's not happening. The way that Heretics are playing, every single time they've needed it, the star lights up the sky. This round, Miniboo was running riot with a little bit of support from Riads as well. These rookies, these players who weren't even close to the league last year, some of them weren't even making it to Ascension. You're talking about the likes of Woot, didn't get there. 16, 16, and 15 kills, leading their way on Breeze. And they have 8 chances to make it to that grand final, to show that the new era of EMEA Valorant sits with them, as it will be back-to-back finals within the region. And it was said earlier in the day, an expectation, I think it was from Almapuddy, who he thinks he'll play if they are in the grand final. He said it'd be Heretics again. I don't know if he would have expected to be able to lose again to this game, but it'll be them who has to try and grind their way back through, because they need so much more from this.
Seems moments away from welcoming Almapuddy and the boys to that lower bracket run. For Fnatic, strange territory they find themselves in. The old guard, and well, it's time to change. 8 rounds in it, 8 in a row. Bloody tough comeback for any team to make. And with Benji Fishy having thread the needle all the way through. It's a disastrous start to what needed to be the beginning of that comeback. Benji's looking for more. He doesn't want to get greedy though. Waiting for the wall to go up, for the info to come in and his teammates to burst through to the site. Gate crash used, Miniboo's here, and Woot's just waltzed in, finding himself Boaster, the leader, dead. And now, well, he could call from the grave, I suppose, but Fnatic need a lot more than that. A few well-placed shots could get them back through. They've done it millions of times. I've seen it again and again. But here, it's not looking too likely.
Chance is slim. And with the way that they've been playing in these afterplants, it's barely an afterplant at all. Woot wanted to take it into his own hands, and even then he's done damage. It leaves just 2 standing in the way of Heretics, and another grand final, and those players aren't even gonna get close. It ends up as a slaughter on Breeze. This map was picked by Fnatic, but it was dominant from the side of Heretics. A well-deserved grand final, and they'll get a second bite of the cherry here in EMEA.
Los Niños do it again. This time upsetting the best of the best, our region's only hope at times in the past. But the flame has changed hands, and now they carry the torch. Benji Fishy, a man many people doubted out there. This roster was doubted from its very conception. But here they are, and there they go, straight to grand finals as Fnatic are welcomed with open arms to that lower bracket. I pity whoever comes up against them, because this isn't Fnatic on their A game. This is Heretics bringing a new style to the stage, and my God, it's beautiful to watch.
Well, that's the thing. I think the most impressive thing with this is Woot coming in. I think he didn't play for the first couple of weeks due to visa issues. Thank you to Paddy for sort of like filling his spot. He definitely did a great job, but there is a reason. People were worried. They were going, is he going to be as good? He's up there at the top of the board. The individual brilliance he brings alongside that initiation for the squad. And honestly, this team can go anywhere. They're a squad of young superstars, solid leadership, and I think a lot of credit to the coaching staff as well. They've been fantastic all season just to make this one work. Because the fact is, they've come up against pretty much everything. School had to be called into question. You have to talk about the fact that players were still having trouble with visas, not being old enough. And with all of that, they still made it to the grand final. With all of that, they're in there as favorites.
I just want to see Boo give us a little smile to the camera. That's all I want. You're in the grand finals again, Boo. What a surprise showing on this final map, because even if you came in today expecting Heretics to win, if you're Spanish, You didn't expect 13-4, not on Fnatic's map pick of all. It can be hard to bounce back from those long series with some tech pauses in there as well. It ran to like an hour 25 from when they step foot on the stage to when they lose that map for Fnatic. That's tough, but this is a team that I don't even begin to question the mental. Oh, can they bounce back from it? Will they be sad that they lost? No, this is Fnatic. It's one of the best in the world. It's a team that doesn't get down and out. But now they are down to the lower bracket. Not out of chances, not out of Shanghai, but out of luck this time. Heretics have taken it, and it's time to hear from Rienz about just how they made that happen.
It is indeed. Thank you so much. Once more, give it up, of course, for Team Heretics. Rienz coming in here with what a performance from you and the team going up against Fanatics. Let's talk about what we just saw, starting on Lotus. Because quite frankly, you guys had the odds stacked against you. You were behind early on, but then somehow you brought it back. How did you rally the troops? How did you get back into that map?
So I think last couple of days we are always like comebacking, and that proves that we are still believing and we are like not going back as mentally, and like we have incredible individual players. So when we win some like incredible rounds, like 2v4, 2v5s, just because of individual skills, that helps you to come back a lot.
What are the comms like in those situations? Who's taking the lead? Who's calming you all down and making sure that you focus?
So I can give an example on me and Benji, 2v4 on B side. I told him that I have stun, and he just told me where to stun. So it's like not only one guy leading it, but like we are giving feedbacks to each other. Like I say I have stun, he says stun there, I'm gonna play. That's
it's
it.
a good synergy, good communication, everything on point. Now, of course, with this, that means that you're now in the grand final again. And that also means that you have a day off. How are you going to spend that one day? You're going to come in here, watch the matches, or you're just going to relax? What's the plan for your team?
I think I'm just gonna chill.
Just chilling. Yeah. That's good. You deserve it, man. You deserve it. You guys have put in the work. Now, next up today, we have Foot going up against KC. Are you going to support the fellow Turkish players, or do you want to have that rematch against KC and maybe get your revenge in the grand final?
I mean, I will of course support Turkish team. You know, I also have friends there. I also have friends in KC, but you know, like I'm Turkish, and of course I'm gonna just support Foot. So yeah.
That's right. Well, this match is coming up in just a bit. Rienz, thank you so much for joining us. Once again, congratulations to you and the squad. We're heading into a very quick break, and then afterwards, we're going to break down all the action.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition definition of divine. Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. Feel like a champ. MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Kakuka, and we have Wood from Team Heretics joining us. You just qualified for the grand finals. Again, you know, no big news for Team Heretics, but the manner in which you made this happen was actually outstanding. Let's discuss this match a little bit. I mean, going up against Fnatic, they've been around the block, right? Like, they are one of the greats in the EMEA region. You as the new player coming into Team Heretics, did you get nervous at all, or was it just another day in the office?
Yeah, it's Fnatic, and they are playing, I mean, they are dominating the EMEA for a long time. They are so strong team still, but we are a new team, and we have good players in our team as well. So we just worked hard. I mean, we didn't work hard. We just keep focus on our fundamentals and won. That's all.
So you worked smart.
Yes.
Instead of hard, you worked smart. You're a bit rich coming from you. You're still undefeated in the region. How does it feel to actually come into a region that has been, you know, you say, you know, Fnatic was the reigning like champions of like EMEA. You know, they were the team to beat. But now look at you. How does it feel for you to be able to achieve such a thing?
I think I didn't play too much match, but they were very important matches for ourselves, for our team.
So do you not feel the pressure?
I'm feeling in this just pistol rounds, and it's just going away. I'm forgetting about it. Actually, I'll just do my best every time, every match.
Hey, that's all anyone can ask of themselves. And you know what? Your best is looking pretty darn good. We had some fantastic moments in this match, Kakuka.
Yeah, I love that you say that you do not feel the pressure, because we have round 15 here. Talk me through what is going in your head in this 1v3.
Okay, I need to watch.
Oh, you do not remember it? It happened like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, in here, I know his position. You know my position. So I just want to pick and aim there. That's all, and I won.
And just clean, just easy. I have a question regarding every single time that we watch one of these replays and you're going crazy with Benji. In what percentage do you have his volume? Because he gets pretty loud.
I don't have any idea about it because they're not showing us percentages. Like, you know, we can't see it. But I'm not feeling too much like sound.
Oh.
So it's not problem.
Oh, okay.
Water off a duck's back, man.
We have great sound engineers.
Focused, that's right. I probably just have like a mute hotkey just for Benji Fish. That's it. Just, you know, an idea for the future. Now, obviously, like you and your team have been performing so phenomenally during the group stages, now here in the playoffs. And one thing that stood out since you joined the team is your versatility. Your agent pool is so deep. Let's talk about this a little bit.
What's your favorite one? That has to be the first one, because we know that from last year you can play a little bit of everything. But come on, can you do it against anyone now that you're going to Shanghai?
I want to say my favorite agent is ISO, for sure.
Oh God.
But that's a take of all takes.
It's not good for team play, so I'm not playing in the officials. But one day I will play. One day I will play.
Aspirational. I like it. Who makes the calls? Are you very vocal about what you want to play in which situation? Is it very player-led, or is that more up to your coach?
It's actually about with Boo. Boo is really good IGL. He's just IGLing every round at the beginnings, and then we are just giving the micro calls in the rounds. Like maybe when enemy did something, when enemy reaction something, we are just giving another reaction. We are just micro calling it. So that's why we are so good. We are good on it. Like everyone gives calls, everyone saving the rounds, everyone has insane aim.
Yeah, we've seen. Yep, definitely.
I mean, and that's what gets you a space in the grand final here in the EMEA
first grand
region.
final.
Yeah, are you excited about that?
Like I said, I never win any playoff match in my life in Turkish League. I played 2 seasons in Turkish League and I never win one match in Fire Flags. But I won 3 matches in playoffs and I am in the grand finals. Like, I'm so happy.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't ask for more than that, other than, of course, winning the grand final as well. We have to wait one more day to see you play again. For now, you can just chill, you can relax, and you can watch the other teams battle it out. Let's talk about our next match here. KC will go up against Foot. Looking at those two teams and how they've performed thus far, what are your thoughts? How do they stack up against one another?
Play against KC in the group stage. They're so good team. They're like us. They are a young team and they have amazing aim power.
Yeah.
But Foot has more experience and they have Ye2J. So
yeah, we know that you love Ye2J. Yeah. We can understand that kind of thing. You know, Boo was telling us yesterday how he thought that actually Foot was going to take this because it was a very hard match that you guys played against it. I think it's funny that you say you yourselves are like a new team and have all these explosive plays, but you won't give the same age to KC. It's like you have that advantage, but they don't.
Yeah, they have for sure, but we are heretics.
That's a quotable. Put it on a t-shirt, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of merch,
yeah,
check out those sneakers. Can you walk us through when you did that? Like, what was the story of you drawing on your shoes?
Can you give us a side?
Yeah, can you give us the side look? Give us.
Like here?
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Okay.
Arnau, apunta.
I was in Turkey. I was waiting my age. Also, visa problems, like you know, and with my old friend, old coach, just give it the idea, just said, just go make some shoes for the stage.
And they look great.
They look fantastic. I legit thought it's merch. Like you nailed the logo. It looks so clean, so crisp, just like your aim. Hey, transitions. Yeah, no, it's a good look, and also that's productive. That's how you want to spend your time. If you're waiting around, just do something, you know, like
I play ranked. You do play a lot of ranked.
Yeah, ranked in shoes. I mean, that's the life, right? Looking at this upcoming match, though, looking at the individuals, we talked a lot about CNET, of course, and how he's performed the last few days. Yes, they lost their match yesterday, but certainly to no fault of his. Let's chat a little bit about CNET and his performance so far in the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Because yesterday, for example, we saw a CNET that was a menace, right? With the operator time and time again. Boo was also telling us how difficult it is to play against him when he's on the defense and he's either on the chamber or on the jet. It doesn't really matter, but this operator needs to be dealt with because CNET is not the kind of player that is just going to be staggered on a side, just waiting for you. He will find a way for him to have effect. What do you think he has to do today to keep up that performance and maybe have the effect that he couldn't have against you?
I think we countered CNET so good in the first match. In second map, but we couldn't counter in first map. It's about with like their gameplays, KC's gameplay. If they just try to find the chamber, or jet, try to find operator and just counter him, push him back, they can win. But if they don't,
so they have to focus on it.
Yes, that's the point for Foot.
Yeah, exactly. But they also have KC has great initiators. But if we think about both of them, even though they were the seed one, they lost yesterday. And the way in which KC was finding a lot of these troubles and some of the things that maybe people have been saying throughout the year and the stage is that their mid round is not as strong and it takes them a little longer to adapt to the enemy and actually solve these issues in the moment.
Okay, I know KC has so good initiators, but he's CNET.
Yeah, I know.
So
he's not gonna make it any easy.
No, he certainly won't give an inch, that's for sure. If we're looking at the KC's performance yesterday, what do you feel like went wrong? Do you feel like that was some very, very easy points? Like it's a quick turnaround, obviously, from yesterday to today. Is there something they can fix immediately? Is there something easy or obvious?
The thing is that, you go.
It's actually same with us. Like they are making a little micro mistakes. So it's like if they talk about it, if they just give 1 hour on it, they can fix. That's easy.
I think that one of the similarities between Fnatic, right, and Foot, for example, is that, for example, what we're seeing here, Tomasi was having not a good time. Time and time again, Fnatic had a way to push him, to go on the hunt for him. If it wasn't Leo, like every single solution that KC wanted to put on the table was being instantly countered by Fnatic, time and time again on these base sides. And I think Foot is the kind of team that can have this set rounds that are so overwhelming, that are very, very difficult because they feel very comfortable in that kind of chaos that they create. They move around it very well.
Yeah, they are, but like we're gonna see in the game because they both lost. So if they learn from their mistakes, they can fix it.
Do you expect it to be a close one?
What?
Do you think it's going to be a close game?
Yes, of course.
Of course.
I think, like...
what do you think is the key to winning against KC?
Winning against KC? Stop the narrate, I think.
Oh, so on one side they have to stop CNET and then the other one is okay.
It's so easy. Why can't you just stop them?
Like, it's easy to say.
Yeah, I know. Like on paper, like that's our job is easy. We just talk about that. Oh, why don't you just fix that? But like in theory, it's easier said than done. Looking at the two teams, the last time they faced off against each other in an official, that was in what, week 2 of stage 1. So that's a while ago. How do you feel as a player who played against those players? How do you feel like these teams evolved? Do you feel like they changed up a lot since then?
I think they both good teams. Like I want to say, Fnatic, Heretics. The last 4 team, I think they're insane teams.
They'll deserve it.
All matches are just going close. Like that doesn't matter the scores. Always close matches.
That's right.
That Breeze didn't feel very close.
Yeah, we hope for a close match. It's going to be explosive for sure with the players we have on the server. Wood, thank you so much for joining us again. Congratulations to you and the squad.
Thanks.
Can't wait to see you again the day after tomorrow. For now, we're getting ready for that last match of the day. Let's find out who is going to make it to Shanghai. And all of the action is going to take place on our stage.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Right. Last words with the coaches, team getting together, getting ready for their last match, because the loser is out. The winner will be moving on and will also be punching their ticket to Shanghai.
Yeah, exactly. Heretics has already made it for KC. Can they also go 2 for 2 as we jump here into the map? V2 Ascent is the map that they do not want to see from Foot, and Foot is going to say goodbye to the Breeze. Icebox, the first one. You look a little bit surprised, but why is that? Because I know exactly what you guys did against KC on this one. Do you think Foot's gonna do the same? You pick Reina.
In my opinion, yeah.
You just look surprised.
In my opinion, Foot gonna lose Icebox, but they're gonna win 2-1.
2-1, why?
I think their Sunset is OP, like Foot is playing good on Sunset. If I don't remember like wrong. Also, it's same for Lotus. If they change their retakes, of course. I think we won, I think 6th round or something on the retakes. If they change their retakes, Foot can win easily. But in Icebox, I think KC is the best Icebox team in the EMEA.
What makes them so good on Icebox?
They're doing this like double moves so well. I mean, they're always on the trades. They're always taking their trades, and also good utility usage.
Trade and power, and also on the side of Foot, almost every single time that they try a composition, the moment that they lose with it, they swap it around. Do you think that this far into the stage, now that we're in playoffs, now that we're so close to Shanghai, is that something that they can keep relying on, or maybe they should find their form? Because we mentioned Sunset. Do you imagine, for example, the Deadlock coming back, or is that something that they change?
I don't think they're gonna change something, because we are playing same. I mean, we are playing 3 days in a row. Like, it's too much. Oh, Martin.
Well, actually, maybe you gave them some ideas to KC, because Martin is going to go on the Reina. Wood, hear me out. I know that you're supporting Foot, right? But what do you have to say to KC to make that Reina work?
They have Sage. They don't have double initiator. It's like, I mean, double duelist. So all need to do, like, for Martin, get cheap kills and go back. Like, it's hard for Martin, I'm not gonna lie. If there's a Jet on the like narrate or someone, doesn't matter, it would be easier for them, but without, I mean, just one Reina is so hard to play. Even in ranked.
Sova, and Narrate on the Sova also is anything that this guy cannot do.
Well, let's find out if they can make it work. It's going to be an exciting match here on Icebox. The first time we've seen this map in a while. And for all the action, we're going to send it over to ever so lovely Pansy and Steel.
Oh, it's always good to hear from you, Zoe. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. But we're seeing that Reina come out, Josh. There's a lot that's caught our eye here coming to this matchup. Of course, last ticket to Shanghai on the line for either of these two, both coming off the back of a loss. It's a tricky predicament, but it looks like at least Carmine Core are trying to bring out maybe an ace up the sleeve here. What do you make of this choice?
Very interesting maps here, maps we haven't really seen before, and it's got a couple of questions. So,
yeah.
You know, last time Carmine Core played in a head-to-head against Foot, Lotus was the map that Carmine Core picked, and now Foot's picking it, and now we get to see CNET on new maps. Yesterday, he didn't really have a chance to do that much. Here, will he have a better chance?
Nice. Well, off to a probably contested start. Already can be challenged. Yeah, masses of Carmine Core flooding through middle already. Gonna find CNET at the very beginning. The captain tries to deal with it and they just can't. Martin off to a blistering start. That's gonna be good for the confidence. 2 already for him. And it's gonna have to just kind of spur on the rest of Foot to try and focus on getting this plant down. Not what they wanted on that one. The second time of asking a little late. No, it does actually catch a little bit of chip damage. But 3 in the post plant is gonna be difficult. Still with the flash and the dart, but that's about all they've got.
Ability is going to come off cooldown soon.
Okay, oh,
big
massive
scan.
work from Mr. Fall in there. Probably going to be good for a floor, but he is for making this this genuinely looked doable. Mr. Fallen waiting for the secondary player to show. What the hell was that spacing? That got so dangerous. In the end, KC do make it through this with one man standing, but Josh, that got way too close.
It got really close, but at least it's just pistol, right? It's not like it's a gun round where now everyone's broken. Sage well used at middle after they got that kill onto CNED. And I wonder if CNED or Foot want to do like a little bit of a slower approach, because one thing I've noticed about him is that if he's shut down early in the game, it feels like his confidence takes a huge hit and then it's hard for him to recover. So if they go too quick and Casey's able to put him down, then he's going to not have a great game. I wonder if they do a slow approach.
And I think that's something we want to highlight early, and I've seen what's happened on the screen. If you're playing along at home, the stage will be red. Yes, 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 yes. We love a tech pause after round one. So much to break down and really chew the fat with there, Josh. Aren't you thrilled? But I do want to pivot this while hopefully the solution gets found and we let you know what's causing the problem. We can kind of talk about I guess that kind of consideration when it comes to CNED, when it comes to that momentum-based player, that he can be the confidence-based player, and kind of roll our minds back to the game that just happened a moment ago, the previous one, where he was struggling to find his footing.
Yeah. One of the games was on Split, he's on Chamber. He had a few opportunities to make something happen, but it was already after they had lost the first map of Lotus, and you know, it's very difficult, like once you've lost a map and you're kind of like, oh man, I feel like I haven't had a chance to play. He had a few opportunities to hit some shots and just wasn't being able to connect them. And that all stems from the first map of Lotus, where you know, his team has no initiators, no flashers, and maybe the pace was a little bit too quick because as he's dashing in, he doesn't really have any sort of support. It's a composition where you have to go slow, and the pacing just did not make sense for the composition. So now we get to see on a different map, Icebox, a map where you have a lot of individual freedom, a lot of choices to make with Jet. You have verticality that you can abuse, you can take space with it, you have flashes from KO, you have drones and darts going in because you have a second initiator. It's going to be a lot easier.
So this should be the perfect opportunity to really see what he can achieve in that environment. And if we will then look at the opponents in a similar kind of eye with that, you know, consideration of CNED now has the ability to be played in, are you worried about the comp change not really having too much to force him off these sort of positions and this sort of instance? Again, no Gecko coming out. Yeah, you got Narrate there, but still, that's a lot on one man's shoulders. Yes, I guess you could argue the Lear with Martine on Reyna, but again, there are a lot of problems that could occur if CNED gets that hot hand early, and very little to deny it from Carminecore's side.
That's going to take effect in the second half when, you know, Casey gets onto the attack side. Solo Sova Initiator is very hard to get Jets off lines because it's very easy to dodge a dart or break it, and it's very easy to just hide from a drone. You need that second Initiator or a flasher to really be able to take them off the lines. The Reyna Lears are going to help that a little bit with, you know, getting CNED off of a B line or an A line, but they get to start on defense here. And I think this is going to allow them to do, I think we've seen it a little bit, even in the pistol round, with the flexibility. They push down mid together. I feel like we're going to see a lot of these kind of like grouped pushes, and they're going to abuse the fact that Reyna is able to go in, get a kill, dismiss away, or he'll find these isolated fights. Maybe they get to find like Yeta J lurking around on Killjoy.
And that's kind of what the desk was talking about somewhat, or at least, you know, they were discussing a little. You get those cheap kills and get out. You know, you don't need to outstay your welcome. Do the damage and back away, and I want to see how Martine fares in that regard too. Does he have that presence of mind to know when to back away? Does he overheat? Does he have that temptation to go for more and more and more? Does he know how to find that balance perfectly? But something else I want us to discuss while we find out what this issue is, hopefully someone can let us know. We are still looking into this one, so apologies for this, guys. I know you guys were wanting this to get underway. Us as well. But I want to throw Narrate into the mix, because when we talk about two players, right, if you're talking about kind of impact players, yes, Martine's in the conversation, but all eyes will go to Narrate and CNED, right? But totally different roles here.
Yeah, the desk was discussing this just before, and I think there's two different reasons why, you know, you see CNED as a conversation topic. He's very confident. He'll keep pressing the issue forwards, he'll have the op in his hands, and he'll make the game go into his way in a lot of instances if you let him get away with it. The reason why Narrate is so good in his positions, or impactful, is because the positions that initiators traditionally play, he's able to kind of leverage being on both sides of the map at the same time, as a quick rotator. Once we get into the defense side, we're going to see CNED either having an A line by himself, where the enemy can all go B, or the inverse. He could be holding the B line, all the enemy goes A. Narrate gets the benefit of being able to be at A.
Pivot between, right?
Yeah, A or B, depending on where the enemy goes. So he gets to see action more consistently as the initiator. Same thing on attack. He's going to probably be with the pack, and when he's on his drone, and Martine's going in first, and Chin's putting up the wall and planting, and potentially getting spammed down because they don't have the Gecko wingman to plant, you know, Narrate comes in and gets to play out the mid round and the post plants. And those are the positions that you really get to thrive in.
You can find impact, yeah, absolutely. No, that's something to really keep in mind as we go through this game. Again, I can only apologize for how long this is going on. It's fun. I'm interested because yesterday, we're going a little off topic. It's less serious now, Josh. Don't worry, you can...
Okay. Yeah. I'll try to wind down a little bit.
Hey, you've done the good work. You've done the hard work early on. But I want your thoughts on Wingman, actually, because I saw a sign yesterday that said Wingman is greater than Sliggy. Right? And it kind of looked like Minnie's imposter was holding it up, which was incredible. Like, whoever that was in the audience, great work. How do you feel about the addition of Wingman coming in, someone that can basically make it a 6v5 that can plant? Are you on Team Wingman or against? I'm just a quick touch test. I'll judge you for it, but, you know.
I mean, with the way that a lot of the agents go in the game and how we're going to probably see more unique and dynamic agents coming into the mix later on, I like it. I think it forces certain situations where you can be, when you're going for the retake, Wingman's on the spike, it forces the attackers to peek. They can't just like rely on chancing that you're not on it, and then you have extra bodies, extra guns pointing back at you. And the same thing with attack. Like, the amount of times, hey, I've played Sage on this map, right? I've gone in, I've put the wall up, I've gone for the plant, and then I just get nuked by all these abilities. And that is the worst feeling in the world when you're Sage on Icebox trying to wall up and plant. And if you have a little bro to go and do that for you, and then they take the hit, and then you could just, you know, bait out all the utility, go pick up the spike and plant after that, hey, I'm all for that.
Okay, so just to let you know, we have had an update. It is, I believe, Carmine Core side are having an audio issue. Now, for some reason, it's taking a whole bit of time here. And I feel like the more we go off real conversations, we start, you know, just chatting. Production gets panicky and they'll speed things up. You know what I mean? Because they get a little nervous because then our personalities come out, Josh, and that's a problem.
Yeah, they don't want
exactly. They're like, you got to keep focused on the game. If the game is not happening, then all we have is ourselves, and that's where the issues begin. So, yeah, fingers crossed for their sakes more than ours that we get this one going. But I'm trying to see who's probably at fault here. I'm having a look. I'm looking down across the players. Hands off keyboard. That's not a good look. Oh, a lean back chair. I always get panicky. Headsets are off. That when they come off, I know it's going to be an extended time. I think it's already extended, to be fair.
It's a little bit extended. I mean,
just a touch. Well, at least the players seem happy. Someone's got to be.
We got to, they got to make sure that they stay warm, though, right? Not in terms of, you know, in-game, like moving the mouse around.
Right.
They need to make sure the blood's still flowing to the extremities. They don't want to, like, have their fingers all cold and stiff and everything.
Is that something you often worry about?
Not my fingers.
I am seeing someone messing around in the crowd out there. I wonder if there's something going on. Curious what's happening here. As running real low on topics to waffle about. So, as I said, I will go off the complete script that we adhere to more often than not and start messing around. Maybe someone can just bring up a beverage. We need a beverage sponsor. Like, we've got Red Bull, but I mean, like, you know, a later on beverage.
An evening...
An evening beverage, yes, perhaps.
Well, yeah.
A little tipple.
Nightcap or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it might be. Like, thank God game 1 was over in 2. If that went to 3, and then this? You got any plans for this evening, Josh?
It depends what everyone else is doing. You know, I just follow the pack and...
I see.
You know...
forever a team player.
Natural born follower, yeah.
Sorry, MBK. This is a much cooler version.
Yeah, NDF.
Still waiting to see if we do...
Pansy,
that's so funny, Bear. That's so ever so funny. Kakuka, go do your job, huh? Come up here and do your job. We've got spare headsets.
Yeah?
Yeah, come on. Up you come. Come up here. I'm going to go off script otherwise, or you're going to have to go to the bar and help me. It's one of the two.
But you have to climb over this wall.
Don't. Please don't. Hey, do you want to take the headset for a little bit? I mean, you can just say hello if you fancy. Yeah. Whoop, whoop.
Wait,
I mean, the game's not starting anytime soon, so you
we
might
only
as
have
well.
2 plugged in today. Normally we have 3.
Oh no, have they nicked the headphones? She can take mine. I don't think it's a problem. Oof. Yeah, that audio issue really kicking in, huh? That'd be an audio issue up here if we keep going on.
They will wish that they hadn't taken away that third headset after a few more minutes of this, right?
It's fine. She can have mine. Have a little chat with you, Josh, if you want.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Love a quick little chat.
Little check-in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. Don't worry, guys. Tech pauses don't go on as long anymore. Honestly, I'm going to go look in some watch party chat, see if I can steal some ideas.
That's true.
That's honestly where I normally go. If the game's going real poorly, I'm just like, what's happening in chat? Let's have a peek. Which one should I start with? Where should we go? Oh, she's made it.
Wait, the problem is, if Kakuka's here, and the tech pause is longer,
don't worry about
it
that.
doesn't go to the desk.
No,
because the desk is here now.
So they've taken away the extra headphones, so you can have mine instead. You want to say hello?
Oh, well.
Josh has been demoted all of a sudden. How's it going?
I cannot believe.
Yeah, talk to me.
I'm still in the building, Lauren, please.
Okay, sorry.
And you're here with him?
Don't make this a thing.
Jesus.
Oh,
I would never allow that.
You've encouraged the production that they found something they can go to, which is us on camera.
Oh, we're on camera?
Well, we will be, because the lights have just come back on.
Oh, it's okay.
You know, it's
Oh,
fine.
it's 8 p.m.
It's fine.
Hey, French casters, are we talking about?
wait, are the
it's
French
going to be
casters
either
here?
France or Turkey staying home.
Yeah.
It's a bit sad, isn't it? Who'd you got your money on?
What, for this?
Yeah. Okay, now that you've seen the map veto, and especially now that you've seen the compositions, what do you think of narrate? First time's over.
Okay.
But it's narrate. Right?
We don't have any more headsets, production. They're asking. There is no headset. So Josh is just chilling. You're just hanging out. We'll get you a handheld or something.
I was told that there was that we were ready for this.
Well,
but wait, it's okay.
They've told us a lie. No, my money would be on Casey. I don't know why. I kind of believe. I kind of want the back-to-back international. You know?
Yeah, but Foot last year, you know, like making.
You're saying I seem like a fan
No,
of
I'm just. I'm playing devil's advocate. Like I like putting out every single
Brilliant.
perspective.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
I mean,
No,
that's actually my job.
Look,
It's okay.
I'm a CNET apologist. All right.
Yeah.
I'll always be on his side, but
yeah.
I like the idea of Carmichael going back to an international. You know, making up for a bit of a rough performance before.
Yeah.
Madrid wasn't pretty for EMEA, so you know, a little bit more international experience now.
But you know,
devil's advocate.
counterpoint.
Oh,
Counterpoint.
love them.
Counterpoint.
Love them.
Counterpoint.
Yeah.
What if instead of that, we just give Casey a month to polish everything and coming back super strong? Because you know they already have.
But
I don't winning kickoff. You know,
I don't think it's polished.
Here.
They were polished at the start of the year. They looked great. They had
but
fundamentals, and they just crumbled. They went international. They faced some really good teams.
So you're
which is
telling me you
fair.
actually want them to stay?
I want them, after being, you know, having a chance to go to an international stage, to go back and now not be nervous and hopefully execute the ideas they had before.
Yeah.
I think, again, when you look at like Heretics KC, they faced, who is it, like Sen and PaperX? Like, I can't even blame them for having a hard time.
Oh yeah,
They're the eventual winners and some of our longest standing, like, good teams. It does seem as though we are ready to go back in game, so thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it was my pleasure. I'm so sorry to leave you here with Steel, but I'll see you
I
later.
quite like him.
Honestly,
I quite
call
like
me.
Josh.
You want to work today?
Here we go. Thank you so much. Apologies again for that. Seems that we are back underway. Fair is an absolute superstar for coming on over. Crowd's just applauding her, and probably the fact that the tech issues are resolved. So, thank God for that. And I can only apologise. Next time I'll be less PC, and we'll see if that speeds things up. But going back in, let's a quick reminder on this. Carmine Corp, 1 round to the good. They won the pistol. Yeah, it got a little bit close, a little bit dangerous, but they got the job done with 1 still alive. I believe that was Shin. Moving back into this, just Sheriffs, odds and ends, and not much else. And Tomasi, straight away, going to find the pick.
Well, that was a little anticlimactic.
Story of my life.
It's a creep up maze here. Cena gets the better of Shin. Caught by surprise. 4-4 now.
Okay.
Spike having a chance to get planted, but still a tall order, 4 foot on the attack side here.
Yeah, this isn't... it's more whether they can hold it in a post. If they get another kill, things get a little bit more interesting as it stands. Did manage to recover the Bulldog. Knife coming out. Oh,
oops.
Well, that's an issue. As Carmine Corp going to take that as the red carpet rollout. Time to get towards the site. Magnum needs to clear the closed box. Yellow Jay's going to find a rate. This is starting to get a little bit dangerous. They're getting a little bit closer on this one. Mr. Fallen, last man alive. Sheriff, I believe, only has a couple of bullets. Oh my God, okay, just whips that back out. And now there's issues. Martine's been seen. What are you meant to do here? Need to get to half. Martine toying with him. Oh my God, a classic? Fair enough, yeah. However they get there, scoreboard says 2-0.
Foot look dangerous again. I mean, that's something that we saw yesterday and something we've seen throughout the entire season is that they look dangerous when they have those sheriffs. And catching Shin off guard like that makes you really wonder what was really going on there. But yeah, that first pick on Attica at B was going to set things off. And I like how KC is waiting for all of their players. We've seen other teams, you know, Fnatic played today. We've seen Fnatic on this map, and they were maybe peeking a little bit too much on, you know, some of these situations, but KC waiting for everyone to be grouped up, all four of them going together for that retake. As we come into the bonus round, I guess, for KC. Only sheriffs in hand plus an outlaw. They're really budgeting for that next round.
Yep. We can see if they can cost Foot much here. I mean, they've been highly competitive, even some substantially weak purchases, so might get to see a little bit of that. CNED off to a blistering start. Magnum removed. Gonna have to follow up with potentially 2 more if they want to go towards that A site. See? Big opportunity there. Lovely. Be happy with that. 1-for-1 trade out, but we can see where the spike is. It's mostly focused towards. Is this enough to bring a player back over? I don't think so, especially now. But very deep towards the site before kind of revealing their intention. Plant gonna be coming in. Looking to see that lurk as well. There's a lot of pressure on these 3 players to hold the site, and another fake. They're not committing on this plant.
Big lurk coming from Yedajay. Still gonna take another 5 seconds to develop. They can catch them all in the back.
Yeah, out of everyone, should be able to pretty much stop this round from ever starting. A little bit of a tag, doesn't matter. All clean work. Nice pause there from Foot towards the site, waiting for that lurk to find an effective timing.
Continually tapping the spike to say, hey, we're planting, bait out more utility, maybe bait out a reaction, but they're realistically just waiting for Yedajay to be able to get in the back lines there and secure the round with that big flank. Big opening kill from CNED onto Shin again. I don't know why KC on a round like this, where they're running 4 sheriffs and an outlaw, why they're kind of like in this 2-1-2 setup, where they're kind of spread around the map. They need to take more of a gamble there and just stack a site.
He's got a really good land nice.
A nice land nice?
Yeah. Solid.
What's your land nice sound like?
Don't know. It's been a long time. Oh dear. Oh dear. There it is. That's what we're waiting to see. The play-in for CNED finds massive value off the back of this. Utilizing that Hunter's Fury to kind of set it in motion. Add a captain to follow up as well. KC looking a little flustered in this. Magnum holding the back line, going to stop them from spiraling out of control. And he's still going to hold position. Rex has found a rate in the meantime. Yeah, beautiful work. Magnum desperately trying, but 2 still alive. And it's scrappy, yes. And it's going to be a hard-fought battle, but instantly stabilizing this scoreboard back to 2 apiece. And Foot looking like they're trying to play in CNED a great deal more than before.
I love how CNED's able to go in with the tag.
Yeah.
And the Hunter's Fury, get his kill, get out. And then off the back of that as well, Krax is just running up. That is a good land nice.
It's powerful.
You're right. Nice war cry.
Yeah, get you ready. At this point for Carmine Core, let's see if there's some damage to be done. They're going to need to get a grip on this game relatively early, because we're starting to see a couple of the win conditions hit online for Foot, which is, CNED starting to be warm, they're playing him in. Looks like, a nice little approach as a team. We're starting to see that nice synergy coming through. Not taking any risks in this after that initial skirmish towards B long, backing over towards A, and considering the space that Yedajay's got them, don't blame him. So he can just kind of post up here and pretty much secure the entirety of this. Very, very difficult for KC to even find a window to do some damage back in. Maybe get a couple of ults online though, Shin. Obviously, Tomasi not a million miles away. Narrate still got a ways to go, but it's, on the horizon. But on the other side, you've got a lot of impactful ults very nearby.
KC looking to see if Foot gives any opportunities for an opening here. Most they can do is get closer to the ults, maybe damage the economy a little bit.
That's about all they're gonna get for this one. CNED just so... If he's gonna start warming up here, this could be a big game for Foot. noted those issues before. Hoping to see a higher level out from him and the rest of the team as well. Carmine Core, it's time to strike back for them too. Looking to see when that first buy round really comes in here after what's felt like a drought.
I wonder when Casey's going to take a timeout here. There are more and more ults coming online for Foot. They now have KO's ultimate ready. And we've seen them having some pretty quick openings as well. I know at the start of the game I was saying how maybe they give CNET a little bit of an opportunity to see how the round develops, but right now they're getting all the opening kills that they need to get. So it's on KC to make an adaptation instead of Foot. Foot can keep their foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah, they certainly can. With 3-2. Already, you're seeing Casey postured up here.
You should run.
Really looking to deal with the lockdown. There's a lot of bodies around this. First shock dart, oh my god, came in, but Krax was so ready, they've got to back away. They can't stop this any longer. And this should be a free site. They might counter at some point, but as it stands, it's only Narrate trying to walk a little further forward. Playing a very precarious game here. And Foot with 5 standing in the post plant, looking at the utility, had a captain, still got a little bit of something, still got the molly with the J, and to add kind of insult to injury, gonna pop the ult on the KO too. So very little for Carmine Core to try and implement here. Wall not going to be available. Rez not going to be coming through. Magnum, though, outdoes one, but the trade's in place. 4v3, making it 4v2. CNED looking like he's on a heater. Already double digits. So we are in the 6th round. He's looking absolutely on the money. And KC starting to run out of time. Yeah, Krax goes down, but you can hear that clock ticking. And this is when the stall from that utility can come into play. Tomasi going to get a drive-by on the way out, but the damage is done. And another round will be on the board for Foot.
I like the investment of the KO ulti here. Magnum has lockdown, and he's going to use it at screens on that retake if given the opportunity. But once that null point comes out, he can't use a lockdown anymore. By the time it runs out, it's too late to launch a lockdown at that opportunity. So, great retake, great post plant rather, for Foot. No real options for KC yet.
No, they can get a buy together in this coming round, and they should have their snowball round almost in hand. 1 away from the Viper's Pit, 1 off from the Hunter's Fury. Everything else is there. On the other side, obviously burning a couple in the last round, but to good effect, right? They've started to build a nice little bit of buffer behind themselves. Starting to see like 6K, 4K. You know, they're going to have a buy in hand for Foot, so they'll be happy enough with how this is going. Ooh.
Interesting combo, but that takes out the turret.
Kind of nice, yeah.
That's all they needed. Now it creates a question mark for KC. They have to put a person in the middle. They know that J has lurked up through tube and through middle before, so KC dedicating a player just to prevent that now.
Lovely concept. And a very aggressive lean. Must be long. Martin, they'll stick around just to see if he can catch a glance, but did he spot him? I felt like he might have looked back, but J certainly knows that he's got a little bit of space to take, and it's an individual endeavor. On his own, again, just kind of catching glimpses of each other, which may draw some attention further. The spike yet to be committed. Look how deep Foot are getting on some of these sites here. Crack's right on the verge. Still, hesitation shown. Not sure where they want to end, it looks like, Foot.
J in a really precarious position. All the way up yellow, going for the super late flank, but he is going to call his teammates back. And I like this audible.
30 seconds run down the clock substantially.
No Viper means no orb to cross. No wall for safety.
This is getting so late. This is a very dangerous push. Yes, there's a little bit of space gathered, but again, you're walking I don't want to say blind, but in a little bit of danger. It looks like it. They've actually got a shot at this plant now. Yeah, uncontested. Plant goes down and Tomasi falls. Mr. Fallen's found that. That was in middle, punishing the cross and kind of playing a little bit and causing that paranoia now into an even 4v4. This is where it gets a little bit more dangerous. Shin does have the res, but an opportunity to use it? Yes. Tomasi back up. Now we're going to have the Viper's Pit if they feel. Gonna pop the Rainer ult. I mean, why not? But can they hold in the post now? Martin tries to make the cross. The Lear just didn't do what they wanted. Good 2-for-1 trade out though, but numbers now even. Cracks. Oh, what? The little look back? Oh, this is just... Oh, beautiful work from Foot to hold that post plant. They got right there then.
This has to be a KC timeout coming in.
It's gotta be, right?
So one of the things that has happened here in their role swap, Narrate going to Sova off of Gecko, and then Martin off onto the Reyna now. It means that right now their positioning is a little bit awkward. Normally we see Narrate being able to move around a lot, helps with the retakes in a lot of these situations with the wingman going on a spike, the mosh pit being able to kind of lock out some certain angles, but right now it looks like he's trying to be part of the action a little bit more, but they're way too spread apart in these like 2-1-2s, and what that's doing is it's letting Foot walk around and find these opening picks and find this little bit of space, and when they grab that little inch, they get to take the mile.
Flash prepared, seen it though. Look how low he's been taken here. Not sure what caught him early on, but down to 23. Maybe a little bit of spam, maybe a shock dart or two, but something really chipped him away, which could be very disruptive for that later game plan, or even trying to work him in early. Stalemate for the moment, as a very broken buy for KC will have to be brought to great deals of effect. Easier said than done, this pause, but remind yourself where Magnum sat. He's got a good idea of what's happening. Similar scenes for Yellowjay, just kind of sitting there making sure there is no flank coming, making sure no one's pressuring the back line. Magnum close enough that he could potentially hear rotations or even maybe note someone, but Martine going to receive damage on the other side. Luckily, having that Sage will at least keep you topped up on HP too. 45 seconds now, and here comes the adjustment. Magnum feels they would have spotted enough of this and seen on the other side.
Tamazi needs to get a couple here.
That's big. One and done. Doesn't need to
Pop his
overstay.
ulti.
Yeah, there it is. Perfect. Really nice approach from Tamazi. Knowing what he needs to do.
30 seconds left.
And there just nothing looks available for Foot here. They're starting to, you know, run a little low, run out on players, and starting to run out on time. 23 seconds, leaving CNED on his own towards that pit side. And the rest over towards A, but KC haven't pulled the rotations. CNED just trying to kind of show a lot of presence here, trying to pull these players back, which they're going to have to respond to. They're still on a very light purchase, and they're curious here. Here it is, Hunter's Fury, 9 seconds. Eyes on the clock, there's only so many options. Should be able to get a fair plant now, enough HP to be able to weather attack if needed. And they get what they wanted from this. This is huge. Nice work from Foot here to try and toy with them, drag them around on the other side of the map, and Shin goes down. Still a couple more players nearby, but this wasn't the perfect purchase. A couple of people even missing armor. Martine without any. You can see Magnum without any. This is rough around the edges, but Narrate with a great shot. Gonna take away the player on the site still. HP low for Cracks. HP low for CNED. And they start getting overwhelmed. CNED down to very little, but he's still doing a lot. Martine 4 HP on the other side. This is getting so dangerous, and CNED heroics here. Outdone by Martine. Gonna get the quick heal, but the time. It's running so low on Cracks. Doesn't need to make too much of this, just needs to play it safe, and he's done very well at that. As much as you'd love to have seen a bit more of a contest on it. They go down with the ship, and Foot carry on as intended.
KC were looking really good in this retake situation, but yeah, the time comes down so low, and CNED has the opportunity to just like keep moving around these tight angles around maze, high-low angles, and he's able to pick them off one at a time. And I think KC really needs to change up how they approach their defense right now. They have the Reyna, but they're not leveraging the Reyna doing to kind of like Reyna things, meaning like she's not taking these really super awkward off angles where she can get a kill and then dismiss and get away. Right now, it's kind of like you're in between. You don't have the verticality and stuff of the Jet, but you're playing a little bit too reserved, almost like a Phoenix of sorts.
Okay, let's see if they can identify that as part of the problem. You can already see Eng really going through this. This is mostly him talking to the players rather than, you know, the IGL back and forth that you sometimes get. Maybe just trying to bring them in with the concept of why they went for this, you know, agent selection, why they've gone for the Reyna, how they want to try and bring this in on the defending side. Because I don't feel like Foot are doing anything incredibly special or incredibly unique. They're playing in CNED well. They're going through their win conditions, right? They're hitting their markers. But it's not like they've come in with a perfect plan of outdoing Martine or anything of the such.
The double initiators are very helpful for Foot to kind of take the space with the drone, the dart, the knife, and then the flashes, of course, for the execute. But I want to see KC doing something by getting the Reyna inserted into very deep line. We saw it on Pistol Around down tube, and I like that a lot. And we could do stuff like that more throughout the game. Also getting the Reyna pushed all the way through B at the kind of garage area, and then all the deepest Reyna has gone so far. Martine has been basically like the backside of maze. We haven't seen her go all the way deep, all the way towards jail, for example, or into A nest.
Okay, last time around, a similar look happened here at the beginning for at least CNED and Foot. Last time CNED took a load of damage early on, maybe from spam or just a little bit of utility. First fair fight he's got. Beautiful from Martine, much better there. Playing a little more posted up, gonna dismiss away, get a quick heal from Shin, and they've taken away the first man forward being CNED. Now, what's the rest of Foot look like without that? They still have that same level of impact. Carmine Core kind of cheated the early body here as well. 4 players on this side of the map, just 1 on the other. Get a J. Yeah, he's in danger here, could get closed down on, but he does get away with his life. Captain. What? How did Mr. Fallen find Magnum there? Martin's still on the site, but there's so many angles to worry about, and he got his attention drawn for a second, and he was punished for it. Viper Spit gonna be there. Tap on the spike. What do we have on the other side?
Just the dart.
Pretty useful in these instances. Didn't get what they wanted either, but this should be go time now for the plant to come in. So time's gonna be on their side. Casey using that as a moment to move around by Maze. Tomasi and Narrate starting to clear through. It'll be probably Cracks the first man they run into, but let's see how this fares in the pit. Cracks does have a little bit of stall here, so we can allow their attention to turn elsewhere for a second. Takes a look. And actually, Tomasi catches a glimpse first. And now down to one. Out of Captain, where are you? There you are. Spots them both and gets them both. Foot carry on. A Red Bull clutch to close out that 9th round, and they'll be happy with this. Unstoppable since the pistol. Look at that run of rounds. This has been very one-sided.
And this is the Foot that is scary, right? The Foot that's getting 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row because they just keep on going. And once all of them are feeling it, we see that here where their timings are looking really good. So even though that they make a little bit of other mistakes, like, for example, the person that has ultimate is the one that's planking the spike in a couple of situations, right here, they looked so good coming in together and making sure that they're getting all of those trades. Protecting each other.
And the buy is so broken for KC. Just kept under the heel of Foot for so long now. And a big adjustment. KC going for it. It looks like a gamble on this. Might catch Mr. Fallen potentially. Depends on the timing. Yeah, I don't think he's going to stick around long after that Lear. If anything, might spur this on, and Magnum just looks a little one and done. The judge ain't going to help you there. Magnum, it's a stinger. Leaves a sour taste. Is that a Captain going to clear through? And that's the site open. He's got a little bit of time, but not enough to really deny getting backside control. The knife's not landing. Not as he wanted. Martin getting in their faces. Here we go. Maybe a little bit of life left to them yet. Down to 3, though. Wall goes up. Mr. Fallen in a lot of danger here. Down very low on the HP. And a Captain, similar scenes, but Yellowjay still sitting pretty. I don't know if Shin and Tomasi have it in them to close this down. Can they make it a 3rd round, potentially? Try and draw some ice.
One enemy
Right, hear that go. Yellowjay going to deal with Tomasi, who was the player on the spike. They now know where Shin was too. Just too much in front of them. Foot seems so well prepared for all of this, Josh. They don't look phased at all.
This is not looking good for KC. Their map pick, they changed comps. They had everything going into this that they needed. They're on defense right now. What happens when they go into attack? They have the single initiator. They don't have the wingman for planting. It's going to be a very different story for these guys. And it's going to be a story about CNET just getting in their faces. He's 15-8 right now, and there's only like up from here, right?
Yeah, he's already done enough, right? If you're looking at kind of making up from that previous loss that they suffered, he was a name that came to mind, and it wasn't just him having an off day. It just didn't look good stylistically. They've already solved that here. It's looking much better, back on track. And for the other side of KC, as you highlighted rightly, they changed their comp. This is their map pick. They came in eyes wide open, and we're not seeing the validity of it. We're seeing it fall a little short, not quite playing to its strengths, not finding what they needed. Here's an adjustment, though, and a very early lean towards his B side. Deep flash? Yeah, we're away. CNET again played in, takes a lot of space here, and he's feeling confident. He's going to take as much as he's given. He's got a lot of, I was going to say opportunities or opponents, not quite sure which one yet. That's not what he wanted. It's not what he wanted at all. Shin and Martin, okay, starting to clear house. 3 left. Crack still has ult. Getting a little nervous about this one. Yeah, I'm seeing that too. Flank on the way. And the Captain's got to find value. There it is, teed in, teed up and delivered. Mr. Fallen will be happy with that, but walled off now. This has to have Cracks having impact. High flash, still got his knife. Mr. Fallen's going to find Tomasi. This is not meant to be going this way. Listen out to that spike. 3 bullets, Cracks. The defuse ain't stopping, and he's done it. Foot aren't losing today. It looks like 9 rounds and a very clear, concise start to this matchup. Fully prepared and fully confident. Flying through these rounds now. And even that was the best opportunity they've had in a moment too.
This flank was huge from Mr. Fallen, but Narrate thought he secured the kill on Cracks and turns around. Oh, he's got to be kicking himself for that one.
And it's rare you see Narrate have a quiet game. I don't think he's doing awfully, but if you're holding the rate to a higher standard, he's 4-10. It's not the impact game that I'd want from him. I love seeing this guy thrive. He's a key player. Overall, we know what he can achieve, but it's just not being shown here. And a rough time for it to not come through, right? I can't stress it enough. Shanghai qualification is available for the winner of this game. That's what they're after here. Yellow J clearing Shin in a heartbeat. Yeah, they spot out the follow, but look at them! It's just back-to-back systematic destruction. KC looking like they barely showed up on this half. What are you meant to do? Yeah, oh!
You should run.
Damn.
Yeah, you should run.
What a
and then
fucking
we see a
half from
flawless, a 10-2 scoreline.
Insult to industry, you know, it's something that is really standing out to me though is
Complete
Foot's attack sides
Yeah.
have looked good. It's not like they're kind of like, you know, they are kind of stealing candy from a baby. KC's been sticking to their setups a little bit too much. They're not playing as lucid. We've seen them before, especially in Narrate on Gecko, just running around, taking whatever fights. Here, they call a setup and they're sticking to it. And CNET is able to just dance around like it's a playground right now. But the Foot startup rounds, I like the mixture of fakes. They've used the double initiators so well for the push-pull. They've used combinations with shock darts and mollies to take out the turrets. That keeps KC blind. They've used darts, drones, and knives to fake where they're going, and then they've walked to the other sites. They've done relurks and late backstabs. Everything's looking so good for Foot. Completely different team than we saw yesterday.
It does it night and day, doesn't it? Right? It feels like such a different team. An early attempt at information and positioning coming out from Cena. They're kind of pushing down a little bit deeper, but it's going to be on Ada Captain, who's got to play this very carefully. Easy to be overwhelmed, caught on his own. After receiving no attention on that A side, we are seeing the players drift back over. KC being very quiet about this. We want to be as close as possible. Clear, all of it invested. Ada Captain going to back away. Respect this. Deep wall comes in. Mr. Fallen's there. It's Shin to find Yellow J. Okay, this is the best start we've had so far for them. But keep in mind, KC did win the pistol before. Mr. Fallen's just found a shock dart kill on Shin. And the spike's yet to go down here. This is all a scrap around the wall, all around the site itself. It's a 2v2. Magnum and Narrate trying to hold this one together, and that's great from Magnum. But Mr. Fallen in a 1v2, he's still alive! Ooh. That could have been over before it started, but no, KC, they've taken a step. They've taken a step, but I've been hurt in the past, Josh. I've been lied to before with good starts and pistol rounds, and I'm worried. I'm still worried.
We've seen crazier comebacks happen just this past week, right? Not exactly a 9-3 curse, a 10-2. But 10-3 now, and KC definitely has a chance to come back into this. It's going to be difficult without the wingman to plant, without the second initiator to take CNET off those lines. It's going to come down to teamwork, grinding these rounds out.
Oh, but look at the amount of players here. Why do I get nervous? Why do I get nervous? 2 kills. Oh my god, oh, what is going on? What is going, just like bit by bit, it's just like perfectly falling away. Underhand flash swings it. Really nice try. Great from Narrate though, needs a bit more. Careful, you're fighting on your own there. And there is a player on the way. Will they consider Yellow J, who's got himself a Vandal? He's got himself a goddamn Vandal, and he's gone undetected for now. Do they think it through? Do they consider it? They're trying to stay together. Oh god! Insult to injury, the Red Bull clutch, and he just stares him down. This one's done. Put a fork in it, put a bow in it, whatever you want. This is, I've seen comebacks, but you're not getting it here. 3-11, Josh.
Tough pill to swallow for KC. And this is the type of push that they should have done on their own defense.
Love to have seen that.
Foot's doing it right back to them. Yellow J finding the Vandal. Like, KC knew he was on the flank. Hey, he's not here. He's not trading us. We're killing this last player backside. It's taken us so long. He's still not screens. He's got to be flanking. They knew about it.
It's a bad day to have an off day, is all I'm going to highlight about this. And Foot look like they've come alive. Right, so they've tried to gather what they can here for KC. Get whatever purchase they can try and muster. Stingers, bits and pieces, odds and ends. They've been in that weird drawer that's got sellotape in it and scissors. God knows what they've been able to bring out. But it ain't pretty. And Mr. Fallen already going to find one. Looking for the follow-up. It's going to be Yellow J and Ada Captain. This is looking like it's over again. They're struggling to land those critical punches, and it's fallen to pieces. 12 for Foot. They've got Shanghai in mind. And they look like they're about to get one map under their belt.
It's crazy, the speed that KC was going up there. They wanted to go A fast. That single initiator's not really giving them the opportunity. Stalled out by the KO Molly in Maze. And before they could even get to the plant spot and get the spike planted, it's a 5 versus 5. And Foot is just going in. And they've been doing it all throughout the first half, trading off of each other, running in on great timings, and making it so stressful for KC, they don't know where to look. Keeping that momentum forwards. See Ned. Foot. They do want this.
Yeah, just a touch. I think maybe a wake-up call in that last game. A stark reminder that can it all fall apart so quickly. Both having to face some incredible opponents, sure, but what a difference we're seeing today for Foot. At least on map 1, but hey, this is KC's choice.
This is KC's choice.
Gotta remind you that it doesn't even feel like that's... It doesn't even feel fair to say. Sunset, not a bad map for KC, so maybe a little bit of something there, but man, you're going to be feeling awful after this.
The last head-to-head, they lost Sunset as well.
I feel like we're piling it on, but we're just going through the facts, so that's a heartbreaking part. And a stall. KC slowing down for a second. Magnum making his way up towards Tube, but it's cracked on the receiving end of a lot of gunfire. Needs to peel away from this. There's 3 players here. Rotation's coming in. 35 seconds. They're quite committed. Now comes up. Big info. Ult comes in. Krax gets 2. This is done for. 2 left. Shin and Tomasi. This might just be the death rattle. It's a whimper, and it's a 13-3. Foot, outstanding performance. Josh fixing a lot of the issues, a lot of our worries on the other side. KC better turn up for map 2.
Much better map pool for Foot here, allowing all of them to shine through, including CNED. And it's only going to look better for them.
Yeah, Sunset coming up next. Don't miss it.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my rest away. I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my.
Nice! 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 Ah!
I mean, they're passing the vibe checks over there in the FUT camp. Rightfully so, though. What a dominant showing. You complained about NA, you know, like...
It wasn't a rehearsal. I did complain. I mean, I complained just a bit, right?
Just a little bit. That's okay. It's rightfully so. You won close games in the playoffs, so seeing those 13-2, 13-3 scores, not ideal. Alas, if you're on the winning side of it, pretty ideal for you.
Oh yeah, exactly. Think about it this way, right? KC decided to go to this map. This is what they had prepared against FUT, you know? If you think about the Turkish powerhouse and, you know, they're very good aimers, I don't think that they were very thrown off by seeing the Reina, seeing the Sova. Everything was easy for them. Every single clutch was going their way. They had control over the entire map all the time.
No, it was insane, and I feel like it set the precedence with even how FUT had walked onto the stage, the way that they came in with so much fun, so much confidence, in a way where you don't usually see that energy from them on that stage walk on. And then you have to think about the fact that also for the side of KC, they really didn't play too much to the strengths of their composition on the defense either. We didn't see Martine going for as many of those early engagements, as much of that space as we would have expected that Reina to be trying to take.
My eyes were open, but I didn't see much. No. Seriously,
Story
like
of
I
my
want
life.
to, I want to see like the intention for it. But I think that the snowball got so big at some point that even after Casey was able to win that second pistol, the way that FUT is able to close the second one, like there is nothing that you can do to take them down. And as I said, that was Casey's pick. That was like the surprise that they wanted to bring in.
I mean, while we've seen a lot of teams coming back from a deficit over the last couple of days, today was not the day for KC to do just that on Icebox. And one of the big reasons is, of course, if you're going up against an absolute aim god like Zenit, who's warming up here in the aim labs. I mean, he's been out of this world during the playoffs thus far.
Oh yeah, exactly. I think that he's, we've mentioned it before, he's a complete menace. I don't think it really matters what he's playing. I think that he just looks so comfortable in FUT. Like, even when the plan is a little bit crazy or we might not fully understand it from the outside, Zenit makes everything somehow with a smile make sense.
I mean, he's so wholesome while he does it as well. And of course, you have to imagine that Lauren is probably thrilled that he's back in form here on the jet there as well. But
he is the vibes.
He is the I mean, look at him right now. He's just laughing. I don't think we've seen FUT vibing actually this hard on stage. But of course, that also has to do with his team helping him out. Cracks provided so much value in assisting CNET in finding that space.
I do want to talk about what we've seen from the other side there, Casey. Obviously, heading into this, we did discuss their agent selection.
Yeah.
Coming in with that Sova, coming with the Reyna, you just touched on it, Ash. Reyna didn't quite work out for them. Narrate on the Sova. We've not seen that before either.
Yeah, exactly. I think that especially we also saw him in the Jet the other day. We were talking about when is it taking it too far? We talked about Casey, about Eng bringing 3 duelists together, just put it in different roles. And now this late into the season, he's also flexing again. Don't get me wrong, he has proven that he is an exceptional Gecko, as well as with Fade. But, you know, maybe it's too much on his plate already.
There is such thing as flexing too hard, I think, because when your agent pool is going to be that wide, and not even counting the Reyna that we saw during kickoff as well, that totaling 7 agents since he's joined this roster and moving off of his previous role as a duelist back in Tier 2 and NA, it is a lot to have on your plate when you are learning so many different things. And then also with the Sova, I think is very different compared to the other initiators usually seen playing. When you're looking towards that Fade, you're looking towards the Gecko and the KO. It doesn't give him that opportunity to take as much initiative for himself in his own fights there as well, because Sova is much more about supporting his team. He has to play a little bit safer, a little bit further back in that kind of regard. So it's not really enabling him to be the fragger that we know Narrate to be.
It doesn't give him, even though he is a very good flex, it doesn't give him enough flexibility to have the kind of plays that we, for example, see him have with the Fade, with the Gecko, or with the KO.
Yeah, so it looks like they limited themselves a little bit here in terms of what they can do on Icebox with the agent selection. Now heading on to Sunset.
Yes.
This is going to be Foot's pick. What are your expectations? What kind of comps do you want to see? How much can they cook? Is it going to be overcooking? Where are you at?
Here's the thing, right? Now we need to turn around and look at Foot. Amazing first map, but when we talk about flexibility, we have to talk about Mr. Fallen. Are we going to see that same composition? No, there's not going to be the deadlock. Another new composition for Foot this time around. Mr. Fallen again flexing. He's going to be on the breach because, you know, it's very different, the responsibility that he has. IGLing for the team, creating a lot of ideas, but being that kind of fragging power as well as giving them all the support that they need.
Yeah, I mean, the deadlock left a lot to be desired last time we saw it on Sunset, not working out in the way that Foot necessarily expected, because I feel like that agent was kind of one and done. Now he has a bit more of that ability to actually set CNET up here on the Raze.
Now Foot Esports is just one map away from punching their tickets to Shanghai. Let's see if they can get it done. For all the action, we're sending it back over to Pansy and Steel.
Okay, one more map is all they need. If they get it now, it's a 2-0. They're there. Shanghai on the mind. Get themselves ready to go international, show what they've got. But Carmine Core on this map have shown good looks. We've seen the best of them here as well. But it's got to be now or never, right, Josh? And this has got to be a mental reset. Map 1 was a blowout. Can they reset from this here?
They should be able to. They've been in situations like this before. Yep. They've been able to come back from it in terms of the mental. What I want to see from them is them getting a little bit looser with it. Okay. We saw them kind of calling a setup or a game plan, and they just stick to it so rigidly. I need to see that individual like flowingness. I need to see Narrate unlocking. I need to see Martine unlocking, and just being a little bit more loose, going with the flow of things instead of just standing around waiting. Oh, we have to play.
Let's see if that's it. They've got themselves fired up and ready to go. Pistol rounds weren't really a problem. They were able to get those a couple of times. So I want to see in those gun rounds too. But a good start's a good start, and that's what they're dreaming of here. Most could be dashed pretty quickly, but already taking a look at this, Casey, of course, will be starting on that attacking side, defending side, therefore obviously Foot. But looking at a very deep positioning towards A from the defending side, Foot sitting basically off-site, focusing towards top middle, maybe feeling a little read on the back of that, but we can see where Casey are actually eyeing up.
This camera for the retake's going to be huge for Foot, and utilizing the breach, full utility purchased.
Yep.
So once Casey walk into the site, realize everything's clear, use the wingman to plant.
Here.
That they...
Yeah, we'll see.
I was just double checking because I was like looking at cracks for a second. I'm like, wait, they don't even have it.
All good, all good, all good. Here we go. Paint shell in, force them out. Breach utility invested, unable to close the gap just yet. First appearance made, and it's a 2-for-1 trade. KC keeping numbers much better for them. Confidence potentially building here. Is out of captain, the last one alive, and wingman putting his best performance in there. Tomasi to close down. KC gonna get the first here in the second map. And a good start for them. 4 alive. Time to get back in the game.
What we saw last map was they won first round, instantly. Foot, 4-man, huge gamble stack, really aggressive positions, closing it out, just, you know, swarming these guys. We need to make sure that if you're a KC fan here, you're hoping they're able to convert these next 2 rounds. First, this anti-eco, then the bonus round. That's basically the start they need to have. Foot, on the other hand, they still have that confidence flowing through them from the last game, the last map. So they're going to keep that momentum going forwards and take that. They're feeling so good about it.
Yeah, every 50-50, feeling like a 70-30 in their minds after that last one. And you talk about proactive starts, we're seeing them get involved here already. Not too surprising, it's a lot of weight on the shoulders of Yedajay, who's only got the classic, so maybe hoping to catch someone out a little here, maybe do a little bit of chip damage. There is a relatively hefty buy coming back in. Yedajay gonna get a lot of info off this one, lovely. Can't do much about it, but again, you're looking at those small victories here, if you're being logical. Probably not assuming that it's all gonna go terribly wrong. The big danger man really would be CNED, got himself that sheriff, but I don't know how he's gonna get played into here. Tricky to apply that pressure at the right time all together. He's over towards market.
Cage triggered.
Knife going to identify too, so post plant should be stable. Let's see. Can they make this costly? CNED bouncing off some shots. Time being purchased. This is good, but here comes the crunch. This is where they will be doing the damage. So far, mostly doing okay. Yeah, KC keeping really cool in this. Better, much better. Yes, they lose out on 2, but they should be able to gather that last Bulldog, I believe. Yes, they do. So no big losses there. That's fine. That's a tick in the box. Another step in the right direction.
This is a very important round for KC. Converting this bonus round is going to be really good because Foot, as we were talking about all throughout this week, is they have been such a big momentum-based team. When they start stringing rounds around, that's when they play best. And if you stop them from being able to get rounds in like multiple rounds in a row, that's when everything breaks down for them. So KC,
this is a nice spot.
It's all on you.
Yeah, what you got for us now? Do they come in with a little bit of a confident start? Well, CNED's certainly up for a fight. He might get one on the other side. KC creeping closer. It's out a captain who's going to stick around a little bit longer. Has his paranoia, has his smoke. When do they decide? Ooh. Tiger, yeah.
Nice peek.
The timing on that, just as the smoke dissipated, rather than reinvest, he went to have a glance. Now this calls in problems.
Mr. Fallen on the rotate already, has the stun ready. That might be all CNED needs to be able to lock these guys down.
He's found Shin too. Smoke's removed, a little bit trickier now to maybe find some stability. And look at this re-aggress here from Foot. Trying to isolate the back line, and they've done well to force him away, but good work from Tomasi at least to stay alive. But now the pressure coming back through. Martin trying to clear through. Mr. Fallen on the trade. This is still back and forth. A 2v2 here. This was the bonus round technically for KC, so you'll still take good damage done, but if you talk bigger picture, map 1 still will be in the mind. KC clearing CT, going to try and establish a bit of control here. Almost funneling in the Foot side. They now know where they're coming from. That high-low setup waiting to be challenged, and it is. Mr. Fallen is there. The gun round goes to Foot, but it was costly. But for me, I felt KC were in very much a position there to potentially even take that one. That was very, very close.
They were really close, and they had the wingman clear out the spawn angle. I'm surprised that like they knew exactly where Foot were, and Foot just waited. Hey, until you actually plant that spike, and then even after that, like we wait a few more seconds because we're putting in your mind the doubt that have we gone back to CT spawn? Have we flanked around and we're coming A main behind you? And it's going to cause KC to be a little bit curious, peek for that info, and then walk into this 2-man high-low hold.
Mr. Fallen going to deal with the early utility towards the B side, and then sit back towards pillar. Does have support here. He's not, you know, just a single endeavor. Does have Yedajay over towards that market. Seemingly worried about maybe top middle being pressured here, but it's an all-in piece from KC. Hyper-focused towards the B site. Away we go.
Cage trigger.
Already, Dizzy going to be clearing through. They know that they've got pretty much freedom where they want it. Is there a pre-take in mind? No. No one to build off the back of this. Okay, just a wide-open fight. That felt a little short-sighted. And well, it was. That's a 2-for-1 trade out, and now they can just get a stranglehold on the round. A little bit of stall has pretty much cost KC anything here. Lovely composure, but some curious choices from KC. And this is 4 standing. This would really bolster the money, the finances, everything that Foot would have wanted is looking very much on the cards. So Massey, there's not much he can achieve here. He can make a damn good go of it, but a 1v4 is a lot to ask.
This was a must-win round for KC as well. You know, you lose the bonus, not the biggest of deals, but you can't really do an all-in play. You need to be able to make sure that you're either winning the round or making it expensive for Foot. Foot, they have 4 alive right now, though, and they're so quick on the rotations as well. I wonder when KC's going to start figuring this out, that Foot, they're just, as soon as they see like 1 person, 2 people, they're like abandoning the other site and coming in and being able to fight together, 3, 4, 5 people alive, fighting together.
10 seconds left.
That's going to be something for KC to work on as this half develops.
Yeah, as it stands, just reaffirming what we knew, that there's going to be 4 alive at the end for Foot. Those rifles going to be sitting in their hands, and the money will build behind it. A couple of ults very much on the horizon as well. Mr. Fallen, 1 off. A couple more very nearby. You've nearly got that kind of full hand ready to go. Similar scenes on the other side for Carmine Core. One from the Showstopper. You've got the ult with Magnum on KO. You've got bits and pieces, but the money's not going to be there to supplement it. So do they want to invest it to try and levy that, or do they wait until the buy's in place? You've got the Fish ult as well for Narrate. So there's a lot to be looked at here, but I just don't know if they're going to get the chance to use it.
There. Another reason why last round was so important.
Okay. Magnum taking early contact, but kill away from this. And I quite like that Foot do put bodies behind it too, and they're trying to keep control of the ult orbs as well, kind of, you know, going through the motions very diligently. But what's the response from KC? They have a couple of danger men, Martine being one of them. Still gonna have that Phantom. The rest, not so much, but still, they could potentially get an ult through this. There. They see an opportunity for it.
KC just seems so uncharacteristically scared. Scared to move in.
And it gives me slight flashbacks to Madrid, just not looking like themselves at times, starting to lose faith in the formula that we praised them for. But they do get a plant here, right? They're in the post plant. This is great for them. They've got 5 standing. They've got enough to make a stand out of this.
Tamazi expecting flank.
Yeah.
It's not going to come.
No, disconnecting from the others. But let's see. They've cleared through very early on, so they know it's going to be more of a traditional post plant over towards main. Still some good utility. This is going to force the hand of the ultimate to come out as well. Magnum banking on this one. We're going to have the Fish ult coming in as well. This is actually quite a bit, and Cracks just avoids it. Now Foot have an opportunity, a chance to make something out of this now and close that gap, but it's KC holding the line. This is great. Much better from them. But do they get halfway? It looks like they're going to. Yeah, they absolutely are. No one's denying it. They've got to try and pull him away, and they don't in time. The defuse. It's there. KC got this close.
And a lot of ults invested into it as well. We saw the Fish from Narrate. He's already halfway back. He's like, okay. Magnum also invested his, but I mean, did a little bit of damage. They have Showstopper for this round as well.
And it did feel close. I don't even blame them for going for that. It felt like they'd done enough to maybe warrant the investment behind it, but...
Yeah. I mean, if the Thrash connected on the players that were close left outside of the main, you would have caught 2 with it. And then suddenly, you know, Casey's actually stealing that round away from Foot.
But round by round, Foot starting to remind them of map 1.
And they seem fully in control. I don't know if they're like the most comfortable with the Breach right now. We haven't seen anything too crazy with Breach. Like, yes, Mr. Fallen's having some good individual impact.
But I like this. Getting proactive around the map. Now, it should be very indicative that they've seen nothing, but they seem quite prepared for this anyway. Kind of keeping your eyes on where that Cypher's been playing. Energy was playing off-site, but actually taking a bit of a glance back. Maybe he wants to be involved, wondering if he wants to deny the plant, and then back away. Yeah, that's indeed the case. He is in danger, though. Time to make a bit of a run, because Martin would love to close that gap, and he's still got time on this. Doesn't get what he wanted. Heartbreak for him. But Casey going to fight back towards Market. They take some space. Counter ult comes in for CNED. Does he find somewhere to throw this? Clears close, finds nothing for it. Fish going to come back out. Shin going to walk the smoke. Perfect. Disrespecting that.
Reposition.
Yeah, he's out of there. Shin's off ski. But that a captain going to remove Tomasi, but to try and break the other 4, very difficult. Nice positioning from Narrate in the off angle, and the shot is just stunning. Cracks now. 1v3, he's got wingman, so they're going to have to force a response here, but beautiful positioning. Playing around those smokes very well. That's a bit better from KC. That's what we want to be seeing. A little bit more fight in them.
Much more reminiscent of what we expect from KC. Getting in the faces a little bit, being a little bit loose, individuals just taking action, getting into market, getting into mid, pushing through smokes. We've seen that from them a few times this round. And that's the KC we know to expect. But if they want to be able to close this out and make it all the way, they need to deal with this version of KC, not the version that we saw last map.
No, and I think this is maybe Foot going, okay, they're starting to look like themselves again. Hold on, let's make sure we're prepared for this, because we're not going to get the same icebox that, you know, the same team we faced there. So now we're starting to see a couple of glimpses from them, maybe enough to be reading into. So it's time for the timeout. It's still a 3-3, it's still very close, but enough to check in on.
Yeah, the mind games might come out a little bit as well, because right now, KC lost to Foot the last time they played this. So they're probably coming in with the expectation that, hey, like, this is how we lost. Here's how we can kind of create a plan to overcome them the next time that we play them on this map. But Foot, they come in and they're like, well, we're going to run Breach. The question is, how long have they been running Breach on this map for? Yeah. How many times have they played practice on it? And if KC comes in like, wait, they're running Breach. Okay, well, that changes things a little bit.
Yeah.
So maybe they played a little bit different in response to the Breach, and now Foot had a plan like, oh, well, we were going to run the Breach and KC's going to play like this, but KC's not playing like that because they see the Breach, and it's this whole like mind game thing going on.
Yeah, it could definitely change it. And speaking of another ult there for Narrate, this guy, it feels like he has this ult so often. Just every time I look back, it's still there. And a much better performance from him individually. Good to see him finding form in case he need him most. We go back in, still able to get a buy here for Foot. Maybe not as perfect as you'd like, and CNED punished this time. Foot got a little too comfortable and be able to fight for that orb and basically take it for free. This time around, denied. The rifle has been filtered back through, so Crack's gonna grab this. Fish gonna come down and connects to Massey. I mean, the smoke's actually keeping them at bay, and now the captain gonna put his life on the line to keep them safe. Actually making sure they're in a good enough spot. Jumps over that one, no harm, no foul. 3 players left standing though, he's down very low, 3 HP. And looking on the side, Magnum gonna take him away, put him out of his misery, good trade as well. Lovely work here. But a 1v2's not impossible, especially for this young talent. No plant yet. How does Yellow J want to approach this? He's just gone into CT and he's got his hat here.
He's got his hat for the bodies. That's going to at least let him know where people are. But he's still going to wait for that spike plant to happen.
He's just walking the smoke. Made a go of it. Didn't work out in Carmine Core. Make it up 4 rounds. Okay, we've got a little bit of a game on our hands now. Starting to look a little bit more like we have a match to watch.
The other J wanted to walk through the smoke and catch them off guard, kind of taking that 50-50, like, hey, if they smoke this, they don't think I'm going to walk through here. But he didn't know that there was actually a tripwire on the other angle, so they knew he had to be here and only here. They're just trained on him. But that's not the round that you want to have if you're a Foot fan. They just took a timeout to talk about what they're going to do in that round, and then instantly CNET goes down, they lose the round, now they're on a low buy, and that is definitely not the way that you want to invest that timeout.
No, and I'm looking to see how they try and invest CNET here, because he is the one with the rifle. And it looks like KC want to kind of just give it a moment, right? Let the dust settle. Just see if there is anything weird that's going on, considering maybe where there's a little bit of a shaky purchase. Is there a stack? Are they getting aggressive, proactive? Because we know that Foot have been doing that, so maybe the right read. Late Dizzy invest over towards the A site, but I don't think it would have found anything. And actually, the timing could be nice here for KC, but the one-way smoke does go up. And the pack backs away.
I think KC has a read on like the kind of formula Foot has for these types of rounds, grouping up as 4, taking space, or just holding for KC to walk into them. I think they're also a little bit scared of the Breach. They don't want to walk into a stun line and all get affected by it, or flash peek. But here, they're going on walkabout. I think they had a pretty good read of what was going on. Hey, after X amount of time, if they showed themselves here, they're going to go and gamble stack the opposite site.
The only man who stuck around was the Danger Man himself. But he's going to need to over-deliver, and he's been caught. Beautifully done. Well considered Dizzy, but actually still gets a second lease of life there. Magnum seemingly unaware of the possibility. Drifted through, but the plants come in. Now outside of CNED, it is only really Sheriffs. Yes, Jay's still got his ult, still bits and pieces to work with, but he is actually going to be denied by some utility holding him back on that flank, but they need to start getting that pressure building now. The captain goes down, CNED falls to Massey, coming online here. Flank does come into play, but a 2v3. Okay, hold on. That's come out. But the time is really low on the clock. Oh my god, they're hitting bangers! Martin outside of panic time of stress. Which way do you look, left or right? The time, it's ticking. He's got to get pressured. Oh, he tries his damn best! And the time!
It's good for KC.
He's got this!
Thrifty.
Yeah, he's got this! Oof.
I like what he was doing in that situation back against the wall, kind of baiting them out by like shooting one direction to bait the peek in so close. It was down to the wire. 0.5.
Jay. No right to do this.
Sheriffs.
No right
Blood
to do
sheriffs.
this. They're so good at it.
What is it?
I don't know.
Don't buy rifles.
No!
That's a killer, isn't it? 'Cause
That
that could have been such a good like springboard round. And it's broken Casey's money. I didn't even think
And
about
their
that.
spirit, yeah.
Ooh.
Like they're missing their flashes now at the start of this round. That's not a good sign after losing a crushing round like that.
Focus up, boys. This is dangerous. I mean, they have every opportunity to do this right back to foot, right? They've got sheriffs, they've got stingers. They've got every opportunity to do just the same thing. And I quite like what they're attempting here, just kind of posting up. On to Massey towards top middle. He can hear out these rotations. He could even maybe catch someone. But then this falls onto the shoulders of Cena. Does he overcook this? Does he go too far? He's got players coming. Spots him. Oh my god, yeah, that's almost unfair. And he's sticking around.
He's got the one-way still.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Fair enough, time to peel away. Massey showing his hand towards top mid. But where's the pivot point? Going straight through market. There's still 3 players here, Josh. How the hell are they meant to find any value?
With difficulty, I think.
And they're getting stalled out. You got 40 seconds. If they try and go through market, there's yeah, they know how to captain's here, and he's still finding value. Might get overwhelmed. No, Mr. Fallen saves him as well. Martin desperate to close down on that kill. And it's down to Shin and Tomasi. Tomasi brilliant with 2. There's still a player on the site. Yellow J's still here. With 18 seconds. Oh my, wait, hold on, Tomasi?
Suddenly.
Okay, oh, that's heartbreaking. And Blant's coming, he knows he's on the side here, but Shin's got himself a rifle, it doesn't matter. Yellow J again just puts the full stop to the round, and that's gonna be Foot taking back the lead now.
I think KC still has a pretty decent understanding of what's happening and what their win condition is and everything like that. Like, we have to keep in mind that Foot kind of won that off the back of, you know, like I want to say like a clutch type of situation. I mean, it was sheriffs. They got a few individual like picks, and that opened things up. But I think KC still had a pretty decent handle on the entire situation throughout the round.
KC.
These rounds haven't been like super one-sided, right?
No, they haven't. They've been
come
close.
down to the wire.
But I think when we're talking bigger picture and we talk about the kind of impact of what these rounds feel like, Foot has, they've got pressure, sure, but not in this map necessarily. Like, you're not going to come into it and half-heart it, but if you're KC, you won the pistol like you did first round.
Yes.
Cool. That's fine. But since then, you've only gotten 2 rounds. And the others have been close, but close doesn't feel good enough after you got thrashed on map 1. Like, they're going to start getting flashbacks to map 1 here. You remove that pistol round away, the scoreline isn't so kind. So I'm a little worried that they're going to start getting more and more down on themselves, more and more kind of spiraling. But as you said, like a couple of missed flashes here and there, a couple of, you know, missed opportunities, and it's just starting to look a little bit worrying for KC. I'm hoping the coaching staff can chime in with something here, because I think they might start floundering if not.
3 more rounds remain in this half. We see a Rolling Thunder for Foot and a Showstopper. A Showstopper for Martin as well. And off the back of a timeout, you're kind of expecting both teams to come in with something. KC calls a timeout, they're on attack, they have the Showstopper. Are they going to go for a play here? Is Foot going to do something kind of non-standard, knowing that, hey, KC might have a plan here, let's kind of disrupt this somehow.
Speaking of that, CNED right down middle, looking for him, trying to find him. He's going to hear them scattering. Oh my god. How did no one take even a fleck of damage from that? Whew. But the problem is that he heard a lot of movements. They've been able to kind of adjust accordingly if they need to, and he's not backed away. He's still here. This is the confidence, this is the freedom that scares the life out of you. Get you 2 kills as well. Narrate trades it, but now they have to approach the map with a minute left and no idea of what's happened beyond spawn. No smokes to add to it. I mean, they could depend a little on Tomasi, but that's still not easy. You can see on the extremity, Yedajay's already pushed up too.
They look like they want to end B here. A great position.
I was wondering
Great
who's keeping
setup.
Yedajay safe, and we found it, Cracks. Yedajay will be called out of his camera. Doesn't even need to. Cracks got his back. Tomasi and Narrate do make their presence in middle. There we go, spotting the camera, but they're down to 35 seconds. There's two of them. Trying to split the attention of Foot, sure, but you still got to stick the landing
30
somewhere.
seconds left.
Wingman's on the way. Gonna note their progress. And they're trying to go through
Info.
CT spawn. But the
There's no time.
Josh, they're at 17 seconds. And if they just play to the clock, there's nothing they can do. This round is just going to fizzle out.
10
They might get
seconds
hunted
left.
down after the fact as well, potentially.
Probably. I mean, what's the money like for Foot? I don't think it's been super stable, but
Player
it'll be
standing.
valuable. Oh dear. This is not what you wanted to be seeing. KC after a timeout, after a check-in with the coach.
It's a little poetic, though. We saw that earlier in the half. Foot call a timeout. They lose CNED right
Very
off
true,
the rip.
very true.
They lose the round. KC, same thing. Hey, we call a timeout, but Foot's like, you know what? We've got this pocket strat ready to just whip out right now. We use Paranoia towards A. We breach down in the back all the way through the mid-bottom, I guess, area.
Yeah.
And Cena going in all the way deep in the guts with the showstopper. Doesn't get anyone with it, but holds that positioning. And it looks scary for a moment for Foot. 1B, 1 mid. You know, they're spread across the map. Split 1-1-1-1-1. But CNED still locks down 2.
Still gets them 2.
Included is the smokes. Shin, no smokes for you guys.
Yeah, for like a minute remaining. So a little bit of a pace change. Maybe a mid-burst? Yeah, looking like the high flash of the swing. Paranoia sent towards the A side of the map, but they seem quite aware of this. They're both playing towards CT, and the timing could be very interesting. I think they caught them on the sun, potentially. Yeah, they did. Well, I don't think it even mattered. Shin's back was turned here. Magnum trying to hold, trying to keep the peace, but he gets outdone. CNED batters him, and we're starting to see Foot look confident, starting to springboard into these rounds. Tomasi, Martin, and Narrate need some miracles, and no one's answering. Cracks and CNED in unison. It's all on one. This round capitulates, and this is a flawless round, an Andalusia flawless. And you said it before, and I think it's right to reiterate, the confidence, the momentum, Foot are starting to come online, and that is heartbreaking for Carmine Core.
And that's the timeout strat that Carmine Core wanted to do in the previous round. They got stuffed. They weren't able to go through the motions of it because right off the rip, stuns in their face with a showstopper. So this is the play they wanted to do. But they have Camp ulti. They have Raze ulti. They're not using either of them to secure that round, which means like that they still have them available here, but like, why are we calling the same strat and not like investing that? They found nothing at middle. And again, deep, CNED goes.
They have no idea about this. They're being funneled forward as well. TP taken, going to reinforce towards CT.
Jeez.
This is all on one side of the map here, and there's no subtlety to it. They want this. Foot looking on fire. Stunned up, slowed down, and the Vice gets closer. Narrate's fallen, so's Tomasi. This is one-sided as hell. Martin desperate to put up a fight. Trying to put up some numbers. Stem the bleeding a little bit here. They've still got a minute on the board. They can still do something. They still have Shin with those smokes. Flash on towards the elbow. Smoke behind him, so he's ahead of this.
Big.
Oh, the flash was so good, and Yedajay got both. This half is looking donezo. Magnum would need 3 here. He's got the first. He ain't gonna get the second. 8-4. This feels like the start of the end.
KC thought for a second. They got that pistol. They get the next round.
Yeah.
It's looking like pretty even for a little bit, like around like a 4-3
Some of these rounds are looking
4-3.
pretty close as
And
well,
then,
yeah.
And then suddenly, boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row for Foot. And it's like, yeah, right now, their positioning, their rotations are so strong because they're all together. Before KC is able to even make it to the site, again, 3 in front of them, 2 quickly behind. And so many lineup kills as well. CNED's got lineup kills, Yedajay gets a lineup kill there. There's 2 people running around trying to take him out, and he's just holding mouse 1. Doesn't even have to move it.
So here comes the big part of this, right? Madrid, a disappointment for KC. They were one of the, up-and-comers, the teams that people are excited for, seeing glimmers of Gambit in the way they were calling, seeing those protocols looking fantastic. It obviously didn't go well. Fell by the wayside, crushed under the heel of more experienced players. And there was an opportunity here to potentially make it to Shanghai. And that might be slipping between their fingertips, and a better combatant put in their place in the form of Foot. As it stands, Narrate on the verge. Ah, he doesn't get what he wants. No. Cena just walks on through, and Martin does make up for the, I don't want to say mistake, but the mess that happened, and that's much better. Martin doing some good damage now. That's 3 players left for Foot. And Mr. Fallen swept aside. Martin, okay. If he's got to do it himself, I guess he will. Oh, okay. And look at the HP of Tomasi, and look at the position. Yeah, the J considered. Tomasi, big brain work. Cracks.
Oh, man.
No. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
We saw it.
We're like, wait, hold on. This.
Talking about experience, flashbacks.
It just makes your heart sink for a second. But they've done it again, right? They've done what they needed. Got the pistol. Now we're going to need to see that in the gun rounds, though.
Still, both pistols, and they're still down by 3 rounds.
Yeah.
You're still not in a... we see that on, like, Narrate's face after he, I don't know, like, misses his shots, and then kind of, like, it feels like his mouse went off the mouse pad a little bit, and he's not looking happy about whatever's happening here. And we've seen it from, like, everyone. With Magnum missing these flashes off the rip when the barrier drops. It's the little things like this where you can tell that mentally they're kind of nervous.
Yeah.
There's no other way.
It's almost tangible at this point, right? You can you can kind of see it. Even in the loss, though, Foot do come back in with a very light purchase. Just cracks this time with that Sheriff. Light shield, I think, was invested too for Cena. That's about it. On the other side, Bulldogs, Vandal, plenty to report. Relatively simplistic approach here. They've got to be careful. Those classics have been seen in the last couple of days to do some serious work to Massey. Knife's edge sort of stuck. Gonna get the plant.
Spike
So that's
planted.
into the post plant. Do they have any utility to really depend on? Not really here. It was very light for Foot. They're not over-investing at all. The captain just gonna stick around. Gonna get cleared very quickly. AC could do with this being clean. Nice from Martin again. He's doing very, very well here. It's fine, the diffuse is still happening. Diffuse is still happening. If I see that stop happening, then I get nervous. For now, all good. If they can get that Vandal back, they should be okay. But I've said this before, Josh. I've seen this before. We've seen it. What feels like every start of these halves.
I wonder if KC should just call their timeout right now. Like, this round could be
wish
huge,
they would.
right?
Yeah.
Like, if they're able to convert this bonus round and then use that momentum, Foot probably has to do a Sheriff round. Scary. But, I mean, and then this is also Lil Bro diffusing here, getting Narrate a little bit closer to that ulti. Another reason why.
I mean, Martin's got his, right? So it's like, that's a really impactful ult. Maybe could you consider what to do with? Maybe they've already got something in mind, but I'd like to see them come into this with, you know, with something outlined. Because as you highlighted, this is a very clear start. And speaking of, Martin's off, trying to find one.
I push through this.
I don't think that was the call. They seemed really into the concept of trying to shut down on towards that side, but it didn't feel confident enough to go for it, really. You're not going to be able to chase someone down, so...
Especially not through a one-way smoke. Your own one-way smoke. It'll give the opponents one, but...
Oh, God.
We saw this from KC in the first half.
There's 3 players here, at least, for KC, right? Reinvesting the smoke. Martin. No satchels to get away, so he's kind of stuck to this one if he wants to stick around, but there was a good knife. They've got some good chip damage.
I can't use that.
Reaction to take B main control from Tomasi here.
So they're going to be pivoting straight through market. Magnum got just that ghost to work with, so it's tricky to deal with the flood of them, but actually it's hindered them, okay? It's not been the perfect approach, so...
It seems low time, but they still have a lot of time to work with Foot here. And KC, not really with a lot of map control. They've lost
30
mid.
seconds left.
They do have kind of a line on A, but not really.
Okay, but I kind of like that they gambled players towards the A side, because I mean, I like it because it's worked out, but it was a good read coming back into this. Now down to 18 seconds. Yeah, Narrate's position just becomes more and more powerful the longer this goes on. KC, this is better. This is what the doctor ordered. Beautiful. And again, 10 seconds, you're looking for the round. That's what they need. Yeah, clean would be ideal, but you'll take what you're given here. Denial on the plant, and now we're looking at that clock. 3 seconds. Shin gonna really make sure, and there it is. Game back on. They've got past a hurdle that held them back last time.
No, without jinxing anything, but this is like exact kind of formula, recipe, ingredients you need for KC to come back and take this map. Dare I say it? It would be kind of, you know, nice! Ironic how they're able to take out, you know, the map that they lost the last head-to-head. They lost their own map pick.
Yeah.
They're looking shaky.
Hey, that's how you get your confidence back. That's how you start believing in the But same sort of look.
You don't want to get ahead of yourselves because Foot with Sheriffs now, and they do have Thrash.
And it was only one difference of a round, okay? I'm not, you know what I mean?
Yep, it's so close.
It is very close, and there's not pressure on Foot, so they can be quite audacious in these rounds. Timing, nice. Magnum's going to be rewarded for that. And the captain was watching that, and the second he looked away, of course Magnum comes walking out. Trying to close that gap a little. But he doesn't need to go for too much information now, Magnum. He can play safe. He's got to be careful of his back, which he is. Doesn't want to get pinched here. For Foot, they're just kind of being very individualistic about it, but why not? You've got Sheriffs, very little to lose, but Cna's been able to get quite far into this. Decent clear. That can be called out. And yeah, Tomasi, they're in unison with Magnum. Going to stop J from trying to creep through towards B main. And away we go. Can they close towards either of these players? No, they'd already slipped away. Smart move from KC. Maybe understanding they're a little vulnerable there. And the plan going to come in. So far, 5 standing for KC. This is good. You want to see those rifles remain, build up that bank. Don't allow these Sheriffs to find the value that they're known for. And that's a start, but a better answer. Good work. It's all on Cracks. Not going to be able to get the reload. Shut down in time. KC avoid another tragedy, another car crash, and they get up to an even score. 8-8 now. Much better.
And we see their setups actually making sense on this map compared to Icebox, where you'd have like a 2-1-2 setup. They don't really have a lot of opportunity to connect with one another or like fallback options once you get pushed off an angle. But here, we can see exactly how it works. They have 2 people locking down A main, and because of that, a Link player gets a third player. A Link is able to spot mid top, and then the B players are playing just to receive a little bit of pressure, get a kill, fall back to the next angle, get a kill, fall back to the next angle, and that works out so well for these guys because they're just in full control of the round.
But we do see the ults coming through on the other side as well. Crack's gonna have his here. Hat there for J, 1 off for CNED. And actually, this flash could be really nice if timed correctly. I mean, it's a bit of a shot in the dark, but it could be pretty good. There's the flash, there's a swing. Beautiful, huge reward as well. Had a captain trying to do his best 10s impression above that smoke. You're gonna hear that ult go through as well, but the paranoia posted, and you're gonna see them scramble, right? Mr. Fallen's got to run. Try and find some safety towards mid, because he knows that they've lost control of B main. So I like this. KC getting a bit more confident. Seeing them making choices. Fighting together. Magnum gonna find Cracks, and yeah, this should be good for Tomasi too. I don't think he can. Oh, okay, hold on. That's CNED with the ult, but the spike can be retrieved. I'm not nervous yet, but there's something that makes me feel uncomfortable about this.
A little bit of whack-a-mole there for a few moments, but KC waiting for the spike to be planted before they decide that they're going to press forwards. They do have 2 different really good ultimates.
Okay, I like that. I like seeing Magnum utilize this early, trying to make sure there's no threat. Smoke's gonna go up towards elbow side. It's gonna be Mr. Full. Okay, Shin. Relax, CNED. There we go. KC 3 standing. Much better. Josh, I feel like they're getting in the rhythm of the game here. It's still tentative. It's still a little bit scary. But they're starting to get the grip here. Now, does Foot call the timeout soon? Is it their turn to maybe try and come back in with a concept? Because we are seeing Carmine Core with a bit of a reminder of who they are. This is 5 rounds now. Consecutive rounds building back into this game.
Let me defuse. What should use, let him defuse. Is, you know, understanding that, just making sure you're getting the right agents closer to the ultimates makes a lot of sense.
Right there.
I mean, it sounds like a really basic thing. Foot should call a timeout because right now, if they aren't able to win here, it's going to give KC so many rounds that if they trade rounds back to back to back, it's going to end in the favor of KC. And Foot need to win multiple rounds in a row here. They need a good game plan around that.
The paranoia and the swing. Oh, okay. That's a man advantage. We haven't seen one of those in a minute. So how does KC respond to this? Do they double down? Do they back? They're doubling down. There is utility in the... Oh my god, J. Yeah, he is. Yeah, caught. He's actually got to cover. Shot from Magnum though. Just a flick of the wrist towards Mr. Fallen. And they're just willing to brawl this out, which is pretty dangerous, but if you're going to back yourself, why not? Magnum,
so
feeling
slippery.
It.
Love it.
To pin down. But CNED's position is terrifying to me. Yeah, they're going to get his position now, but it's a little too late to be calling that in. Plant's going to come through.
Spike planted.
Deep flash. Buys a couple of seconds, and a captain goes down. Did some chip damage, but not enough to really write home about. It's on Cracks and CNED. The ult, not what he wanted either. Gap closing now. You can have cracks towards the back of pillar. Cena towards market, but the cross is happening. Clean shot. Oh dear, this is when you're getting a little bit of a sweaty palm moment, but Magnum doing wonders. But cracks can be clean with it too. That's good enough. 32 HP, but Magnum is sitting better off. But time. Magnum's got to make a choice. He's got to make it now. Checking on the half foot. Not out of it yet with a Red Bull clutch. They come back in. Keeping this scoreline as close as ever. Finally breaking that run around. What is it now? 5 held where it is. But Carmine Core should be able to keep their cool, right? They should be composed. It was just, you know, a rough start. You know, went for something risky at the beginning, didn't work out.
I know exactly.
I do like how KC has been loose in some of these rounds here. And it was looking good all the way until CNED was deep in the spawn, catches Narrate on the rotate. And even though all of that happened, KC still had a lot of control. It came down to that 2 versus 1 where they split up. One went left, one went right. And that gave the opportunity for Foot to close out the round. Now KC, they really need this one. Their money is not looking great. 2 players on 100 credits, just about.
I'm looking at how willing they were to commit towards taking A there. Taking a decent amount of space towards elbow, but you can already see, I think it's Shin who's just kind of shouldering it, jump spotting to make sure no one's actually making progress, but they're keeping 3 players committed to this. You can see that next layer of paranoia being top middle, but a very passive hold towards B, probably the right shout. Got Mr. Fallen with the ult. Had a captain with his. He had a J still on his. Not really had an opportunity to use that. On the other side, Narrate, Shin. Now KC looking to deny the wingman plan, but he puts his life on for it. CNED gonna take down Tomasi. That could be the green light, but look who's trying to take his place. Magnum, but only for a moment. 1 by 1, they're trying to get towards the site and they're falling. Maybe not aware of the progress that was made here by Foot. 3 towards CT. Cornered in, Carmine Core maybe getting a little nervous, getting a little worried, because this could be 10 for Foot. And a 3v5, it ain't easy. And a captain with a perfect paranoia, but a bit too close. Plays in cracks, though, as he gets the individual targets. And Martin left in a 1v3. This would be time for heroics, but I don't know if he's got the time. The clock's still ticking, and 4 bullets to play with, and CNED on the hunt goes down. The trade's there. Yenajay not going to let it slip. This is a terrifying time, but things start going wrong.
Whenever Foot's getting these first picks, it looks like they have such good control of the round. And I do wonder, on the KC side of things, we see them on some rounds, they're playing like pretty loose and it's looking good for them, but then they'll make a mistake on one of the rounds where they're maybe a little bit too loose or too proactive. They leave a gap. CNED's able to exploit that gap. It happened a couple of times now so far where he's able to slink through, oh, you guys are going to do this fight over here, okay, I'm going to take the space. But last round, KC stuck in their setup. They lose the A control and they're just so on the back foot, and then the B trying to deny the wingman from planting, they lose Tomasi instantly. And then the rest of the round just falls apart. They bleed out. Foot, full control.
Yeah, and quick control through towards market. CNED wants to try and backfill the space he was given. And Anna Captain, the one actually rewarded, but now look how close they are to the chopping block here. Magnum, great work to try and stem that, slow that down, deny that kind of springboard in, but now he's kind of in no man's land, and they know about Shin. Oh, he's no chance! 11 looking so likely. Narrate and Tomasi got to be frustrated about this. Great shot from Tomasi. Can't stop the plant, but still, it made it look closer. What can they do now? Still with the ult to be invested for a second time of asking. Get a J ready to swing if needed. Trying to be played in now. Get the timing right. Oh, Narrate has no idea. None the wiser. And none closer. Held on 9. Foot make it to 11, and things are getting scary. A couple more rounds and Foot lock in Shanghai. KC. You can see it on the faces, starting to look worried, and the timeout has been called. This is crunch time. This is the best chance they're going to have now.
They've looked worried for a few rounds. There was a period in the middle of the game where they're like, oh, actually, maybe we can do this comeback. But without both those pistol round wins, KC, they would have lost by now. Foot already qualified to Shanghai at that point. So right now, yeah, they're coming to terms with the fact that, like, hey, like we're in prime position to make this happen, and we're letting it slip. We had the lead 3 in a row for Foot, and now, I mean, there's still opportunity for KC. They've got Showstopper, they've got Thrash available, and on the other side, Foot, they've got no ult. They just invested some. They just invested Thrash that round.
This is a big moment, right? They've got options. They've got a couple of different things they can bring out, be it that showstopper, be it the thresh, whatever it is, and one off from Magnum's ult too. So some really key things just on the horizon, but how do they handle this? There's been a couple of entries that have been going very well for Foot. They've been kind of, you know, opening up the matches pretty nicely in the last couple of rounds. They caught a couple of players in no man's land towards B, but it hasn't been clear cut. It's not like Foot found the perfect formula. It's not like they've completely cracked it, but they've done well enough to put that pressure back on. It's only been 3 rounds, but considering this first half, you can see why it's such a detriment. But now it's a big purchase. It's a big round. It's now pretty much never. This would be 12 on the board,
No
right?
more charges.
This is almost booking your ticket to Shanghai in this moment. So if there was a plan in mind, a theory to bring out, it's got to be now. And for Foot, they can just turn the pace up, but Shin wants to go again. He doesn't want to drop it on this round. He's going to get them the first and fall away. Perfect beginning.
So important for KC to close this out, because if they lose it, it's basically almost game. Their money will be in the gutter. Man advantage is going to help, but again, CNED walks into B. B is free. As soon as that A pressure is seen, they take all the space. CNED's pushed through before. This time, maybe considering not to.
This mid-walk is going to put a couple of question marks. I guess it's feeling like it's all in, right? Foot trying to find some sort of safety, kind of trying to pin down where these players are. And look at Spawn. This could be such an interesting dynamic between the two. With that shot rattling off, Mr. Fallen's going to turn attention. Do they even think that there could be anyone here? He could be the master of disaster. There's 3 players that are none the wiser, and he's going to be able to back clear this. No one's coming this way. Don't worry about it. Focus elsewhere. Focus market, focus CT. Don't worry about this. He's behind them. He's behind them right now. There's so many players he's about to spot out here, but he doesn't be able to take anyone with him. Martine isolates Cracks. How the hell did that go wrong for Mr. Fallen? It looked perfect. Yenache, what a turn! Takes down 2 towards CT, punishes the cross. He is fighting with everything he's got. Mr. Fallen getting back to try and control by B main. Yenache adjusting, looking through towards market for the defuse. It's still happening. Oh, Martine clutching the hell up here. The time to come online was then. KC not out of it yet. Getting themselves up to double digits, but that was down to the wire.
Man, that's the trend this game, right? Down to the wire. Every round is so close. It's rare that we see a round where there's like 4 players alive on one side, 3 players alive even. It's always down to like 1 or 2 alive. Narrowest of margins. At 0.5 second defuse type of situation happening on the first half.
Player standing. 1 enemy remains. Impressive.
Another reason why having the wingman on the defuse is so important there, because while the defuse is getting to half, 2 players are able to keep their guns out.
And even then, even in that
Same flash push.
God, Shin rewarded again. Rinse and repeat and be rewarded. This time it's had a captain going down as well. That smoke's then removed. How much do they adjust? They didn't get to see this last time around. Yenache seemingly aware of the presence. They're toying with expectation now, leaving a lot on the shoulders of Shin. The man who remained from that early roster, showing off his potential time and time again, but he is under fire here. Time to back away.
2
Play
players
safe.
spotted for A now, Breach and Gecko.
Is that enough? It looks like it is. They're starting to pull players over. CNED choosing his time to strike. Catching Martine on the cross. Slowly drifting through. That's a 4v4 now. And keep in mind, even with that round win, the repurchase was poor from KC. They had to try and scramble something together. We've got Guardians and Bulldogs. But in a great position. Gonna catch Mr. Fallen and fall away. A little bit of chip damage and back, chip damage and back. Still the paranoia with Shin. And they're just holding these positions. Foot being given just a little bit of access in. Looking for that plant, tap, no response. Readjust, different plant now.
Spike planted.
Initiation of this retake is going to be Magnum's ultimate coming in. It's going to prevent CNED from being able to use Showstopper. The 4-on-3, playing the numbers.
2 towards elbow, and just CNED standing, being the turret on the side, can be forced away from the first angle, but it's all through CT, all players, and they do get past Cracks. But Yenache still stands, he gets him 3. Oh, God!
Holy shit.
You try and run past them. CNED and Yenache in perfect unison. They understood it. They saw the game plan. And they just played it as an aim fight as they crossed towards it. 12 now found for Foot. This is devastating for KC. Getting so close within touching distance. And Yenache on the bailout. Those 3 were incredible.
How many times have you think we've seen that this game? Just like one person sitting down, holding their ground, multiple people swinging out to take them out, and just holding mouse one, getting the spray transfer, 2, 3 players there. Nothing but headshots.
One round away now, Josh. They're this close, and they haven't got much to stop these ults here. It's all looking like it's going towards that B site. Tomasi still here. Magnum still here. They have the stingers. They're not the ones with the bigger weaponry, but denied on the first go of things. They're trying to slow them down, trying to hold them back. Can anyone get the punish they can? Martin gonna get both here. Seeing it, Nana Captain go down. This is huge work from Carmine Core. A heartbeat still shown. Maybe life in them yet. Crack's gonna take those first couple of steps. Clear's close, that's Magnum. Second though gonna be Martin. Good trade, but still the numbers very favorable towards KC. A 3v2, 56 seconds, and they're looking for a plant, something to work with. The Hat invested, they got info. Ringer, Rosie, we go. 49 seconds, they can make a run for it. It's open. Mr. Fallen's just gotta be able to play safe here. Buy a couple of seconds, buy some time. TP's on. He's heading on over, and he's committed. He's beaten them to the punch here. They've got to be aware of the possibility. How does he play it? A risk? No,
30 seconds
surely
left.
not. Not in these moments.
Spike planted.
The plant's in. Look at the positioning. Yellow J on the site. Mr. Fallen playing deep towards CT. Camera to be utilized, trying to be treated as the third man almost. And they're opting for the long way around. What utility do they have? A smoke, TP, and not much else. That's about it. No flashes, no anything to bring in. It's the guns in hand and whatever hope they've got left here. Mr. Fallen ready to deny this. The swing's just perfect. Oh, it's just perfection in motion. Foot down, one kill away. And it's Shanghai bound. Foot to it.
Bye, Casey.
The Carmine Core's hearts will be broken after this matchup.
Foot looking so strong. First with the Icebox, just completely just destroying them, putting the pressure on, playing these late round situations almost for perfection with the mid rounds, with the post plants. They're really good in those situations with making sure that they're together, they're playing together. Even in this last round, waiting off the camera contact, seeing all three, stunning them, getting the lineup. They, they fought for this.
Yeah.
They wanted this. They got this. They deserve this.
They absolutely do. You're on the money there. They can be proud of this one. After what was a very rough game, just, not too many hours ago. Foot pull themselves back together after looking fractured and not the same collected we've seen throughout the regular season. They fixed the problems, and indeed they do book their tickets. Shanghai now, but on the other side, of course, we have to address Carmine Core, who, again, probably would have loved the opportunity to change the narrative, to show what they've been doing, to make it count when it matters, and it's almost unfortunate to not be able to see them take to that international stage again.
They started off the year so strong.
They did.
Looked so good. Maybe a little bit of faltering along the way.
They're gonna be able to grow now.
To bounce back.
Very true. And here it is.
They should definitely use it as a learning experience because
the
all
stage.
the players are like very young.
Fantastic. A chance to see him on the international stage.
So if they stick together and they grow together
Turkish squad looking fabulous after, as
with
said,
what
a
they've
shaky
shown
performance before
like
finding
earlier
what they
this
needed.
year, they could be
you gotta
a
get the shot,
freaking top
obviously.
team.
Obviously. But no, congratulations to them. Look forward to seeing what they can do up against the world's best in Shanghai. Fantastic opportunity. And an exciting prospect to see how far they can go. They are certainly a dangerous team. Very easy to underestimate and to keep basically punished by in a heartbeat.
When they're feeling it, you can see that they're feeling it, and they let you know as well. They let the audience know, they let the other team know. They're constantly in your face, and they're just so strong individually, mechanically.
They certainly are, and as said, they get on those good starts when we get to LAN. Woof. I can't wait to see it. Shanghai looking like it's got some fantastic players to look forward to seeing on that stage, in that level. But all that aside, we need to round out the day, wrap up the day, and if I'm not mistaken, we do have post-plant waiting to be enjoyed, so we're going to hand it over there.
We have some time
Thank
between
you, Pansy and Steel. I'm
now
joined
and
by
then
Ash here
we have like
for some
an hour.
final words on this very match we just got to see. With this performance,
So I don't
now
know.
qualified to go
Maybe
into
some
Shanghai.
Valorant finally.
What a performance, though. I mean, Team KC we have to give it to them. Like, they found themselves really on the back foot throughout most of this series, but then almost brought it back. What gave Foot the edge at the very end here?
I think, honestly, it came down to a lot of individual performances. We saw Yedajay get, I believe it was 2-3 Ks towards the end of the second half, and that was what really carried Foot over the line. We saw him just have like this energy on the stage as well, hyping up his team. I feel like Foot really did not come to play today in this revenge arc against KC, because again, this is a team that had previously knocked them out of a potential contention for the play-ins during that kickoff stage.
It's funny how they're coming into today a game with so much at stake. It was literally either you go to Shanghai or you're out of the tournament completely. And they seem to like take to the stage. And then why do you think that is?
I think that's just Foot. Like, I feel like when they have that confidence, when they are able to snowball into these rounds and in these matches and find that kind of momentum, it becomes very difficult to slow them down. So the fact that they came in with such a great attitude to start things off, I think made a world of a difference. And this is also a Foot where we saw them at a couple international stages last year as well. They're looking to make their mark here, going over towards Shanghai, because they had unfortunately missed out on Madrid previously.
How do you think they're going to stack up against the international competition the way they're playing right now?
Turkish aim, man. Like, I feel like you don't have to say that much more. We even just saw it in this last matchup. The amount of Sheriff frags that they're able to get, like on those ecos, those thrifties that were even coming out here for Foot, made all of the difference.
Let's see. We got a guest. Come on in. Come on in. Sina joining us now.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Hello, GGs.
You guys did it. You go into Shanghai, but also you're staying alive here in the tournament. Let's talk about the vibes first thing, because we discussed it as you took to the stage. Y'all looked like you're just having so much fun. It seemed so like leger, like no pressure at all.
Leger.
We want to, like, in general in team also there's a good vibes. No, we are joking in game, like having fun, and yeah, that's how we play actually. It's always like this.
Well, I guess like focusing on that a little bit more, because I feel like normally when we see Foot walking out on towards stage, sure, you'll have some smiles and whatnot, but I feel like the energy was like at a different level today. Was there someone on the team that was instilling that kind of energy, and was it Yedajay, because he was kind of going crazy there on the stage?
He's a young guy.
Yeah.
Younger than us, at least. We are not old, but yeah, he's the youngest in the team. So yeah, he likes to be energetic, you know, he likes to shout. So like, he's the first guy to bring the team to energy, but today was Mr. Fallin. Like, he was really more energetic, compared to other days. And we were we were smiling him and laughing him, because he's not that energetic usually. He's the calm guy in the team, you know. So yeah.
Looking to lead by example in a way. Yeah, but also heading into this matchup, obviously you 2-1'd KC last time faced off during the regular season, but when it came to the kickoffs, that was when KC had that opportunity to take you guys out of the group stage and away the opportunity to play for the play-ins for Madrid. So did you guys have a bit of revenge brewing for this matchup, knowing that another international stage was at risk?
Actually, when we meet them on kickoff, we were like, how I can say, like, we were not ready actually, because we couldn't prepare well. At least, like, we prepared, but we couldn't show our potential, I would say. And after we couldn't go Madrid, after we couldn't qualify, we really worked and really improved, I believe, and that's why we beat them in the group stage, and we beat them now because I think we are better than I think we are better than them right now in the moment. Yeah, of course, revenge is always good.
So we love a good storyline of revenge as well. Now, speaking of preparation and coming prepared, you're one of the few teams who's not scared to change things up. If we're looking at your compositions, especially on maps like Sunset, doesn't work out for you, you just like throw the playbook out of the window, try something new. Why is that? Who's instilling that confidence in the team to, you know, take some risks in your compositions?
Actually, like, we don't have a like insane playbook, you know. We don't trust our playbooks actually. We trust our communication, team game more than the playbook. So for this, like it's easy to change the comp actually. But for Sunset, like I recommend to play the breach instead of deadlock, and we just tried. It worked, and everyone was happy with the comp. So just we change it. But in generally, like our coach decide to what we play. But if like everyone can of course suggest something. If it's work, we play. If don't, we don't.
Who's suggesting the most crazy stuff? Who's overcooking?
Coach, full.
Oh,
really?
He has good ideas.
Lots of ideas. Very creative.
Lots of ideas. Yeah.
Very creative an
Yes,
approach.
yes.
I love that. I love that. What was the craziest you've seen from them so far, and making it work as well?
The Lotus comp.
Lotus,
I don't think you can deny that it's the Lotus comp, right? Because I think there's a very specific way that you obviously have to play that Lotus composition due to how it's built and everything like that. And I want to hear a little bit more about also like the mid-rounding that comes out from Mr. Fallen in that composition, because when things don't work out in the early round, the pivots are very important because you don't have that initiator utility to try and re-clear space.
Like we just play together.
Play together, okay.
You make it sound so easy. Why don't you just play together? It works out
like
pretty
we
well.
trust each other, we play together. Like you don't need to initiate it if you are together. Yeah.
That's right. Teamwork makes the dream
Yes,
work.
yeah.
Works almost every time. Now, of course, with that victory, that also means that you stay alive here in the playoffs, and that also means that you will be facing off against Fnatic tomorrow. Yes. Are you excited for this match? Is there anyone in particular you're having your eyes on?
Actually, we don't like be excited playing against Fnatic, but we want to play against Team Heretics again because we want to beat them. They beat us second time, so I think we can beat them, but like it was some unlucky moment in the last game, like we couldn't close the games, you know, we were leading 10-8 one map, and second map it was 12-9, but we couldn't manage it. But yeah, instead of Fnatic, I'm more excited to play with Heretics.
Eye on the prize. I like that. You're thinking ahead. Like Fnatic is not even like, it's fine. Like we got
They're
this.
ready. They know they're
Yeah.
hitting the grand finals. Yeah, I mean, you have to go into it with confidence.
That's right.
But the other thing too is moving into the playoff stage, it's different from groups because each match doesn't guarantee that you're going to be getting those championship points. I know that there's obviously a bit of weight lifted off your shoulders now that you guys are going to be going to Shanghai, but do you feel any additional pressure to secure those 3 points as EMEA champions?
No, like we are not thinking about too much about championship point because there's still split 2, stage 2.
Yeah.
If we make like top 3 in split stage 2, we anyway going. But of course, it's like if you secure the championship point, like if you became first, you know, like for example, winning this playoff and maybe winning the Shanghai, you almost guaranteed to going championship. But yeah, like if we always have a mindset that if we are good, if we play good, we are going to go to champions anyway. So.
I mean, also, if you're coming first in your region, you get a bye in the first round in Shanghai,
Yeah,
so you
yeah.
get to lean back. That's a massive advantage as well coming into that. Looking at the teams who all made it to Shanghai and your own team and your performance right now, how do you feel you're stacking up? Do you think like you hit your ceiling yet, or is there so much more afoot that we haven't seen?
No, of course, like there is always room for improving. Like you shouldn't stop improving. I think we didn't show our best yet. Like we still work. We will see what will happen in the future.
Well, I know that not every team is also locked in for these. How much have you been keeping up with who's locked in? Actually?
I know in NA there is 100 Thieves and
100 Thieves and G2.
G2, yes.
And then Pacific is...
DRX,
No.
PRX, Genji, and T1.
Okay, we actually have it
right
behind
there.
us.
Yes, okay.
Is there anything surprising here as far as teams that you didn't actually expect to qualify for this?
Of course, DRX is the one of them. Like everyone expect, like they went 5-0, I think, if I don't remember wrong. They went 5-0 in their group, but they just lost 2 games in a row and they eliminated. It was the one of the surprising thing actually. And in NA also Crew and Leviathan was the first seed of the group, and then they eliminated actually Carmine Corp and us was our first seed our group, but we also go to lower bracket. So every first seed went to lower bracket in the. I don't follow China. I don't watch games, so I can't say anything about them. But I saw FPX I think beat EDG. I think I saw in China, so that was a little bit surprising. I think ADG get like maybe worse, or Chinese team is getting better. Yeah, that's it.
I love the breakdown. Now looking at those teams, is there any like cross-region rivalry between your team and any of those teams? Is there any team you feel like I want to take him down?
No, actually, I will.
We can start some beef here. just make something up. It's fine.
No, actually, we don't have something like that. We respect our every team who makes to China.
That's the perfect PR answer.
Yes,
You're doing great.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we like to play if possible every team we can. Like if you play, because if you play more games, you get more experience, and more experience is always better. Because if you go to championship champions, it this experience will be so important for us. Because playing with different regions, different ideas, it's always good.
Different region, different ideas. I mean, you and your team certainly are not going to make it easy for any of those teams to prepare for you, given how many compositions you're throwing out onto the service. So it's going to stay excited. I'm very much excited to see, just to say excited about 5 times in one sentence. I'm excited to see what you guys are bringing to the international competition. For now, we actually have an update on our bingo board, because some of you have been keeping up. We've been playing for the last 3 days. Let's see what we've checked off thus far. I can't read this because I'm not wearing my glasses. Ash, you and your young eyes. Can
My
you,
young eyes? You mean my
your young
contact
eyes?
lenses that are in my eyeballs right now?
Love technology.
We do have a current or ex-Fnatic player qualifying for Masters Shanghai. That happened, obviously, yesterday. But wait, yeah, okay, no, my brain. But Reyna ended up being picked today here, with Martine actually playing that on Icebox today versus you guys. And then we did get the little celebration earlier from Heretics. They did their little handshake there. And I don't think we actually ended up checking anything else off, because Eng unfortunately wore 2 different sweaters.
They were so similar. They were so similar. I need someone to clip it, enhance it, and I need proof of that.
Yeah?
I need proof. I don't know, they look very
apparently
similar.
we checked with the team and they confirmed that.
I like that we do fashion check-ins. A really important question for the coach here. Are you wearing the same sweater today as you did yesterday? Those are the kind of questions we're chasing down for all of you. Now, another thing, speaking of questions, we always do here at Postplan is, of course, directing questions to the next guest. Now, yesterday, Benji Fishy was on Postplan, and he had a question for you. Let's see what Benji Fishy had to say.
Guys, if we play split, would you rather come against me on A site as while I'm solo, or run into 4 of my teammates on B?
That's a fantastic question, indeed. So, what's your choice? Want to solo him or run into all the teammates?
Yeah, so run to him.
Okay. How do you think you're gonna do?
We will kill him, I think.
Okay.
In-game.
Specification.
like that little addendum right there. Now, of course, this also means that you get to pose a question to either yourself, assuming you're going to win tomorrow's match, and we're going to maybe have you back here on the couch. Or
it was always me.
It's always you, man. You're the chosen one. Now, what do you want to know from yourself? What's your question for either future CNET or Fnatic if you don't make it?
That's very hard.
You could also try and convince Mr. Fallen to come on and you can direct it towards him too.
What's the capital city of Turkey?
All right, it's like GeoGuessr out here. I love to see it. Well, you better know the answer tomorrow. It'll be really embarrassing if not. Well, that's it for today here on Postplan. Sinead, thank you so much for joining us. Once again, congratulations. You and the team qualified for Shanghai. It's going to be good times. We still have 2 more days of play happening here, of course. Ash, thanks again for joining us here as well. We will be back tomorrow, same place, same time. So we hope to see you there again. So thank you so much for watching, and see you tomorrow.
Okay. So yeah, we have a little bit under an hour for the post-show, the pre-show, sorry, starts for VCT America. And
Enemy remaining.
This is up. Now let's go, boys.
could play some Valorant. Could at least do a game. I'll see if my Vanguard has stop trolling, because now when I fucking restart my computer since the fucking update, the close update, every time I like put my computer, my Vanguard is like, you need to restart your computer, and when I restart my computer, it's like, no, you still need to restart your computer, and it's like stuck in that fucking loop. So I tried like repairing it and shit. But we'll see. I'm just gonna swap. If it doesn't work, I guess probably some PoE or some PUBG. I'll see. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. Let's see. My Valorant is booting. Yeah, no. I think I'm gonna have to like... I'm gonna have to DM the fucking support or some shit. Yeah. Wait, no. It works. Hold on. Okay, so he made like showed me the message. But now apparently it's okay. Like add a micro update or some shit. Gonna just swap. Some stuff. Hold on. Hold up. I haven't played in a while, like at least 2 months or some shit like that. Yeah, like a good month and a half. I've played one game in the last fucking act. I have fucking 9 plus placement game to do, I think. Right. See. Oh no, I have one. Oh yeah, because it's an act. So yeah, in Act 2 I played one game. Hop.